Mr. President.
Morning, May. We observe a minute of prayer or meditation. Texts. Is back to may I start by apologizing to honorable members for our delay in commencing business. Most of you, or some of you, will confirm that we as Bureau, we came into the chamber much earlier, by 9:15. There were about 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 MPs in the chamber, 8, 9:15. And I think that number went to about 9:20. Then it started improving. But even by 9:30, there were less than 20. So that's an apology from your side. Then we went back to the office for a very urgent meeting because the chamber was not ready. And that urgent meeting is about the water situation on our premises. But in terms of, I think, punctuality, we may have to have a debate among ourselves as members of parliament as to why we can't start at 8 or so at 9. I think we need a debate on that one because you get MPs who instruct drivers to pick them at 9 when the session starts at 9. That's very unfortunate. Please, We are honorable. Honorable means a person of high integrity and dignity. Let's start business at 9. The transport situation has improved, and we can be at pub at the right time. Although I also heard that part of the delay this morning was because of the accreditation, which was a bit slow. So because of accreditation, some of you were late, fine. So we hope the situation will then improve. Coming to the water situation, it's really bad. It's embarrassing for us. The reason we are told the city municipal authorities are having problems delivering water to provide that service. The question is, but the other part of Galaga has water. The surrounding hotels have water. So why not at pub? We are told some of these private premises have sunk boreholes or they have tanks in which they buy water when there's a crisis. We also proposed that let's do the same for pub. Why don't we buy water from some mobile deliveries? Then we put water in the pub tank, and then we address the problem. We are again advised that pub premises have no reservoir. We don't have tank in these buildings. There's nowhere where there's a reservoir for water. So we can't buy water, put it in a reservoir for our use. We have to rely on the city water. If we buy water and it's delivered, it can only go into buckets. It can only go into buckets in the various sanitary facilities around. So that's one option. Get buckets whilst the problem is being resolved. You are aware that it is the responsibility of the South African government through their Department of International Relations and Cooperation, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to provide us with these premises and water. DECO are saying they are working on it flat out to see that the problem is addressed. But at the moment, nothing has been, okay, we don't see the water here. So the question is, do we continue sitting? Of course, we can't go back. This is just the second day of the sitting. We can't go back to our countries. That can be a solution. One solution we've asked DECO to do is to find us another place, a hotel suitable, or in the Garaga premises, if they've adequate space, such as this chamber, and also interpretation facilities available. That we have not received feedback yet as to whether we can relocate until the water situation is resolved here. So if we don't, the other option is for you to go back to hotels and connect virtually, and we proceed like that until the situation improves. Of course, there's no guarantee that when everybody goes to hotels, there will be on virtual meetings, although we can still record the attendance. But virtual meeting attendance, as you know, sometimes can be tricky. But that's another option. Today, we have the statement from the chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Musa Faki. It's pre-recorded, so that one can be handled because it can be played at any time when it's convenient. We have a virtual presentation from the Deputy Chairperson of the Union, Dr. Monique Sanzabaganwa. Then we have NEPAD, Peace and Security, Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and Africa Risk Capacity Building. Those are the presentations for today. So whether we should proceed with those presentations, have water in the buckets for today, maybe tomorrow we do committee business from hotels as we try to resolve the situation. It is not an easy situation, but we can't abandon everything. And for that matter, I include the announcement that the Africa Risk Capacity Building, who are presenting today, have funded or sponsored a dinner for us all tonight at Gallagher. I believe it's 6 p.m.? 6:30 at Gallagher, all of us, there's dinner. If we ask them and say, can you postpone because we're in this situation, Gallagher already says, no. Some of we started preparing and bought everything 5 days ago, so we cannot postpone the dinner. So that's the dinner. I just want to make another announcement. So our view as a bureau, we met as bureau and the head of the secretariat and agreed that we should proceed today having water in buckets, not the best arrangement. And as we monitor the situation, by end of day, we'll advise if anything had changed and if we had to proceed to another location or we do virtually from hotels or we come back and be in our committees and using buckets. I think that is something to be decided upon by end of day. So for now, with your concurrence, we can move to the presentations from the chairperson, deputy chairperson, and there's one also from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, then NEPAD. Thank you. Another announcement. Those honorable members who applied passports, AU passports, in September, the passport team from the AU is here with your passports. Maybe you've already collected, but those who don't know, please go and collect your passports. The new members will also visit the AU passport office, which is here, to apply also for their passports. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of Rules of Procedure, it is with great pleasure that I ask the clerk to connect virtually His Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. For those pre-recorded, we can still clap again in appreciation. What do I say now? Thank you very much. The speech from the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I'm actually impressed. Some of the key statements he has made, that the PAP was envisaged to be the voice of the people, the voice in health, the voice of the people in transport issues, industry, energy, education, women issues, youth issues. I can't exhaust the whole list of committees, but it means every committee should know that we are the voice of the people within that particular portfolio, and that our structures should reflect the needs of the people, which means our plans, our strategic plan should reflect the needs of the people, and that we are responsible for integrating Africa, for trade, silencing the guns, and ensuring that Africa has a voice on the world stage, and that we promote and ensure implementation of a common vision guided by Agenda 2063. And that PAP is very important in achieving the AU vision. The chairperson also lamented the collapse of Pan-Africanism and is called upon Pan-African Parliament to fill this gap that is between the founding fathers' own vision of Pan-Africanism and the state of affairs. And he calls for the renaissance of Pan-Africanism. And that Pan-African Parliament should take a lead in reviving Pan-Africanism. And of course, with our diaspora yesterday and their presentations, I think we're moving in the direction that will achieve. And PAP has reached fullness of maturity, and that he calls upon the union to grant full legislative powers, and that the PAP should work with other organs. All these statements are very important for our strategic plan and for our own committee plans. Are we working with other organs? Are we planning in silos? So that, I think there are some key statements that we need to take note of. At this stage, may I request the clerk to connect Excellency Dr. Monique Sanzabagano. Thank you very much. I now call upon Excellency Dr. Monique Sanzabagano, who is Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to present her speech. Well, thank you, Excellency, Dr. Monique Sanza Bangano. Can we give another louder applause? Your Excellency, we are happy that you said you'll be available to listen to debate or contributions by members of parliament to your presentation. And because of the appetite also for the top leadership in the union, the debate may even encroach into areas that were presented by His Excellency Musa Faki, but because you are the deputy, I think we can handle everything. Honorable members, I now open for debate, and there's a list of 11 members who have registered to contribute on the presentation. Those that have just gained interest, as usual, you can send in papers. The first to take the floor will be Honorable Yusuf Mohammed Al-Fakri from Libya.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تحية صباحية لكل الأعضاء الموجودين بهذه القاعة. شكرا سيد الرئيس على إتاحة الكلمة لي لكي أكون أول المشاركين خلال هذه الصباحية. مداخلتي سوف تختصر على المشاركة التي تقدم بها السيد رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي السيد موسى فكي. تكلم السيد رئيس المفوضية على الصعوبات التي تواجه الاتحاد الأفريقي فيما يخص الموارد المالية، وهذا الشيء نحن كأعضاء في البرلمان الأفريقي أو كممثلين للشعوب الأفريقية وللدول الأفريقية في هذا البرلمان نعرف أن هناك إشكالية كبيرة جدا يمر بها الاتحاد الأفريقي فيما يخص الموارد المالية. ولكن كنت أتمنى من السيد رئيس المفوضية أن يتكلم بمعلومات دقيقة وتفاصيل عما يحدث داخل الاتحاد الأفريقي فيما يخص المشاركات، وما هي المشاكل التي تواجه الاتحاد لكي نعمل معا في مساعدته. يعرف السيد رئيس المفوضية نحن كأعضاء ممثلين للدول، هذه دولنا جميعا لديها حكومات، ونستطيع عن طريق بصفاتنا أن نؤثر على حكوماتنا بحيث تعمل على دعم الاتحاد الأفريقي ومفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي. الشيء الآخر الذي تحدث عليه السيد رئيس البرلمان الأفريقي، وأشكره صراحة على هذه المداخلة فيما يخص الدور المهم للبرلمان الأفريقي، تطرق إلى جزئية أن البرلمان الأفريقي يجب أن تكون له دبلوماسية عالية في التحرك والتواصل مع المنظمات الدولية والإقليمية، وهذا شيء مهم جدا. نعرف أن السيد رئيس المفوضية الآن هو على وشك انتهاء ولايته، والمفوضية الآن مقبلة على انتخاب رئاسة جديدة لهذه المفوضية. فهذا الإقراء أو هذا التدخل الذي قام به هو مهم جدا جدا، بحيث أن يحفز البرلمان الأفريقي على دوره الدبلوماسي في تمثيل القارة الأفريقية. ونتمنى أن تؤخذ بهذه التوصية من المرشحين القادمين لقيادة مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي. البرلمان الأفريقي يعرف السيد رئيس المفوضية يعاني من جزئية الإقرار أو الاعتراف أو التصديق من قبل الدول، فنتمنى أن نرى دعم حقيقي من الاتحاد الأفريقي في توجيه الدول بضرورة التصديق وإقرار بروتوكول المنظم لعمل البرلمان الأفريقي. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Honorable Yusuf. Next to take the floor is Honorable Kuchami Fagnon, Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais me féliciter de la pertinence croisée de l'intervention et du président de la commission et de madame qui est intervenue le dernier. Et en ce sens que les deux intervenants ont reconnu le rôle de coordonnateur, de superviseur. Ils ont même parlé de pont en ce qui concerne notre Parlement panafricain, entre l'Union africaine et les gouvernements. Nous devrons saisir l'occasion, et ces deux, et surtout la dernière, est intervenue sur la problématique de plaidoyer, la problématique de mobilisation des ressources auprès des gouvernements plutôt, mais je voudrais insister, puisque nous l'avions mentionné plutôt dans notre proposition d'action au titre de stratégie à mettre en œuvre par le Parlement panafricain la dernière fois. Nous nous réjouissons de deux choses. Que nous puissions donc accélérer, que effectivement la gestion axée sur les résultats puisse être mise en œuvre et que nous puissions effectivement aller vers le sens de concrétiser les objectifs de tout ce que nous envisageons de faire pour assurer la vitalité de notre Parlement en ce qui concerne le plan stratégique, les relations entre notre Parlement et les parlements nationaux, que nous puissions vraiment revoir notre méthode de travail et ainsi de suite, rendre visibles les actions du pape allait nous imposer. Mais seulement, Monsieur le Président, je ne vais pas aborder l'aspect des traités qui doivent être signés, ratifiés. Mon collègue qui m'a précédé a abordé ça. Ce qui a lieu de faire, c'est le serpent qui est en train d'aller se mordre la queue. Pendant qu'ils reconnaissent ça, il nous faut un minimum de budget. Donc, 2025 là, il va falloir que nous sautons sur l'occasion pour que nous ayons un plan de travail annuel qui croise vraiment tout ce qui concerne le challenge qui va être caractérisé le pape comme étant le pont effectif entre l'Union africaine et les gouvernements. C'est-à-dire tout ce qu'ils ont dit là, il nous faut un minimum de budget pour que nous puissions commencer par être très actifs et proactifs au profit des populations. Je voudrais proposer, Monsieur le Président, que en dehors de tout ce qui est mis, vous voyez dans nos pays, il y a pour le développement du sport, les pays concèdent aux sponsors, aux mécènes qui s'engagent pour développer le sport en lien avec la fiscalité, que ce soit de modiques sommes. Vous voyez le nombre de sociétés privées, que ce soit des banques, des assurances, les compagnies aériennes, les sociétés industrielles, qui puissent avoir une résolution qui permette à chaque pays de prélever, même si c'est une modique somme, et cette somme-là va être envoyée pour renflouer les caisses de l'Union africaine, et en retour, les pays pourraient concéder des aménagements fiscaux, comme ça se fait dans le sport. C'est pas de gros sous, mais c'est dans une question d'échelle. C'est-à-dire, c'est une question de loi de grand nombre. Quand on prend 54 pays, ou au moins 40 pays, et vous voyez, toutes ces sociétés privées, si on venait à prendre une résolution comme ça pourrait aller. Ajouter à tout ce qui pourrait être la qualité de nos relations, la qualité de partenariat vis-à-vis des partenaires techniques et financiers que eux-mêmes engagent le pape et n'ont dit que si le pape mobilise de l'argent auprès des partenaires, ça ne peut qu'être minimisé. Si nous voyons tout ça ensemble, mettons-nous au travail, nous avons de beaux chemins, de bons espoirs d'espérer que le pape va devenir plus revitalisant et plus profitable, non seulement pour l'Union africaine, mais aussi pour les États membres et les populations. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Fagnon. Next, take the floor, Honorable Mamelo Boko, Lesotho.
Registered for disaster management, not for. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mohammed Sagres, Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وتبعوا بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. الحقيقة وأنا أستمع إلى هذا التقرير انتابني نوع من الحزن والأسى على وضعية الاتحاد الإفريقي. الاتحاد الإفريقي الذي وضع له الآباء المؤسسون أهدافا كبرى وسامية للنهوض بالقارة، أهداف عظيمة من شأنها النهضة بالقارة الإفريقية، لكن الأوضاع المالية لا تنبئ بخير. لن أخوض كثيرا في تفاصيل تقرير السيدة المحترمة، لكن فقط أردت أن أذكر ببعض المعاني، لأنه إذا كانت القارة الإفريقية تريد أن تصنع هذه الهبة وهذه النهضة، فتحتاج أولا إلى أن القائمين على الدول الإفريقية رؤساء وملوكا وحكومات أن يكون عندهم هذا الإيمان بهذه الأهداف. فمن خلال التقرير والنقص الكبير في التمويل والاستجابة الضعيفة، أو لن أقول ضعيفة، إنما التي لا تصل إلى ما هو مرجو، نشعر من خلالها أنه ليس هناك صدق. على الأقل أرجو أن لا أكون صادقا أو لا أكون مصيبا في هذا الأمر. نقول أن نقص التمويل هذا يدفع بالاتحاد الإفريقي نحو النزوع نحو التمويل الخارجي، والتمويل الخارجي دائما لا يأتي بدون ثمن أو بدون مقابل، فهو دائما سيخضع الاتحاد الإفريقي نفسه لأجندات خارجية، يخضع نفسه إلى ضغوطات. ونحن وأنا أنتمي إلى بلد اسمه الجزائر، رفعنا شعار السيادة، سيادة الدولة على مقدراتها وسيادة على إمكانياتها واستقلالها المالي، ورفعنا شعار الاكتفاء الذاتي. وهذه المعاني التي نريد أن نروج لها في إفريقيا، ولذلك نتمنى أن كل الدول الإفريقية تنحى هذا المنحى وتحقق هذا الاستقلال المالي وتحقق هذا الاكتفاء الذاتي للسيادة على أراضيها والسيادة على مقدراتها. فإذا كان حال الاتحاد الإفريقي هكذا، وهذا الضعف في ناحية التمويل والذي يدفعه أو نحو التمويل الخارجي وما يترتب عليه، فلا أظن أن الدول وهي دول متفرقة وضعيفة هنا وهناك ستتمكن من هذه الاستقلالية المالية التي نصب لها والاكتفاء الذاتي، والتي يترتب عنها سيادة على مقدراتها. وهنا أظن أن القارة لن تتمكن من الوصول إلى هذه النهضة التي نصب إليها. فقط هذه مجموعة من المعاني التي أردت أن أوصلها إلى إخواني، وعليه فالمطلوب هي هبة. ونواب البرلمان هنا سيكون ممكن يكون لهم دور كبير ما دام يمثلون الشعوب، في دور كبير في دولهم لإحداث هذه الهبة. والاتحاد الإفريقي مطالب بإيجاد طرق غير تقليدية وتكون إفريقية لتمويل نشاطاته وتمويل أجهزته وهياكله. وشكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Sagres. Next, take the floor, Honorable Senator Danson Mugatana, Kenya.
Bwana Rais, nilikuwa nataka kujua kama naweza kuongea Kiswahili kama hiyo ukalimani upo.
Yes, the interpreter is alive
Asante.
and already delivering.
Asante sana. Rais, kwanza ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii kutoa asante kwa mazungumzo mazuri ya Mheshimiwa Musa Faki na mazungumzo mazuri ya Dr. Monique. Mimi swali langu ni kwa Musa Faki na Dr. Monique. Tumeongea sana kuhusu mambo ya kuongeza pesa ambazo zinatolewa na nchi za Afrika kwa ajili ya African Union. Swali langu ni kwamba mimi kama Kenya kwa mfano na nchi zingine, nikitoa pesa zangu za mwananchi wa kawaida, ningependa kujua hiyo pesa inatumika namna gani. Yaani kizungu anaitwa oversight. Swali ambalo ningependa kuuliza ni kwa nini nyinyi kama wakubwa wa African Union, AUC, kwa nini hamuwaleti hawa makamishnas wenu na viongozi wenu kwa kamati ya bunge ya Afrika ambayo ni sauti ya wananchi? Ndio wanaweza kuwauliza maswali vile pesa mnatumia huko African Union. Tangu nilipokuja hapa kama mbunge wa Afrika, leo ndio mara ya kwanza namuona Musa Faki akituongelesha. Wewe nimekuona siku ingine. Lakini swali ni kwamba kwa nini hamleti hawa maofisa wenu kwa kamati zetu, ili nikirudi nyumbani Nairobi niwaambie ile pesa mnapeleka African Union, wale wakubwa ambao wanahusika, makamishna, sisi tumewakagua na tumejua pesa yetu imetumika vizuri. Kwa hivyo endeleeni kutoa pesa. Lakini sasa Dr. Monique unatuambia tuende tukawe advocacy, tukafanya advocacy kule nyumbani, lakini hamji kutueleza hii pesa inatumika namna gani. Na sisi tunashindwa sasa. Ukienda kule utasema nini? Wananchi watasema ile pesa ambayo imetumika, kwa nini hamtuelezi? Alafu unataka tuongeze ingine. Sasa hiyo swali nataka kujua ni namna gani. Pili na mwisho, sisi tuliomba kama bunge la Afrika hapa ya kwamba huko juu mpange kwamba wale ambao wanataka kuchukua nafasi ya Mheshimiwa Musa Faki waje kwa bunge hili, waje waongee na wananchi wa Afrika. Sisi ambao tunawasimamia wananchi hao, watueleze policies zao, watafanya nini wakija wakichukua hizo nafasi. Watueleze mipango yao ili tuanze kufanya kazi na wao kama bunge la Afrika. Ningependa kujua maombi haya kama umeyapata na unaona mawazo haya ni mazuri ama ni mabaya, kwa sababu hawa wanne wakija hapa kwa bunge la Afrika na kuongea na sisi, yule atakayeshinda ni ndugu yetu, atakuwa tumejuanza kujuana na tutaenda kusupport kazi ambayo anafanya. Sisi tungependa sana waje, maoni yako na mipangilio yako ni namna gani? Tungeomba sana waje hapa watuongeleshe. Asante sana Rais kwa nafasi hii. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. The next to take the floor, Honorable Salek Abdurrahman Musa, Sahrawi Republic.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا السيد الرئيس على إعطائي الكلمة. الملاحظة التي كنت أوجه قولها هو ما تقدم به الزميل الذي تحدث قبلي من كينيا، وهو التساؤل لماذا كل مداخلات الاتحاد الإفريقي هي مداخلات افتراضية. كنا قبل سنوات يأتي إلى هذه القاعة مفوض الاتحاد الإفريقي والرئيس رئيس الاتحاد الإفريقي والمفوضون الآخرون ليقدموا حالة الاتحاد، حالة السلم والأمن وغير ذلك من المداخلات. ولكن ما الغريب أنه يعني هل هذا هو ناتج عن انشقال أو أخشى أن يكون ناتج أن الاتحاد الإفريقي لم يبقى يعطي للبرلمان الإفريقي القيمة التي يجب أن تعطى له كمؤسسة من أهم مؤسسات الاتحاد الإفريقي. وإلا لماذا كل هذه المداخلات الافتراضية بدل من الحضور؟ هذا هو الانشغال وهذا هو التساؤل الذي لدي، ونتمنى أن نجد إجابة شافية عليه. وشكرا.
شكرا. Next take the floor is Honorable Estam Tony Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. I would like to thank both His Excellency Moussa Faki, the chairperson of the Africa Union Commission, and Her Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Bangawa for the presentations that they made. I would like to say that the vision of having the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament were very good, but they were founded on certain principles and they were founded with a vision. The vision has still been misunderstood, and I think we're actually pitted against each other rather than working together. When I talk about the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament, I believe that when we solve the problems between the African Union and the recognition of the African Union of the significance of the Pan-African Parliament being made to have the necessary resources, being given the legislative power, being independent and able to actually oversight the union itself, that's when we'll be able to achieve the vision. Because right now, it's like they police themselves and they police us, and they don't want to give us the strength that we need to be able to do the work. I mean, in Moussa Faki's statement, he did mention that he wants and he hopes that the Pan-African Parliament, having resolved the past problems that it's had, would be able to have legislative power. It's a shame that that is not one of the things that he attained. And I really pray that my party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the outgoing party leader for the ODM party, who is now a candidate in the AUC, will actually be able to do what is necessary. He's a father of devolution. He believes in independence and growth of countries and units within countries. So with that vision that he comes with and that strength, hopefully we will be able to make the Pan-African Parliament independent, well-resourced, with legislative powers, with committees to oversight the commissioners, because I think the commissioners that we have actually been a big stumbling block to the strength of this parliament. This parliament has a lot to do. I mean, we could be able to do laws in this parliament that can be adopted by the representatives that are represented here in our respective countries to make us actually sync and move together with one vision, one voice. Currently, we don't have that. And then we also need to be able to have penalties for those who do not pay. How do we make them pay? How do we make sure that everybody has a buy-in? Because surely there could be countries that have conflicts within, or countries that have instabilities or financially not strong. But this is where the African Union comes in.
Finish.
Sorry, thank you. There should be a buffer fund that could actually bail out some of the countries that are not able to go forward. I believe that one African country being wealthy is not enough for the entire continent. We need all the 54 countries to be actually able to build on their wealth, build on their resources, and we need to end the conflict. We need to silence the guns. And we need to make sure that the exploitation of African countries by our colonizers needs to end. So we need to take certain decisions for Africa by Africans, not being influenced by the West because we're still dependent on them, on donors. Real independence will come when the African Union is fully funded by the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Felix Mpozeri Niga, Burundi.
Merci, Excellence Président, de m'avoir accordé la parole. J'avais des suggestions, mais mes prédécesseurs en ont déjà parlé, mais j'aimerais soulever une certaine inquiétude. Tout d'abord en remerciant les intervenants pour leurs exposés très riches, mais au regard des chiffres que Dr Monique vient de nous montrer et le constat de M. Moussa Faki, Excellence M. Moussa Faki, qui dit qu'il y a des clans du panafricanisme et constatant les chiffres que vous venez de nous donner par rapport au financement des programmes de l'Union africaine, j'ai des inquiétudes quant à l'aboutissement de la vision 2063. C'est sur ce constat que, quoi que vous nous demandiez de faire le plaidoyer, il faut que vous nous donniez vos stratégies de mobilisation de fonds pour qu'on puisse en échanger et discuter. Parce que nous dire de faire du plaidoyer sans que nous ayons vos stratégies, vos plans stratégiques de mobilisation de fonds pour qu'on puisse s'asseoir ensemble et échanger, ça sera un peu compliqué. Donc, comme mes prédécesseurs l'ont dit, il faut qu'on ait des cadres d'échange, non pas en virtuel, mais physique, pour débattre de toutes ces questions en rapport avec le financement de l'Union africaine, parce que si on n'est pas indépendant financièrement, ce sera impossible d'aboutir à la vision 2060. Donc, je souhaiterais qu'il y ait des cadres d'échange avec les honorables parlementaires du Parlement panafricain, avec les commissaires de l'Union africaine, et particulièrement ceux en charge du financement, pour qu'on puisse adopter des plans stratégiques pour pouvoir résoudre tous ces problèmes. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Next to take the floor is Honorable Jennifer Wibabara, Rwanda.
Thank you, sir. I very much appreciate the presentation of His Excellency, the Chairperson of African Union Commission. I'm very much happy to have Her Excellency Dr. Monique present to us a very excellent presentation as well. Mine starts with what the Chairperson of African Union Commission said. The vision to unite Africa is very much beneficial to all of us as Africans and as member states. And more than ever before, for this continent to survive, we need this spirit to come up and people to come together. Also, as we invested that to the kind of the Pan-African spirit, I was suggesting that a strategy maybe more than PAP or including PAP members of people who can come up with a team to come up with a mobilization strategy to rally back African leaders to the cause of the Union of Africa, so that to survive as a continent, we need to be together and be together is a commitment of leaders, of member states, and of the African people. So there must be a strategy to it. You can't just sit and see it collapsing and the spirit going down. Also, that's why I think with them engaged and committed, then we can talk about the financing. And with financing, I think there needs to be a measures in place, how people are going to honor their pledges, their contribution on member states. If there are no measures or mechanisms of accountability, of enforcement, and maybe there are no consequences. Of course, we are not going to talk about punitive measures, but some simple measures that can make people honor their pledges. Otherwise, it will seem as if things are not done in a very serious way. As many of the points were raised by former colleagues, and we talked about it, I would therefore conclude saying that let us first get the people. Let us first let their spirit back to the cause and the reason why. And I think with that, we shall get the money and we shall get the commitment. And this move would involve young people. That will be very good. So that the vision of the founding father and the survival of our country will be realized. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. When you address this chair, you don't say, sir. You say, Mr. President. The next speaker is Honorable Sophia Jimbreo Djibouti.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, j'avais demandé la parole sur la question concernant l'industrialisation en Afrique et non les deux thèmes qui se sont succédés. Je suis désolée.
Thank you. Then you then speak on that topic. Honorable Senior Ahmed, Sahrawi Democratic Republic.
اسمح لي سيد الرئيس، أنا طلبت الكلمة في موضوع حالة حقوق الإنسان وليس هذه الموضوعين.
Thank you. Honorable Lloyd Kasingo, Namibia.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor. I'm just going to comment briefly on the 2 points, namely the decline of Pan-Africanism and the levy. I believe that Agenda 2063 cannot be achieved if all of us here in the future who will govern Africa during 2063 cannot understand Pan-Africanism. I believe that the revival of Pan-Africanism is very important even for us as an African continent to talk of funding ourselves. If we don't have that spirit, we keep on banging to the others, although our continent is very rich. So the revival of Pan-Africanism, the spirit among ourselves who are present in the future, we cannot also strengthen our organs of the AU, our court, our legislative body, PAP, and to ensure that we ratify Malabo Protocol. And all of us, the member state, our head of state, must understand that need. Having said that, the decline of this Pan-Africanism in Namibia, we have also noticed that. In particular, among the youth, they don't understand it. What some of them, not all, they are aiming just to get rich quick. And to ensure that the whole country having a bread, not all of them understand. And the question arises that who will respect a poor person who is sitting on top of the rich underground? Africa as a continent is very, very rich, but its people is poor. Some countries, they manage to have those resources, mines, diamond, but because of mismanagement, the poor become poor. And the outsiders, they are happy with this. We go and study America, where, but
finish. Another minute. Another minute, you finish.
I talk in my, yeah, our minds are not free. And henceforth, I would like to propose that as His Excellency, our chair, His Excellency Musa Faki, proposed that Pan-African Parliament are key. We go back home and try in our respective parliament, in our respective government, to come up, to put up structures, in particular aiming at the youth, so that they can understand where does AU come from. Even PAP was brought up by those people who are no more, some of them are here. My president, Semani Wama, is still alive. And they said the need that AU must have a legislative body. So those people, they understand and they have the spirit of Pan-Africanism. And I can quickly say that might be in the future, anyone who will be a member from Pan-African Parliament must test that really he understands that spirit. Yeah, concerning the levy, as I stated that we are rich, Africa is rich, Africa is rich, might be those levies must come up from our resources, our diamond, our oil also. They must pay levy, and the levy just go direct to AU to fund ourselves. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency Faki, and Your Excellency, the Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kasingo. I'm advised that I share this information, that this morning we have unprecedented high number. Now, numbers of people following live on our platforms. That this debate, maybe because of the chairperson and deputy chairperson, we have thousands, if not millions, who are following this debate. Thank you. And also the interest to debate has increased. I have received extra expressions or registrations, 5 more. Okay, actually received 7. So the next speaker to take the floor is Honorable Kasanji Ngoi Alphonse, DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour m'avoir accordé la parole. Je tiens à féliciter les 2 allocutions de Son Excellence Moussa Faki, de la vice-présidente Monique. J'ai noté la volonté de l'effectivité et des pouvoirs du pape de la part de Son Excellence Moussa Faki. Mais ce qui m'a fait beaucoup de regrets, c'est que Madame Monique, la vice-présidente, a dit par rapport aux engagements des chefs d'État de prélever les 0,2% sur les importations, ce qui avait amené de progresser de 6% en 2016 à 45% en 2019. Et que maintenant, on est retombé à 9%. Donc, les raisons sont lesquelles? Pourquoi on est retombé à 9%? Si le Parlement, qui est interpellé de s'impliquer afin que les chefs d'État respectent les États respectent leurs engagements. Parce que ce que je remarque est que dans beaucoup d'organisations sous-régionales, ils arrivent à mobiliser des recettes, à atteindre parfois leur budget, mais qu'au niveau de l'Union africaine, on a tendance à tendre la main à l'extérieur. Donc, cette indépendance n'est pas là, alors que beaucoup de conflits que nous enregistrons au continent viennent de l'extérieur. Alors, je propose à notre Parlement une mission, que le Parlement puisse constituer une mission des différents députés d'autres pays et que les pays qui ne contribuent pas, nous puissions faire des missions dans ces pays pour pouvoir les sensibiliser, afin de pouvoir contribuer pour avoir le financement interne. Parce que si nous dépendons de l'extérieur, il y aura toujours persistance des conflits, parce que ceux qui attisent les conflits viennent de l'extérieur. Et si ce sont eux qui nous financent, eh ben, on n'aura pas la paix en Afrique. Donc, je souhaite qu'il y ait une mission. Je sais que c'est coûteux. Le Parlement panafricain n'a pas de budget, mais faire des efforts pour constituer une commission afin de nous déployer dans des pays qui n'arrivent pas à contribuer au financement de l'Union africaine. Voilà ce que j'avais à dire et à proposer. Merci.
Thank you. The next take the floor will be Honorable John Bon Bideri of Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I would like, first of all, to thank His Excellency Musa Faki and Their Excellency Monica Nsanzabaganwa for their excellent presentations. I want to begin by, first of all, thanking the leaders of this continent for having come up with a program for resource mobilization, as outlined in the presentations, both in Johannesburg and in Kigali. I think that's a very positive step towards the realization of having independence in terms of resources for the continent. I do agree that Africa indeed deserves to have financial independence in order for it to drive the Agenda 2063. However, looking at or listening to the presentation, in my view, I think that very minimal funding for programs, in particular, will certainly affect the achievement of this vision. And therefore, I do agree entirely with the proposal by the deputy chairperson that countries must actually, or rather the parliamentarians, should be able to make an effort to advocate within their member countries so that the commitments that the countries agreed towards the realization of resource mobilization for the continent are achieved. So I support that, and I think the proposal from our colleague from DRC makes a lot of sense towards this. I do know that my country, Rwanda, has actually committed, since 2017, has imposed this level of 0.2% towards the mobilization of resources for the African Union, and it is working very well. And therefore, on this note, I would also want to find out from Her Excellency Monica Nsanzabaganwa what are actually the challenges that countries have in terms of mobilizing these resources, in terms of raising the resources as agreed in Johannesburg and in Kigali. If she can kindly share with us those challenges, that might also help us to, take the step towards going to our countries to mobilize or to advocate for the mobilization of these resources. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Bideri. Next, take the floor is Honorable Kamau Margaret, Professor from Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. May I start by thanking the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission for their good presentations. And I want to only make two brief comments. One, I want to agree with their proposal on the roles of the PAP. It is a bit surprising for those of us who arrived last year that we have not had a very strong working relationship between the AU Commission and the PAP, because this is what would have unlocked a lot of things. Some of the things we are talking about today should not have been here if there was a close relationship between the African Union Commission and the PAP, because the goal is one. I agree that one of the key roles of the Pan-African Parliament is that of monitoring and accountability, as explained by Deputy Chairperson Monique. Also, she mentioned that we must be the bridge between the AU and the partner states. That I also agree. But for us to be able to do that, we must be very clear about one thing, that parliaments, whether it's in PAP or in the national parliaments, work on transparency and accountability as the driver even of budgeting. How, therefore, do we persuade and advocate for better budgets if we are not able to discuss accountability and transparency of the AU itself? It is very important, therefore, that as we have listened to the chair and the vice chair today, that they go back and give us proposals on how to implement this accountability and transparency, which must start from the budget process, because we need to know where the money is going, because you cannot monitor something that you do not know. We can only monitor expenditure of the African Union when we know and have approved that budget. It is this House that we must allow to scrutinize and to approve the budget. After all, what are we hiding? We are all in the same family, the AUC, the other arms of the African Union, and this parliament. Let us be open to one another. Let's agree that the driver should be accountable.
Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. It is very, very important that we start from the budgeting, the spending, and for us to be to monitor anything that is going on. Otherwise, Mr. President, the Pan-Africanism cannot be dying when we are here. It should be, we should be the ones encouraging. But those who are encouraging are not very conscious of what else is going on in this, in the other arms. And I therefore would like to suggest that for us, we must have an active relationship between the Pan-African Parliament and the other arms. We even dared in our committee when I was giving the report that we want to have a huge conference of all the arms and we agree on how we are working. Because unless we streamline this House, we are not going to be able to do much. With those, I really thank them for the good speeches, but we must agree on how to implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Next, take the floor is Honorable Costa Adalberto.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Sr. Presidente Charumbira. Eu começo por saudar Sua Excelência, o Presidente da Comissão, Moussa Faki, também a doutora Monique, pelas intervenções feitas. Eu gostava de centrar a minha intervenção nas questões
interpretation. Okay, the application is now started. Yeah, it's okay now. Start.
Ok? Preciso de repetir. Dizia eu que saudava a professora, a doutora Monique, e saudava também o presidente da comissão, Moussa Faki, pelas intervenções feitas. Eu gostava de dirigir a minha intervenção relativa às questões de paz, segurança e desenvolvimento. Estão relacionadas, as questões económicas também bastante relacionadas a esta. E eu começava por fazer um apelo a este Parlamento para que se pronuncie sobre a situação delicada que se vive em Moçambique hoje. Moçambique, depois do processo eleitoral, vive uma grande instabilidade e um grande risco. Sua Excelência Moussa Faki fez um pronunciamento apelando à manutenção da paz e, tal como aqui foi repetido, esta é a casa que representa a voz dos povos, a soberania dos povos. Não seria bom que o Parlamento Pan-Africano ficasse à distância de um conflito que se está a passar aqui ao lado e que apelasse à intervenção de todos os seus membros para que não se caminhasse para mais um conflito ou para mais uma grande instabilidade. Eu vou terminar com um caso que é hoje uma realidade no nosso continente. A nossa juventude, que é maioritária no âmbito das populações do continente, vai se mostrando, alguma dela, um pouco frustrada com as instituições. E reage quando os direitos democráticos não são garantidos. E alguma desta juventude vai para posições radicais. Era importante que nós não permitíssemos que esse fosse o caminho. E não permitindo isso é intervir. É fazer valer o respeito pelos direitos humanos. É fazer o respeito pelos Estados democráticos e de direito. É fazer o respeito pelos atos de eleições transparentes e democráticas. Para que evitemos conflitos, para que se faça uma boa gestão dos orçamentos, para termos um melhor continente. E, de facto, esta era a minha grande razão da intervenção. Ajudemos Moçambique a solucionar os casos de violência que vive. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Wachira Mukami Rahab, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I want to thank the presenters, the chairman, Moussa Faki, and the deputy, Dr. Monique. That was a good presentation. I don't want to say much. I just want to support the colleagues who have talked here, because it's really worrying to hear that African Union, they are also going through challenges to raise funds for Africa. And I'm asking myself, if African Union is not able to raise funds, and here in Pan-African Parliament, we are always saying that we are not able to operate because we don't have funds, what are we going to do? And what I would like to tell you, the deputy, I think it's important to work with Pan-African Parliament because we are member of Parliament. And the challenges you are talking about, like the member state not contributing, and also the resource mobilization, as members of Parliament are the only members who can help you to do that. But now if you sideline us, because most of the time we are not even able to operate, like me, I'm in Eastern Caucasus, and we are not even able to go for a single mission because we don't have money. And saying that we are here to raise voice for Africans, I don't know what we are going to do. Now here, you've told us that you want us to advocate for the money. And I'm asking myself, how am I going to advocate for money? And yet, AU is not ready to be accountable. Because you see, I have heard from the chairman has said that now Pan-African Parliament has matured to be a full legislative an oversight house. Why can't you allow us to do that? Because now when we do that, we'll be able to go and talk to our country, talk to our members, our presidents, and they'll be able now to give money to the African Union. I can also thank you because you said you come with a program of resource mobilization, and that is a brilliant idea. However, let's account for this money, monitoring and evaluation. The commissioners should be accountable. They should not dictate to us. We are members of parliament and we are elected, and that is why we are here. And we are ready to work with you and make sure that the Africa is moving to the next level. All the same, let's work together. I urge you to work closely with us because we are all here to present hope and we are here to represent hope and vision of Africa. Thank you very much and all the best. God bless.
Asante, Honorable Mbo.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. We thank both speakers, His Excellency Faki and Dr. Monique, for telling us today what's actually happening at the African Union. And I think today, Honorable Speaker, it is very evident that as a union, we must look at ourselves from all angles. I will start with the decline in the Pan-Africanism in the continent here. But then the question is, what is the AU doing to correct that? Honorable Speaker, we are here speaking in a language that we do not own. And we've been talking about it for a long time. In fact, we've been segregated by Francophone, Anglophone, Arabophone, Lusophone, everything for something we do not own. How can we promote Pan-Africanism if the language that we speak in this parliament or at the level of the AU does not even belong to us? Do you expect Pan-Africanism to be promoted? No. We must develop our own language. And I've said this since 2017. Let's develop our own language and nurture that in our curriculum in our schools. And in the next 10, 15 years, anywhere you go, Eswatini, Kenya, Gambia, Burundi, you speak the language, somebody's going to talk to you. Not this English language, not this French language that doesn't do anything else but to divide this continent. We must think twice and we must take a look at our strategies as a union. I am not surprised by the decline because Africa is a very young population, but we must instill that Pan-Africanism in us. We must instill that mentality in us, and that's going to change our thinking. We must think Africa. And unless and until we do that, promote our culture, stop this language that divides us, we will not go anywhere. And I'm glad that the chairman actually has mentioned that. And personally, I'm not even surprised. We must do better for the African population. Honorable Speaker, to talk about the financial aspect of it, I mean, it's quite evident. We here as members of parliament, we are the one that approve budgets in our countries. We are the one that approve monies that goes to the AU. We are the one that approve budgets to do all development in our own countries. But at the end of the year, financial year, the parliament is given an audit. How have you used that money? I've been here for 7 good years, Honorable Speaker, as a member of this parliament. I've never seen the AU audit. I've never seen that. Here. Even the budget of the African Union that we actually fund, we have not seen. So how do you expect us as members of parliament to help promote participation by the African people to ensure that we contribute? Have a minute, please. Yes, how can you expect us as members of parliament to help promote the funding of the AU when money is given, we do not know when the money is spent. We do not know where is it. Where is it? I mean, we must be factual here and we must be truthful. Tell us where the money is going and we will go back to our own countries and tell them to pay for the AU because the AU is meant for the African population. But if you do not know where the money is going, it'll be very difficult, doctor, to tell my country, the Gambia, to contribute. The last time I've checked with my Minister of Finance, he told me that Gambia is up to date until August. Because I wanted to know exactly what's happening. But how about other countries? If you want them to pay, please bring an audited report of the AU in the parliament here. We will debate it. Bring the budget of the AU. We will debate it. We know exactly where the African money is going. Thank you very much.
I think this is the last name on the list.
Your Excellency,
Honorable Barakat.
Your Excellency, I submitted my name.
I haven't seen it so far, but let me take note. That is Honorable Suleiman. Is it? All right. So Honorable Barakat, proceed.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, ainsi que le collègue vice-président. Nous remercions en tout cas le président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Monsieur Moussa Faki, ainsi que la vice-présidente, Dr Moni. On sait que le Parlement panafricain n'a pas de pouvoir législatif. Nous croyons que le président et le vice-président qui sont avec nous aujourd'hui, la Commission de l'Union africaine, sont bien placés pour contribuer au plaidoyer pour la ratification du protocole révisé de Malabo, du pape. Le pape essaie de faire sa part de travail en termes de plaidoyer, mais est-ce que, en tant que Commission de l'Union africaine, comment vous acquittez de ce plaidoyer, puisque c'est un travail qui doit être commun. En attendant son pouvoir législatif, le pape doit normalement suivre la mise en œuvre des politiques et des programmes continentaux. Or, on constate depuis quelques années que même le budget des différents organes de l'Union africaine n'est pas transmis au pape. Nous avions l'habitude, en tout cas, ici au pape, d'avoir le budget, je crois, si ma mémoire est bonne, au mois de mars. Mais aujourd'hui, en tout cas, aucun budget de l'Union africaine n'a été réussi. Et pire encore, certains départements de la Commission de l'Union africaine ne collaborent pas avec le pape et ses différentes commissions permanentes. Donc, comment résoudre ces incompréhensions pour permettre au pape de jouer son rôle de contrôle et de supervision des activités continentales? Enfin, les parlementaires du pape doivent être régulièrement informés du processus de réforme des organes de l'Union africaine. Un des thèmes phares, je crois, de cette réforme est l'indépendance financière de l'Union africaine. Je vous remercie.
I think the actual last is the Vice President, Honorable Jida.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais profiter de l'occasion pour féliciter leurs excellences, le président de la Commission, Moussa Faki Mohamed, pour avoir détaillé toute l'attente du Parlement panafricain par rapport au financement. Notre réflexion sur le fonctionnement du Parlement panafricain ainsi que le plan stratégique qu'on vient de soumettre à l'auguste membre du Parlement panafricain. Donc là, je pense que le président Moussa Faki avait pris en considération avait pris en considération notre plan stratégique. Et je voulais profiter de l'occasion aussi pour féliciter la vice-présidente, Dr Monique, qui nous a un peu éclairci sur le financement du Parlement panafricain et un peu détaillé même, en détail. Hein? Donc, les gens ont beaucoup plus parlé par rapport au financement, d'où vient le financement, les 2%. Donc, le 2%, c'est quoi? Les 2% sur quoi? Les gens n'ont pas indiqué. Et je pense que, madame, vous pouvez nous confirmer. Les 2%, moi, je trouve que c'est les 2%, comme au Tchad, dans mon pays. nous avons mis les 2% sur l'importation. Alors donc, dans tous les pays africains, donc les 54 pays, si dans l'importation, on prend les 2%, et quel est le pays qui couvre ces 2% et qui ne verse pas à l'Union africaine? Et donc, si les pays couvrent ces 2%, ils récupèrent les 2% sur l'importation de tout ce qu'on amène sur le commerçant, les hommes d'affaires africains, et qu'ils ne versent pas, nous payons directement, en tout cas en achetant des articles, nous payons, c'est les peuples qui payent. Mais ils ne versent pas. C'est l'État qui ne verse pas. Qui dit l'État, dit l'Union africaine. Donc, les chefs d'État, ils se réunissent pour faire pour des conférences, et quitte à vous de leur demander ou au comité exécutif. Maintenant, s'il y a un État qui n'a pas payé, ou bien qui ne s'est pas acquitté de ses engagements, nous avons vu la dernière fois, vous avez suspendu certains pays des activités de l'Union africaine par défaut de cotisation. Pourquoi ne pas suspendre les pays là? C'est là où il faut suspendre. Et est-ce que ces 2% que vous récupérez ne couvrent pas les dépenses? Donc, si ça ne couvre pas les dépenses, on aura besoin des partenaires pour couvrir. Et pourquoi ne pas augmenter? Chez nous, je constate dans notre communauté économique de l'Afrique centrale, on a quand même 4% pour la communauté, pour l'intégration communautaire. Donc maintenant, et puis, oui, les 4%, oui, pour l'intégration communautaire. Et puis, on a les 1% aussi, qui est la taxe communautaire d'intégration aussi. Ça fait 5%. Et puis, au lieu de prendre 0,2% pour l'Union, alors que nous, au niveau communautaire, on a 0,5%, pourquoi ne pas prendre 0,5% aussi pour l'Union africaine, dans tous les pays? Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, j'attends la réponse par rapport à ça. Si les 5% peuvent couvrir les dépenses par rapport à l'Union africaine, je pense qu'il faut récupérer chez le pays et au lieu de demander aux partenaires qui vont nous imposer à faire des choses. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. I've received another or two more requests to take the floor. I'm aware the chairperson wants to also be excused very soon. So I request that those who take the floor now, having requested late, should also be very, very brief. Honorable Jolly, Jacques Diarassi.
Merci beaucoup, honorable président, pour la parole. Je vais être très bref, même si la question est fondamentale et existentielle aussi bien pour notre institution, le Parlement, que pour l'ensemble de l'architecture politico-institutionnelle de l'Union africaine. Je voudrais remercier de son Excellence Monsieur Honorable Faki, président de la Commission, ainsi que Madame la vice-présidente chargée des questions de finances. Honorable Président, en écoutant l'honorable Faki et Madame évoquer particulièrement cette question des reculs du panafricanisme, je voudrais vous dire que dans mon pays, qui avait inscrit dans sa constitution, à l'article 215, l'opportunité pour notre pays, à l'article 217, de conclure des traités comportant un abandon partiel de la souveraineté en vue de l'unité africaine, cette disposition est fortement contestée à cause des résultats de l'Union africaine à la suite de l'OUA. Et la philosophie de la Renaissance africaine, surtout auprès de la jeunesse, est aujourd'hui mise en ballottage. Pourquoi, honorable président? Honorable président, l'agenda 2063, je veux bien y croire comme vous. En 2063, nous serons tous morts. Honorable président, un processus d'intégration de 34 ans à 6 étapes. Et lorsqu'on analyse ces étapes-là, on voit la première étape, c'est le communauté économique régionale. Si on fait les bilans, ce qui concerne l'Afrique centrale, les bilans est largement négatif et on voit plutôt une région dominée par des conflits, des guerres et des agressions entre États voisins. Il y a donc un problème. À mon avis, l'intégration africaine doit nous inviter à une réflexion. Est-ce qu'en prenant le schéma de l'Union africaine, qui est presque calqué sur celui de l'Union européenne, tout simplement sur le plan institutionnel, et ne pas comprendre que l'intégration est d'abord économique, physique. Les outils qui ont été mis en place depuis le plan d'action de Lagos, qui étaient essentiellement économiques, la vision de Monrovia, c'était économique, parce que nous sommes trop dans la politique, dans la philosophie, dans les débats théoriques, que dans l'action sur le terrain. Les jeunes Africains.
Yeah, thank you very much. We can now move to Honorable Sakata Gary of DRC.
Honorable Président, merci pour la parole que vous m'accordez. J'avais déjà déposé ma demande, mais je crois que c'était perdu. Alors, je remercie le président Moussa Faki ainsi que Madame Monique pour leur intervention. Alors, j'ai noté dans leur déclaration qu'il y a un déclin ou un affaissement du panafricanisme et la montée des groupes sectoriels partout en Afrique. Cette situation, comme vous le savez, psychologique a un lien, à mon avis, avec la volonté des États à contribuer financièrement de manière volontaire au budget de l'État. Mais la question que l'on peut se poser, c'est comment les États vont-ils se sentir, et certains l'ont dit ici, vont-ils se sentir obligés de payer financièrement s'ils ne reçoivent pas la pression du peuple. Et le peuple ici est représenté par le pape. Alors, pour arriver à démêler cet écheveau, donc à trouver solution à cette affaire, le pape devait jouer le rôle de pivot, comme eux-mêmes l'ont dit, en faisant monter la voix du peuple. Donc moi, je considère que ce déficit de contribution a un lien avec l'absence d'un idéal politique. C'est vraiment d'ordre politique. Or, cet idéal idéologique est la somme des volontés de nos peuples. C'est donc le pape qui est en contact avec le peuple. Sans budget, comment le pape, sans budget conséquent, comment le pape va-t-il être en contact avec le peuple? Comment le pape va-t-il vulgariser la politique africaine auprès des citoyens? En plus, comme l'ont déjà dit certains ici, nous, membres du pape, qu'allons-nous dire au peuple dès lors que nous ne savons pas échanger directement avec les membres de la commission africaine? Nous devons donc prendre conscience que celui qui nous finance est celui qui nous oriente. Pour y parvenir, nous devons donc parler au peuple. Nous devons redynamiser, comme l'ont déjà dit certains ici, le panafricanisme, ce qui implique que la fin des guerres. Quelles guerres? Les guerres soutenues par des forces étrangères, dont des pays souvent occidentaux, et prises en charge par nous. Tout ce que nous dépensons pour financer les guerres devait servir à financer les objectifs de l'Union africaine. Ce qui me permet de conclure en disant que je voudrais poser enfin une question à Madame Monique et à Monsieur Moussa Faki. Comment veulent-ils qu'on puisse remédier à cette situation? Parce que vous ne contactez pas celui qui représente le peuple. Nous devions nous mettre ensemble pour que nous puissions y mettre et ajouter des inputs afin que ce programme soit complet, inclusif et associatif. J'invite donc l'exécutif à accentuer le dialogue avec le Parlement panafricain pour arriver à un idéal panafricain objectif et sincère. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I think the last contribution from Honorable Vice President, Dr. Gayo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Chairperson of African Union, Mr. Moussa Faki, and the Deputy Chairperson, Her Excellency, Monique, Dr. Monique. Your Excellency, Dr. Monique, you asked the Pan-African Parliament to fund itself, to be self-sufficient. At the same time, you can witness that Pan-African Parliament raised around $3.5 million. And we came to your office, asked how to utilize that money. Of course, positively you tried to assist us. You went through all the documents and the rules of financial rules of African Union. Finally, you found that it's not possible. So Pan-African Parliament to use that money, it should come to the same basket to African Union so that it can be maybe redistributed to organs of the African Union. In this way, how can Pan-African Parliament finance itself and can be self-sufficient, Your Excellency? Secondly, regarding the budget hearing, I know during Madam Zuma, when she was the chairperson of African Union Commission, since 2010, we were here, we debated on the budget of the Union, and we contributed. But later on, we heard the Legal Council of African Union advised that since the Pan-African Parliament doesn't have legislative power, they cannot debate on the budget, which was very wrong, Your Excellency. Very wrong. Our consultative role, our advisory role, allow us to debate on that budget of the Union. Given that the budget is a budget of the taxpayers needs transparency and accountability, it should come to the representatives of the people. So my question now, Your Excellency, can you advise your successors at least to come to Pan-African Parliament and table the budget to the Parliament to debate? I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. I think we've come to the, what I may call the end.
Excellency, you are forgetting about me.
Oh, by the way, you are a latecomer, please do it under 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. My intervention will be very short, and I would like to thank the chairperson of AUC and his deputy. I want to speak on the decline of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism will be simply declined because the leaders of the continent are not Pan-Africanist oriented. Most of the leaders who are heads of states, they have no commitment to Pan-Africanism. So it will be very difficult to sell the idea to the grassroots. Your Excellency, the diaspora, I want to ask the chairperson of AUC, the diaspora has been recognized as the 6th region of AU. Why is it that they are not still represented in this house? And it's high time we recognize these people as the members of this continent. What reason of the order they were taken from us, which nobody appreciated. History will never forgive anybody who contributed to the taking of our own siblings who are elsewhere. Now they want to come home and be part of us. So they need to be reintegrated. And these are the people who can make this continent to move because they have the expertise, they have the resource, they have the energy. So Africa can be only for Africans, both at home and those in diaspora. So time has come to fulfill the prophecy made by Marcus Messiah Garvey that we must return to our homeland, that is Africa. Africa for Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. We have how many minutes before 1? I was about to cut at about 15, 14 minutes. The deputy chairperson will take about 10 minutes or more. I just want to say to the deputy chairperson, Your Excellency, this house in September made a proposal that since one of our functions as PAP is to promote deepened democracy on the continent and ensure a culture of democracy. I'm actually quoting from the rules or the protocol. Made a proposal that why don't we have the candidates for the AUC chairmanship of those who are aspiring to be chair of the African Commission, to come to PAP at one of the sittings before the elections, to come and present here. We go live, and then the continent can see who these people are and of what capacity. Can you relay that to the chairperson and say, can we be given an opportunity to invite these people to PAP before February at any sitting, so that, they speak to the continent and the citizens. Then the other is the issue of violations of the protocol by the AU or AUC itself. We are aware that in the case of PAP, when there is only some perception of violation of protocol, we hear very loud voices in Addis about PAP violating this and that. But for example, the union is violating Article 10 of the Pan-African Parliament, which says the Pan-African parliamentarians shall be paid an allowance to meet their expenses in the discharge of their duties. Since 2019, there's been no allowance paid to members of PAP. And some exercise was undertaken in Addis, where PAP was excluded in violation of Article 10 of the protocol establishing Pan-African Parliament. I know this has been mentioned, but I want to mention that it's actually Article 11, 2, under functions and powers of the Pan-African Parliament. It says one of the functional powers is to discuss the budget of PAP and the budget of the AU and make recommendations thereon prior to its approval by the Assembly. It's in the protocol. But the AU is ignoring this. And again, these are violations. So when the violations are done in Addis, they are inconsequential. Then the protocol says, under Article 11, again, functions and powers, it says PAP can request officials of the AU and other organs to attend its sessions, produce documents, or assist in the discharge of their duties. Currently, commissioners generally 80% or 90% of the requests, nobody comes to PAP. Maybe I'll stop here and I can now give you the opportunity to respond to issues raised during the debate. Thank you, Your Excellency.
under an FTA, having a regional trade agreement, you can always have a way of not being bound. But maybe some issues also concern some bilateral trade agreements that these countries might be having with other countries, which will invoke then the most favored nation clause and so on and so forth. So that has been another category of challenges. Really that are related to WTO, World Trade Organization's rules. But we have also seen other categories of challenges, namely technical issues. Countries, some countries like South Africa, for instance, they have cited that, this provision is not in line with their constitution, that they are not allowed to have such an instrument. So legal issues, technical complications or complexities have been also cited. We have seen also countries that, by the way, have domesticated, but in the implementation, they are even being challenged. And sometimes they even don't pay in full or in arrears, yet they have domesticated this instrument. Countries like, for instance, Chad and others, that sometimes it can be also technical issues of managing an escrow account, creating a linkage between the tax authorities and the central bank where the money should be collected into an account, and then the remitting channels and so on and so forth. So there is a number of situations we have analyzed and studied, which indeed, as a strategy, we will go case by case, engaging particular authorities. There is also loss of, I would say, institutional memory, and we need really to bring this decision on the table of the current administrations in the countries, and involve also the regulators, especially the customs and the central banks, and the other, the parliaments, so that really this engagement is deepened. We have been reaching out to regional economic communities like ECOWAS, like ECAS. We are planning to go there, ESC, to see how, to the point of one member who mentioned the ECAS. I'll get to that later, but let me mention it now while I'm on that 0.2% heavy issue. That actually, ECOWAS, they have a practice of levying. ECAS, they have a practice of levying. Why don't we just top on it? That is 0.2% that should accrue to the African Union. Technically, it's feasible. So we are really bringing this aggressively on the table. We are engaging with the ministers of finance as much as possible, but we need, and like one member you mentioned or more, the PAP is so critical and instrumental in really winning this battle of engagement, and also of seeing to the specific details of what it means for a particular jurisdiction to domesticate this and to implement it. And if there are any variants to it that can achieve the same purpose, then let also that be done. So that's for the 0.2% levy. That's what is going on. Now, while I'm still on the issue of finance, we have a sanctions regime that is working. That has categories, layers of gravity, like when you are still in arrears, maybe delayed by 6 months, then by 12 months, then by more. Your sanctions keep increasing, and that sanction regime on countries is really helping. But some countries just can't afford not to be sanctioned because of circumstances, unfortunately. Then, in the interest of time, let me rush to the questions around accountability, because that is another theme that you rightly so raised. On this theme of accountability, let me start by saying that indeed, as African Union, in its organs, including the policy organs like the Executive Council and the Assembly, and then other organs like the PRC and the Parliament and others, we are all in this issue of really making the African Union project work. And in addition to really that Pan-Africanist spirit, which we should continue emphasize across, including even across the staff of the union and also the ambassadors, permanent representatives here in Addis and everywhere. That's really something that we need to continue working on. But there is also a reality we need to know. This your commission, in matters of deciding on this budget and budget allocations and appropriations, its powers are limited. We've had over the couple of years to engage with PAP to try and advocate for it. Luckily, we managed to get a supplementary budget, but it's always a tug of war. And the challenges are systemic. They are systemic in a way that, to start with, of course, member states are at the core of everything because they are the ones who would decide what to do, how much to allocate, and which instruments to ratify, what decisions of reform to implement. And it always comes back to our member states who are, in other words, you as members of parliament being part of that community called member states. So within each member state, again, PAP is very, very important to help really this whole system work. And accountability also checked within the AU and also within the country on how member states' responsibilities also can be working towards really making this union work. The issues of budget, according to the financial rules we have today, unfortunately, we don't have yet that legislative role in PAP. But to your point, President, even consultative, that one, at least in my term, which is now coming to an end after 4 years, we haven't done that. And it's unfortunate that that has not been done. And that a legal opinion was mentioned that was kind of advising against, and also the whole process being not even in the hands of the commission. I remember there was a time I was fighting with the members of the PRC, saying, me as the deputy chairperson, I've been voted by the heads of state just to be accountable on issues of finance. How can not be a DCP who is technically like a finance minister for the union is not presenting to the executive council, and then the submission on budget goes through the PRs, and they are the ones who are presenting to the executive council. I raised that anomaly, and I don't know how many attacks I got in terms of, this is it. That's how we've been doing it. We should keep doing this. So it's really a challenge that we have, maybe taking the opportunity of the reform to really streamline and clarify that really some of these roles and the segregation of duties and accountability, really, it's very, very important that we look at these issues, and the role of Parliament and on demanding accountability and on monitoring, as I mentioned in the key roles, really being upheld at whatever cost that there is no cost even. in my view. So it's something that we are going to pursue. We are working with the champion on reforms to some of the ideas that we have in mind are really to make sure that this is rehabilitated, because it will bring sanity to the system and also accountability to the citizens. On another topic that has been raised on support to PAP, I think, like Chairperson mentioned, really we've always advocated for our oversight institutions to be adequately provided so that we don't be seen as we are stifling their role. Unfortunately, we have a challenge whereby member states have capped the budget, member states' contributions to only $200 million for almost the last 3 years or so. My first year was 205, then it reduced to 203, and then now to 200 period. And this is the budget you have to run the union. Operations, yes, we cover, but then programs, it remains with 9% for next year. Just because of that, even the 0.2% levy is not going to help if we don't deal with this issue of capping. Because the 0.2% levy, in its design, it had been simulated to collect $1.2 billion every year across the union. And that was in 2016, which means even today it could even be more because our economies have grown. But the rationing is actually defeating the whole purpose. Even if we domesticate it, the 17 countries that have domesticated this instrument, they are only paying to the tune of what is assessed proportionately to those 200 millions. They cannot pay more, but they're using the remaining for other needs. They can use it for whatever they want, as long as they have paid what is due to the union. So we need to unlock this capping, and which was imposed because of the challenges of COVID-19, but we need to sincerely revisit it. I don't see how we are going to continue survive on $200 million budget when we have a number of programs to implement, including supporting the PAP. That's why you're not getting enough in terms of money you need to do the programs. And how are we going to domesticate Agenda 2063? How are you going to sensitize and popularize it? How are we going to continue monitoring that countries are actually implementing and are reporting? It's going to be difficult. And then we are, yes, at the G20, but then we'll keep begging. And it will also defeat the purpose of even claiming the platform at the global scene. So that's where the chairperson actually was really kind of lamenting that situation, because it's so dire, and we need to do something about it collectively. So yes, the commission as the executive arm, we are responsible, we are accountable to the tune of what we have in hands to manage, but then what we have in hands might not be enough. We are struggling in terms of reform, we are struggling in terms of staffing, we are struggling in terms of IT platforms and whatever, and these are limiting our potential to deliver as an organization. On the other side, we are also working on our internal weaknesses, as I mentioned, because we still have also issues of limited capacity of implementation. Sometimes we have audit issues here and there. The audit, we have a board of external auditors, which is member states. On that board of external auditors, they are officers of the auditors general. In each country, there is a formula of countries coming to that board every number of years, and then they audit us. Luckily, we have been having clean audit reports on our financial reports, but with really a number of audit findings, especially in terms of some of the compliance areas, but fiduciary, we have had unqualified reports for all the period I've been around here, which at least testifies to the good stewardship of the money. But the value for money, we still have an issue, which needs everyone in the checks and balance, including the parliament, PAP, to also chip in and try and really make everyone accountable. PAP also included as an organ. I liked the idea of one honorable. Vous avez proposé une idée innovatrice de voir comment, à travers les sports, on peut faire des prélèvements qui puissent aussi appuyer les contributions à l'Union. Et je suis tout à fait d'accord. Et this is one of the issues we keep saying. Maybe we need also to see, in addition to the 0.2%, if it's struggling, could there be any other means? And I hope that one day we'll get there. There was another issue that was raised. Especially, I must respond to this from the Honorable from Kenya, because you posed this question really, we genuinely challenging us as a commission that you don't see actually us come to account. We don't even show up. And also many other members, including the VP, Gayo, you mentioned this. I would start by saying that, you know, and it's repeating myself, that we are just getting started on consolidating this relationship with PAP. At least for the a number of engagements we have had personally, be it on Agenda 1063, be it on budget issues, and now, which is the first, I think, plenary I'm having like this, it's very, very important to strengthen this. And like I said, let's leave the history behind us. And now that we are really having a full house, properly now governed, we are going to demand this accountability. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to attend in person because of other assignments I was given here in Addis. But thank God we have these virtual means that are also allowing us to be fully engaging with you, even at a distance. But by no means this is not a statement that PAP is not important. To the contrary, if there is a partner I've been having in my function, is indeed PAP. On this idea of debate for the new candidates for the new commission, I think it's a brilliant idea, in my view. There is normally in the procedure that was approved by an assembly long time ago, a provision for a debate. And this debate historically has been conducted by an anchor journalist, and then, you know, it's a broadcast live, and we are planning for it, but using that formula. Unfortunately, we didn't have that idea of also members coming to PAP, but I don't see why, if PAP invites or wants to hear out from them, then that should not be done. But we were working on that other debate that is a public debate, which, of course, I'm going to feed back to the commission chairperson and see if there is a way of also facilitating that engagement at PAP. There has been the question from the MP Sarawi on the non-in-person presentation. I have addressed it. Another one, on the PAP independence and to oversight. Let me say, of course, the chairperson mentioned it, that we really look forward to seeing our PAP fully embraced and the ratification of Malabo Protocol. Again, of course, there is an extent to which the chairperson, deputy chairperson can go in mobilizing all the member states to ratify this protocol. But ratification sits in the national parliaments. And again, here, that's where we rely on PAP really to unlock this protocol. Because once we have it, it will really cure a lot of challenges that we have mentioned. I mentioned issues on the sanctions. I also addressed the issue about PAP budget and resources. I continue to confirm that we need a strong partnership with PAP, and that's also something that we're going to put in our handover notes to our next commission, and continue to check and encourage, and it's not actually encourage, because we have to respond when you call us to come and present, because otherwise, how can you do monitoring and accountability? I agree with all of you. I see Honorable Jennifer and others who stressed that really we need to revive this Pan-Africanist spirit if we are even to address the issue of finance, because we have all it takes. And I keep saying that Africa is a powerhouse of solutions. Unfortunately, we are the last to know it, or to realize, or to be willing to harness that. I feel bad when I sit here and see how every one of our partners wants to have a part of us. But I wonder if it's always for good reasons, but we must come together. I don't see other way we are going to get it. Then, is there any other issue I haven't touched? The capping of the program to 200 million budget every year. That's the main reason we are seeing the program budget decline. Because once you have a cap, and then you have all the operational costs increasing because we are creating new institutions and we are having staff, they are increasing in grads, we have even reformed. So it's like now almost hitting the cap. And only 9% is remaining for programs and 0% for peace support operations. So if we don't lift this cap, then we are going to even have like 0 to programs if we don't be careful. So that's what we are saying, that we need really to elevate this advocacy within our member states. On the 0.2, I tackled the challenges that we face. On the role of PAP, that's from another honorable, my sister from Kenya. We really, on issues of transparency and accountability, I think that's, I have already tackled it, agreeing that really we owe this. What I must confess is that even though we don't have yet the ratification of Malabo Protocol, nothing should prevent us from, at least on consultative and advisory basis, doing it. So that's what we are going to start with, the framework, budget framework paper for 2026, which is going to be the foundational document for budget 2026, which we are actually starting to work on. So it will be ultimately going to be approved in July 2025. I won't be there, hopefully, eventually, but the process is starting now while I'm sitting here. And I promise that we are going to engage on the process of 2026 budget. Then on there is Honorable Costa who raised, advocated for the situation in Mozambique. I'm sure that our team in PAPS, Department of Political Affairs and Peace and Security, they are on it, I'm sure. On Honorable Washila, I wish to really suggest that if you thought that you have sidelined the PAP, please don't, because the challenges, the budgetary challenges PAP has faced, your bureau, your president knows so well that these are challenges felt everywhere, across the organs, across the agencies. And we've really fought the fight of having PAP at least have the minimum means to survive, which I'm glad that we managed finally to have a supplementary budget, which was not an easy thing to do. But because of your efforts, I was seeing how your bureau members were lobbying during Accra media coordination meetings. You did a good job, and together we have really made a point to member states approving a supplementary budget, which is even allowing this sitting. So it's not the issue of sidelining, but it's just the issue of the cake that is really being this small, and everyone is kind of really having challenges in terms of our budget. So know that, rest assured that you have an advocate within the structure of budget approvals at any given time. And we will continue to do so. Yes, the Honorable from Gambia, the audit reports, you're right. I haven't seen any audit report being presented. Yet we have these audits. By the way, we even have issues of being over-audited to the point that it's even creating the impression that, you know, there are recurring issues just because also audits function needs to be put in order. As a matter of fact, in Accra in July this year, the chairperson, feeling that member states think that maybe there is something going wrong with us utilizing their money, requested that he's going to present the status on audit implementation. Because looking at what we have in terms of audits, the improvements that have gone in place, and the perception that is still out there in the statements of our ambassadors here and our ministers, sometimes you feel like there is the need to make what is like mise au point on the situation. What is the real situation? What are the real issues? Because some of the issues that are even recurring are issues that demand that member states do A, B, C, D, because it has been decided, but then the implementation has not followed, and then creating challenges. This we have seen in terms of reforms implementation, for instance, in terms of challenges of understaffing that are also creating difficulties when you have to implement and to also ensure that you have compliance throughout. But indeed, there is a point in also why we are considering budget consultations, also audit reports. I don't see why the board of external auditors cannot be also someone to come and present what they have seen on the different arms of the union in terms of this. So we'll suggest that be, and we'll collaborate to schedule that in due course. C'est qui? C'est l'honorable Balakati. Vous avez souhaité que les membres du Parlement, vous ayez plus d'informations sur le processus de la réforme. Et je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Et là, je pense que en collaboration avec le chef de l'unité de réforme, le professeur Mokoko, et aussi la présidence bien le bureau du champion, on va veiller à ce que vous soyez consultés, ou bien les consultations continuent parce elles ont déjà commencé. Vice-président, l'honorable vice-président, je pense que j'ai déjà répondu à votre question par rapport au 0,2% de prélèvement. To the Honorable from DRC, both of you, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous par rapport à l'idée que l'idée de l'unité et de l'Union africaine, on doit continuer à avancer de l'avant et surtout faire en ce que ça soit vraiment une union des peuples. Et l'intégration économique, c'est quelque chose de fondamental. Et je pense qu'avec la ZLECAf, on est sur une bonne voie sur les questions économiques. Malheureusement, on a des retards énormes par rapport aux institutions financières qui avaient été voulues. Et on va avoir une réunion ministérielle qu'on appelle les STC, Sectoral Technical Committee, des ministres des Finances, du développement, de la planification et autres du secteur pour vraiment voir comment avancer sur ce point. Les réunions vont se tenir ce mois de novembre au Nigeria et je pense qu'on va continuer à aller de l'avant sur cette question d'intégration économique. On the issue of 3.5 million raised by PAP. So the issue here is, and thank you, Vice President Gayo, for raising this. This is the issue of rules. You know very well as members of parliament in your own national parliaments, it is parliament that does appropriation. And even if the Minister of Finance mobilizes resources from wherever, once it has not been appropriated, you are not legally authorized to tap it. That's exactly what happened with the 3.5 million. The only way out was to come through a supplementary budget and budget revision session and get it on board to be appropriated. So otherwise, according to the rules that we have, there is no other way we can do it. For other institutions like the UN, they only have like a voted budget on operational, member states assess contributions, but when they raise money from other partners, they can go ahead and implement programs, but it's not yet the case with us. So if there is anything to change to accommodate it, then we'll have to reform and amend the financial rules before we get to that level. So that's what exactly happened. It's not because we were discouraging the PAP to mobilize resources. On the budget hearings and on a consultative and advisory basis, I think we agree on this. Diaspora. Diaspora is indeed very critical, sixth region. We are still, as a union, struggling to how do we also channel the voices of diaspora. Who is the diaspora? Because it can be everyone, but how do they get organized and how do they get represented? We are still struggling with that even within ECOSOC. We are coming up with guidelines that member states would approve on how to onboard the voices of the diaspora. As we speak, we are working on that file. It is similar to how the civil society organizations had been also an issue to know who comes and represent civil society of a country X in the ECOSOC. Member states want to always control and be at the bottom of it to make sure that, you know, it is the right voices that are going to be speaking for the diaspora. So I hope that once we have done that, then it will give us a path to eventually, if PAP is reformed and its membership redefined through that process of institutional reform, this is one of the ideas we can suggest to the champion of reform also to consider going forward. Last but not least, from the chair, the president of the PAP, I took note of these articles you cited, which we are going indeed to see how to amend ourselves going forward. With that, thank you so much. I've been long, but you know, it's not easy to attend to 22 interventions. That I apologize if I missed one aspect of your intervention, your honorable members of the parliament. Apologies, just that maybe I couldn't cover everything in the short time allocated. Thank you.
Can you hear the loud applause, Your Excellency? Once more, we want to salute both of you, the chair, yourself, for the presentations and also the time you have spent to listen to the debates and respond. You are not the only AU official, so we can't put all the blame on an individual. It's an institution. It's an institution. Are you still there? Yeah, you are there. I would want to say thank you as I look at you. I want to thank you on behalf of the members that, yes, the relationship between PAP and the AUC was acrimonious, but it has improved a lot, very, very much. And the AUC, and particularly the vice chairperson in her capacity as head of finance and admin in the AU, supported PAP's budget requests, including the supplementary budget, and we attribute the success that we scored in the amounts allocated in supplementary to her office and her boss. And want to thank you very much for that. We wish you were there next year again. Maybe the figures would go much higher. Unfortunately, we are leaving. But I want to close by saying, when you give notes to whoever is coming, this confusion about oversight and being legislative is an avoidance of the truth. Oversight is not lawmaking. Oversight is not lawmaking. If you look at the protocol says, and if you see the protocol in our constitutions differ. In the national parliament, it says it's parliament which appropriates and approves budget. In the case of our protocol, it says we will consider and make recommendations to the assembly. And recommendations is part of advisory. So no, a real qualified lawyer cannot say advisory and consultative are inconsistent with considering a budget and making recommendations. And they say unless PAP, unless Malabo is finally ratified, whoever is coming, tell them that's an excuse. It's by people who don't want PAP. Otherwise, we want to thank you. I know you are late for other business. Meet you next time. You are still there up to February. So we look forward to more engagements anyway, up to February. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nashukuru sana. Muito obrigado. Shukran. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you. As you know, the Secretariat is there to continue advising that there was an oversight. We have some dignitaries, officials who arrived and then sat at the back. They were supposed to have been invited into the chamber. And that is the Madame Eva Grace Kavuma, Group Director General of Africa Capacity, Risk Capacity Building. We apologize. Nobody noticed your arrival, but I can assure you that you are part of the chamber. As we come from lunch, we formally invite you to come into the chamber. We apologize for that omission. Madam Clerk, you have some announcements?
The announcement is that after this, the close of the adjournment of these proceedings, there'll be lunch served in the foyer for MPs, and the president will invite his special guests to the presidential boardroom for lunch in the main building. Thank you.
Like yesterday? Same format, same people? Is it? Thank you. We meet, I think, at 2:30. Let's adjourn now, and we resume 2:30. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon. Good after lunch. Thank you. We can resume our proceedings. We have 3 presentations, is it? This afternoon. I'm told we have 5 presentations this afternoon. They've now changed to 4. They've now changed to 4. But before we proceed, honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I wish to invite into the chamber Mrs. Eva Grace Kavuma, the Group Director General of the Africa Risk Capacity. Africa Risk Capacity. Mrs. Kavuma, please be escorted into the chamber. She is accompanied by Ms. Kofi Skonin, head of, or is part of Africa Risk Capacity. Yeah, so you're also welcome. Mr. Bright Mando, the legal advisor to the Africa Risk Capacity Building, and Babatunde Nyanda, I think it's Nyanda, EULA as an officer. I also invite Dr. Musingati Sipuka of AUDA, the Chief of Staff and the Acting Head of Science and Technology and Innovation. Are they here? Dr. Musingati Sipuka. Also, ambassadors, Dr. Mustafa Saka, the Principal Trade Officer, AUDA. May I also invite to participate virtually Ambassador Salah Siddiq Hamad from the AUC, representing Commissioner Bankole. Thank you. The first presentation this afternoon will be on the state. This is for the clerk. The state of human rights in Africa, a very popular topic. Okay, the state of human rights in Africa. I think this is a topic of great interest. And this will be delivered by the chairperson of the African Commission on Human Rights, Human and People's Rights, my usual brother and friend, Honorable Remy Ngoilumbu, will present virtually. Please connect him.
I am connected. Can I proceed?
Yes, you are connected, my brother. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable President Mr. Fortune Charumbira, for giving me the opportunity to have a dialogue with the honorable parliamentarians on the issue of state of human rights in Africa. Merci beaucoup. La situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique est un point important qui occupe les sessions de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples sur le point de son agenda de tous les jours au cours de ces sessions publiques. C'est donc avec plaisir que je vais échanger avec les honorables parlementaires à l'effet de dégager avec eux un certain nombre de recommandations du point de vue des représentants de la population, sinon des populations africaines. Et de coutume, nous présentons toujours les points positifs, parce qu'il y a également des points positifs sur le continent, avant de terminer avec les points négatifs. Parmi les points positifs sur le continent, sans conteste, il y a la création de la zone de libre-échange continentale, qui est un élément très important qui va impacter les droits de l'homme sur le continent, même si, on le sait, cette zone a les ambitions de créer justement un espace de libre-échange sur notre continent, mais avec des économies qui sont encore totalement désintégrées, sinon totalement désarticulées. Je ne peux vous donner qu'un exemple. Malgré cette zone de libre-échange aujourd'hui, vous ne pouvez pas utiliser une carte SIM de n'importe quel opérateur téléphonique, pour ne pas les citer, d'un pays à l'autre. Vous devez carrément mettre ça dans votre poche et rechanger encore, par exemple, la carte SIM pour continuer à communiquer. Il y a de même des cartes bancaires aujourd'hui, même si les banques sont les mêmes, même si les opérateurs de téléphonie sont les mêmes, il faut toujours, lorsqu'on change de pays, changer également de matériel. Ce n'est pas cette Afrique que nous voulons. Il y a également la question de la mobilisation de la jeunesse africaine aujourd'hui contre la mauvaise gouvernance. L'Afrique d'hier n'est plus comme l'Afrique d'aujourd'hui n'est plus comme l'Afrique d'hier. La jeunesse est désormais vigilante avec les nouvelles technologies de l'information et de communication, et les gouvernements, aussi bien le Parlement, doivent faire attention à leur jeunesse respective. Nous voulons également, au titre d'éléments positifs, signaler l'adoption par l'Union africaine du protocole à la Charte africaine relatif aux droits des citoyens à la protection sociale. L'Afrique n'a pas un meilleur système de protection sociale. Le but de ce protocole, c'est d'aider les parlementaires à imaginer dans leur propre pays de bons systèmes de sécurité sociale, ainsi que le protocole qui a été adopté récemment sur le droit à la nationalité et l'éradication de l'apatridie au sein des pays de l'Union africaine. Il n'est pas normal, l'Afrique de l'Ubuntu, l'Afrique de la philosophie, ce que j'appelle la philosophie de l'Ubuntu-Sophie, que nous vivions encore dans une Afrique où les gens n'ont pas de terre pour vivre, où les gens n'ont pas de nationalité. Je voudrais d'ailleurs à cet égard remercier le Parlement panafricain, parce que j'ai entendu dans le discours du président à la séance d'ouverture vous avez été en Côte d'Ivoire, vous avez fait un plaidoyer sur un certain nombre de protocoles, dont celui relatif à la protection sociale, ainsi que les deux protocoles que nous avons adoptés récemment sur les personnes âgées et les personnes handicapées. Je tiens à remercier le pape. Sur le continent, il y a une tendance abolitionniste sur la peine de mort. C'est à encourager, et je voudrais inviter les parlementaires à travailler dans leurs pays respectifs, malgré les relents culturels, malgré les explications d'ordre sécuritaire. Nous pensons à la Commission africaine que la vie, c'est l'assiette dans laquelle on doit mettre tous les autres droits. Dès qu'il n'y a pas de vie, il n'y a plus de droits de l'homme. C'est pour ça que nous saluons cette tendance abolitionniste sur la peine de mort. Nous saluons également sur le continent la prohibition
Sorry.
L'utilisation de pratiques néfastes contre les filles, notamment les mutilations par des pays d'Afrique. Yes. Yes, Chair. Can I continue?
Interpreters, are you okay now? Yes, proceed, go ahead.
Ceci me pousse à aller rapidement dans l'intérêt du temps au domaine de préoccupation. Si l'Afrique est verte dans un domaine, c'est-à-dire dans le domaine des éléments positifs, l'Afrique est tout à fait verte, mais il y a des zones rouges. Il y a des zones où les choses ne vont pas bien. C'est la situation sécuritaire qui conduit le plus souvent à des violations graves et massives des droits de l'homme, à des crimes de guerre, des déplacements forcés des populations, l'insécurité alimentaire, l'insécurité sanitaire dans beaucoup de pays que vous connaissez. Et la crise la plus récente est celle du Soudan, mais il y a encore des vieilles crises qui restent et qui perdurent en République démocratique du Congo, dans la zone nord du Cameroun, pour ne citer que ces deux pays. Je n'oublie pas non plus la crise qui semble s'installer et qui s'était installée dans la zone du Sahel. Il y a également le Soudan, la Somalie de l'Est. N'oublions pas l'Éthiopie, ce n'est pas encore terminé dans la région Amara, ainsi que d'autres pays où il y a des crises mineures, mais qui méritent également d'être rappelées. Les conflits intercommunautaires en Afrique sont également permanents et ce sont des conflits entre agriculteurs pour la plupart du temps qui posent problème. Nous devons nous préparer à la bataille des terres arables, à la bataille sur l'eau. Il y a des pays où l'eau ne coule pas et la tendance d'aller regarder chez le voisin devient de plus en plus grandissante. Donc nous avons une grosse bataille à mener sur l'économie verte, bataille des terres arables, et sur l'économie bleue, tout ce qui touche à l'eau. Alors, il y a les changements anticonstitutionnels de gouvernement, ça dépend dans quelle perspective on regarde ça. Mais la Commission africaine, nous regardons ça sous l'angle de la Charte africaine sur les élections de la démocratie et la bonne gouvernance. Et nous avons coutume de rappeler, pas nous, mais l'Union africaine, parce qu'on est dans la même famille de l'Union africaine, le Gabon, le Niger, le Burkina Faso et la Guinée, qui sont aujourd'hui, au niveau de l'Union africaine, des pays sous sanctions. Les violences sexuelles, les discriminations basées sur le genre, le faible taux de participation de femmes et sur la discrimination basée sur le genre, il y a beaucoup à dire dans beaucoup de pays. La répression qui est faite contre ces populations qu'on appelle la population des homosexuels, au niveau de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, nous avons coutume de dire, et c'est ça notre doctrine, la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples ne reconnaît pas ce droit-là, mais la Charte demande que les États, et nous voulons compter sur les parlementaires, ne puissent pas discriminer une partie de leur propre population pour la bonne et simple raison que ces gens ont une orientation différenciée. Il y a d'autres préoccupations que nous pouvons mettre sur la sellette. Le temps manquerait à les déployer toutes, mais je peux citer comme ça au hasard la liberté d'expression et d'association et de réunion qui pose problème dans beaucoup de pays. Se réunir est devenu un problème dans beaucoup de pays. On assiste à des arrestations, à des détentions arbitraires, à l'usage de la force contre les manifestations. Et quelle force! Une force disproportionnée contre des gens qui n'ont que les pieds, les mains, la bouche pour pouvoir manifester. Il y a également, on ne l'oubliera jamais, les drames des migrants en Méditerranée. Tous les jours, les migrants ont déjà changé de route parce qu'il devient de plus en plus difficile de se rendre en Europe en passant par le rideau de fer que représente un certain nombre de pays allant du Maroc, de l'Algérie, de la Tunisie et de l'Égypte. Les gens prennent l'autre route maintenant en remontant par l'océan Atlantique et les drames sont garantis, les drames sont assurés. Les rapports qui nous parviennent ne sont pas de nature à faire réjouir les États africains, mais en tout cas, nous, à la Commission, nous nous en soucions. J'ai un autre problème que je voudrais partager avec vous et je ne pense pas que je serai contredit à ce sujet, la surpopulation carcérale dans les pays africains. C'est carrément une honte. Dans tous les pays que nous visitons, dans les missions de promotion, les prisons sont surpeuplées. On aura beau faire les efforts de devoir dépeupler ces prisons, mais nous savons que dans les jours qui viennent, la surpopulation va encore continuer. La République démocratique du Congo s'est essayé à libérer près de 1500 prisonniers. L'Égypte l'a fait aussi, le président Al-Sisi, près de 600 prisonniers, et d'autres pays l'ont fait. Mais ce n'est pas suffisant. Ce n'est pas suffisant parce qu'il faut avoir une bonne politique carcérale et il faut aussi construire des nouvelles prisons à ce sujet. Je voudrais, pour terminer avec le domaine de préoccupation avant de passer aux priorités, qui sera mon dernier point, vous entretenir également sur quelques éléments qui préoccupent la Commission africaine. En dehors du taux de ratification des conventions internationales qui paraît assez faible, il y a le faible taux de mise en œuvre des décisions. Le taux de mise en œuvre des décisions de beaucoup d'organes de l'Union africaine, en commençant par l'Assemblée des chefs d'État et de gouvernement, en matière de droits de l'homme, il est de l'ordre de 1, 2 ou 3%, ce qui représente, je pèse bien mes mots, une honte pour le continent, parce qu'il s'agit de centaines de millions de dollars qui sont mises sur la table pour permettre à ces organes de formuler des recommandations vis-à-vis des États. Mais le taux de mise en œuvre, c'est la partie décevante dans cette affaire. On a également des problèmes avec l'indépendance de la justice. On pourrait y revenir dans les débats. Mais je voudrais, pour terminer avec le domaine de préoccupation, souligner ce que nous appelons à la Commission africaine les démocraties de façade. Les peuples ont perdu toute confiance aux commissions électorales, soi-disant indépendantes, parce que dans la plupart des cas, ces commissions nationales électorales indépendantes, pourtant conçues pour essayer de mettre un peu toutes les deux parties, la majorité et l'opposition, sur le même pied d'égalité et de proclamer le vrai résultat, nous savons aujourd'hui qu'il y a des démocraties de façade. La plupart des commissions électorales indépendantes ont complètement louvoyer, dévoyer les missions qui étaient les leurs, si bien qu'il y a lieu de signaler cette question-là. Alors, quelles sont les priorités que nous avons? Nous aurions aimé que, ensemble avec vous, en tant qu'institution en charge de promotion, de protection des droits de l'homme, que nous puissions nous attaquer aux causes des conflits, aux questions de gouvernance, aux questions de reddition de comptes, ce que vous, les anglophones, vous appelez accountability, parce que l'Afrique évolue comme ça, comme un no man's land, et qu'il n'y a personne pour rendre des comptes à qui que ce soit, même pour des cas qui sont avérés. Nous voulons des commissions électorales crédibles et transparentes. Nous voulons que l'Afrique vive une indépendance économique. Nous voulons surtout pour l'Afrique, et ce sera ça mon dernier mot, une société civile forte, libre, indépendante, capable de jouer son rôle de contrepoids contre les institutions nationales lorsqu'elles n'arrivent pas à remplir les missions qui sont les missions qui appartiennent aux États, les obligations dévolues aux États dans la mise en œuvre des obligations qu'elles ont librement souscrites. Sans une société civile indépendante, nous pensons que l'Afrique de demain n'est pas celle sur laquelle nous travaillons aujourd'hui. Sans une société civile indépendante à même d'interpeller les autorités nationales, l'Afrique de demain ne sera pas celle que nous préparons aujourd'hui. Et donc, l'enjeu de taille, c'est l'agenda 2063, pour lequel nous sommes déjà dans la seconde décennie. Le président se souviendra lorsqu'on a adopté le dernier plan de mise en œuvre, le deuxième plan de mise en œuvre pour la prochaine décennie, dans laquelle nous sommes déjà, nous avions dénombré et dénoncé beaucoup de failles dans la mise en œuvre de cet agenda. Et l'une des failles, d'ailleurs, c'était que l'agenda lui-même, ainsi que ce plan de mise en œuvre, ne tenait pas suffisamment compte des droits de l'homme. Nous l'avons dit ouvertement, carte sur table, devant les autorités compétentes de l'Union africaine. Telle est l'économie générale de la situation générale, State of Human Rights in Africa, that I would like to share with the parliamentarians. And I thank you very much for your attention. I am at your disposal. If you have some questions, I want to respond so that you can continue to deliver your agenda as per practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for that incisive. Are you available the next 30 minutes or 20?
I can stay with you for the 30 minutes to come so that I can take questions. If
we wanted to invite the next virtual presentation on peace and security, which in some cases overlaps with human rights, so that then the debate will be conducted once the two have been presented. So I can invite the next presenter on peace and security, and then we have the debate, and the debate will also cover human rights. Merci beaucoup. Can we now move to the presentation by our brother representing the Ambassador Bankole, Ambassador Salah Ahmad, to present on behalf of the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, Vice Presidents, Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. I bring you greetings from His Excellency, Ambassador Bankole Adoyi, the African Union Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. I have been requested by His Excellency to share with you, honorable members, a presentation on the African governance architecture known as AGA and the African Peace and Security architecture known as APSA, and how the Pan-African Parliament, as the center organ for legislative matters and also for citizen participation, can lead some of the aspects of both the AGA and the APSA. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, that the APSA was almost born the same time that the African Union was transformed from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. The APSA is evolving around the Peace and Security Council, but also there are some other elements, as we all know, including the protocol establishing the Peace and Security Council, as well as the African Union Post-Conflict and Reconstruction Policy Framework. Some of the institutional mechanisms that represent the APSA includes the Peace and Security Council, the regional economic communities, the continental early warning systems, the African Standby Force, the Panel of the Wise, and the Peace Fund. For the AGA, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of normative frameworks that includes the entire set of the African shared values and instruments, such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, known as ACDEC, and there's a number of protocols to all of this, to many of these treaties that I have just mentioned. In terms of the institutional mechanisms, the AGA includes the Peace and Security Council, the African Union Commission, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the Pan-African Parliament, APRM, ECOSOC, the AU Advisory Board on Against Corruption, the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, the African Union Commission of International Law, the AUDA-NIPAD, as well as the 8 RECs that are recognized by the African Union. The AGA, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, focuses mainly on the promotion of good governance, democracy, rule of law, as preventive measures to prevent conflicts from emerging or from erupting on the continent. However, the APSA is mainly to manage conflicts after erupting and also to address root causes of conflicts in order to also prevent these conflicts from happening once more. That is why the AGA and the APSA, they share so many cross-cutting issues when it comes to the promotion of good governance, democracy, rule of law, as well as the prevention of violations and conflicts that leads to the violations of human rights. How the AGA and the APSA function, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that the APSA function through the Peace and Security Council, and the AGA function through the platform, the AGA-APSA platform that bring all the members that I have mentioned earlier, including the Pan-African Parliament. Why there is really need for all of these stakeholders to work together and collectively to promote good governance and democracy, rule of law, and to promote and protect human and people's rights on the continent is simply because of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the objective of the African Union, as well as the objectives of the Agenda 2063. That is why, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security requested that I should focus on the areas of cooperation that has been already in place or new areas of cooperation that could be addressed or could be facilitated in the future. Some of these areas of cooperation includes or focus on the African Union shared values and instruments in terms of ratification, domestic implementation and domestication and implementation, as well as reporting. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's take, for example, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. This is the contribution or the African contribution to the global jurisprudence when it comes to the promotion of democratic governance, rule of law, constitutionalism, and human rights. It's a unique treaty because this treaty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, focuses on a number of issues that are quite important for the promotion of good governance, democracy, and rule of law. Let me name a few. One, the Charter focuses on the promotion of democracy, rule of law, and human rights through the participation or the popular participation of African citizenry. The Charter promotes the culture of democracy and peace through accountability, socio-political and economic rights, enlarging civic space as well as civic education. The Charter also, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, promote democratic institutions through enhancing and strengthening the capacity of public institutions at the national level. The Charter also promotes democratic elections based on regular, transparent, free, and fair elections that is conducted by independent electoral management bodies, supported by rules and regulations that are enacted at the national parliament, at the level of the national parliaments. The Charter also proposes and recommends sanctions in the case of unconstitutional changes of government when this happens in a member state. The Charter also focuses on the promotion of the political, economic, and social governance, where the well-being and the welfare of the African citizen is taken into consideration by the leaders and the government officials. This Charter, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, currently has 39 ratification from 55 African member states. But only 2 member states came forward and submitted a report on the implementation, on the domestication and implementation of this very important treaty, namely the Republic of Togo, or the Togolese Republic, and the Republic of Rwanda. Therefore, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security is inviting members of the Pan-African Parliament to work closely with the Peace and Security, with the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department, to make sure this charter is ratified by all 55 member states. This charter is domesticated, implemented, as well as reported on. The issue of reporting is quite important to ensure that all provisions of this charter have been implemented at the national level. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security also requested me to focus on 3 more issues. Number 1, the issue of the election observation in Africa, that there is need to enhance the collaboration that currently in existence between the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Commission, in particular the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department. This coordination and collaboration has been enhanced under the current leadership of the Pan-African Parliament, and we are looking for more enhancement and strengthening of this very important pillar, that is the monitoring of the election observation in African member states. In addition to that, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs is also requesting the involvement of PAP in the revision of the reports that are submitted on the AGDEC in particular. Why? Because the mandate of the PAP, as we all know, covers a wider range of governance and democratic areas and objectives, and therefore PAP is most situated to lead the process as a member of the AGA-APSA platform to review the reports that are submitted by African member states. The third issue that the Commission also requested me to bring to the attention of this august body is the harmonization of the reporting process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department, supported by all members of the AGA-APSA platform, began a process of harmonizing the reports on the African shared values and instruments, namely governance and human rights instruments. The reason for this harmonization is the fact that our member states, in many cases, they do complain of fatigue when it comes to reporting, or lack of capacity, whether it is financial or human resources. So therefore, the idea now is to come up with a format that will allow our member states to submit only one report. That report will include segments on human rights, segments on the rights of the child, the rights of women in Africa, and all of the other obligations that are supposed to be covered by the reporting by member states. Also, there's a proposal that will be addressed very soon, this month in South Africa, by members of the African Governance Platform to extend the period for submission of reports. So then member states will be able to have more time to submit full reports, but also intensive and detailed reports on the areas that would be covered with this single report that will be then shared with all members of the platform for investigation, verification, and for commenting and inputs. Last but not least, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to also communicate to this august body the wish of the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security to work together on conducting advocacy missions on the ratification of the African Union Shared Values and Instruments in member states, but also to work closely with the Pan-African Parliament on the aspect of information sharing with the wider African citizens and engagement with the youth and women in particular, and also for PAP to measure the progress made through self-assessment such as the APRM tools to make sure that the African member states are implementing the provisions of the African Union shared values in instruments at the national level. PAP is also invited to work with the African Union and also other members of the African Governance Platform to identify challenges that are faced by our member states to promote good governance, democracy, rule of law, and to develop homegrown solutions to address these challenges. Last but not least, the Commission also wishes to invite the PAP to establish a stronger coordination and collaboration with all stakeholders, including the AU organs with human and governance mandate, AU institutions such as APRM and other NIPAD, but also the regional economic communities in order for the regional level to be connected with the continental level on the promotion of democracy, good governance, rule of law. I submit to Excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Salah, another good friend of the President of Pan-African Parliament, and he can confirm later. So we can go into debate before we go to the next two presentations. Debate on the two presentations. I want to mention that this is 16 plus 9, 25, 25, with about 33, 34. 33, 34, those who have registered to debate, but of course there are some duplications, so the number will be less than 30. There will be no extensions of time. So can you draft your notes? It's better to aim to finish within 2 minutes, so that if you get to 3 minutes, it's by accident. There are so many that have registered. So we'll not allow extensions. If we do, then we'll sit for 2 hours. Honorable Fashi Boutbik, Algeria. So you can debate in any of the two presentations.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. مساء الخير للجميع كل الزملاء. أود أن أشكر السيد غيمي لومبو رئيس لجنة حقوق الإنسان، وبدوري كذلك أشكر سعادة السفير بانكولي على التدخلين، وأنا لدي تدخلين في المحاضرتين. سجلت يعني عندي 4 دقائق.
Sorry, interpretation.
نعم.
Interpretation. Arabic. Sorry. Yes, okay. Start again.
Thank you. قلت عندي تدخلين في المحاضرتين، يعني 4 دقائق، سجلت في الاثنين، وبالتالي سأختصر على واحدة فقط. أشكر كما قلت السفير بانكولي حول تدخل السلم والأمن في إفريقيا الذي هو جزء كذلك من حقوق الإنسان، وبدوري أشكر كذلك السيد لومبو غيمي على تدخله وتفصيله لحالة حقوق الإنسان في إفريقيا. ونحن نعلم جيدا أن عدة عوامل مجتمعة أثرت على حقوق الإنسان، لا سيما التضخم، الفساد، التغيرات المناخية، الصراعات، ظروف معيشة قاسية، لا سبيل للتمتع بحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. ونحن نعلم اليوم أن العالم يتكلم عن الجيل الخامس من حقوق الإنسان، وبالتالي ارتفاع أسعار الغذاء وخاصة بعد أزمة الكوفيد، انعدام الأمن الغذائي، خروج أو نزوح الكثير نتاج الصدامات والنزاعات والصراعات، وأقصد بالذكر منطقة الساحل، السودان، حماية اللاجئين وطالبين اللجوء، كذلك نوع الجنس أو النوع الاجتماعي والعنف ضد المرأة والأطفال، ظاهرة الإفلات من العقاب. وبالتالي السؤال: كيف يمكن مواجهة ظاهرة الإفلات من العقاب حتى كذلك نضع حد لمن تسوي نفسه للتأثير على حقوق الإنسان، والحديث مجددا كذلك على العدالة والمساءلة. أقصد كذلك أين هو التمحيص، أين هو التمحيص القاري لسجل حقوق الإنسان بالنسبة للأنظمة والدول في إفريقيا؟ على ما أظن أن قضية حقوق الإنسان مرتبطة بتفتيش دوري، وهنا نتكلم عن البرلمان الإفريقي الذي يضم بين طياته هذه الوجوه النيرة. أين هي البعثات المتوالية في إطار الوعي الاجتماعي أو المجتمعي في إفريقيا؟ أين هي النقاشات حول حقوق الإنسان؟ وبالتالي لما نتكلم على دقيقتين في حقوق الإنسان على ما أظن هذا قليل بالنسبة. كذلك اليوم نتكلم على الهجمات وعملية القتل العشوائي والتصفية، ولا شفناها في الساحل في منطقة الصحراء، هجمات بدوافع عرقية، حرية التعبير وقمع حرية التجمع السلمي وحرية تشكيل الجمعيات. أين هو الوعي المجتمعي؟ هذه القارة التي ناضل من أجلها الكثير، التي عانت من ولاية الاستعمار.
Thank you. I said because of the numbers.
Please,
if we extend the time, we'll take 4 hours.
عندي تدخلين.
Okay, you'll be an exception. Only you.
2 interventions. 2.
Okay, 1 minute.
وبالتالي أنا أتكلم على التضامن مع قضايا تصفية الاستعمار. يجب الحديث على قضايا حقوق الإنسان في القارة الإفريقية بكل جد ومسؤولية، نظير التاريخ المجيد لهذه القارة. وبالتالي كذلك نتكلم على الحقوق الاجتماعية والاقتصادية، والحق في الغذاء، والحق في التعليم والصحة، وكذلك حق اللاجئين والمهاجرين، والحق في تطبيق القانون، لا سيما القضايا المعنية بالشرعية الأممية وخاصة في القارة الإفريقية. ونتكلم عن القضية الصحراوية كأنها آخر مستعمرة، والقضية مرتبطة بتطبيق البنود المتعلقة بالأمم المتحدة. فلا نقبل أبدا أن تكون القارة كذلك محل تجاذبات بالنسبة إلى الدول الخارجية. وشكرا. ولا أنسى فقط كذلك التضامن الدولي مع الشعوب المقهورة، ونقصد بالقضية الفلسطينية. وهنا بعد إنساني. أين هي القارة في قضية التنديد هذا التقتيل العشوائي في قضية فلسطينية وقضية غزة بالذات؟ وبالتالي حان الوقت أن يكون عندنا موقف موحد تجاه حقوق الإنسان، لأن المعني رقم 1 هو المواطن الإفريقي. وشكرا.
He was an exception. You were the first speaker, so he was not very prepared. So the rest are now prepared for 3 minutes or less. Honorable Kuchami, Nikos Fanyo Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci pour la qualité des 2 présentations. Moi, j'ai 3 préoccupations. Il y a deux qui recoupent les 2 présentations. La première, quelle est la portée aujourd'hui de la démocratie face à la problématique de développement avec la contrainte majeure de l'insécurité? Et quelles solutions l'Union africaine compte apporter? La deuxième préoccupation, c'est naturellement par rapport à la question de collaboration. J'ai comme impression que ce mot collaborer, la collaboration du pape avec la commission est un leitmotiv, et je voudrais proposer que concrètement, nous puissions aller à la signature d'un protocole d'accord avec chacune des commissions, avec des missions assignées et un budget, pour qu'on ne nous dise pas après qu'il y a redondance entre notre budget et le budget de la commission. Merci beaucoup.
Oh, excellent. Honorable Fanyo, 2 minutes. Let's take a leaf from him. Honorable Hamani Loft, Tunisia. Hamami Loft, Tunisia. Not in the chamber, is it? Honorable Mohammed Sagres, Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قد تدخل زميلي وبادر بالموضوع الذي كنت سأتطرق إليه، وأنا أنظر إلى التقرير الذي تطرق إليه السيد ريمي حول حقوق الإنسان. أرى أنه تطرق إلى كل النزاعات الموجودة أو في إفريقيا إلا نزاعا واحدا، وهو القضية الصحراوية، والتي هي آخر قضايا تثبيت الاستعمار في العالم. فعجيب أنه لا يتم التطرق إلى مسائل حقوق الإنسان في الذي يتعرض لها الشعب الصحراوي، وإلا إذا كان هذه القضية لم تعد تهمكم، أو أنها نظرتكم إليها تختلف إلى النظرة القانونية التي أسست لها الأمم المتحدة وليست الجزائر كما يظن البعض. إنها قضية دولية الآن، قضية عند الأمم المتحدة. فالمفروض والجمهورية الصحراوية هي دولة كاملة العضوية في الاتحاد الإفريقي، فهذا التجاهل غير مقبول تماما، ونحن نندد بهذا التجاهل ولا يفترض أن يتكرر مستقبلا. إذا تحدثنا عن حقوق الإنسان، كل الشعوب الذي تتعرض للانتهاك في مسألة حقوق الإنسان يجب أن نتطرق إليها ونتحدث عليها دون تمييز ودون تفرقة بين الشعوب. وشكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Saidania Ahmed of Tunisia.
She isn't here.
Honorable Saidani Ahmed, Tunisia.
He's not here.
Not here. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. So, Chairman, I wanted to focus on the presentation on the Charter. Now, the Article 45 of the Charter of the Commission sets out the mandate, and the mandate is basically promotion of people's and human rights, protection of people's and human rights in Africa, and interpretation of the Charter itself. Now, I listened to the report, and I thank you because your report is the one that was written down. But the chairman a bit disappointed because I would have expected that you would probably be aware that Africa, from this parliament, we have divided it into 5 regions now, plus the diaspora region. And I thought that maybe you would tell us that you visited the northern region, and this is what you found out. You went to the eastern region, this is what you found out, and southern region, and so on. And the reason I'm raising this is because in Kenya, we had some developments which involved some street demonstrations. And there was a human rights organization that gave figures, and the government gave figures of people who were injured or lost their lives. And these figures were totally different. I thought
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Bawa Yosri, Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، شكرا لجميع الحضور. أود التساؤل سيد الرئيس، لماذا اختيار هذا العنوان حالة حقوق الإنسان في إفريقيا؟ هل هو تلميح إلى أن حالة حقوق الإنسان في أفريقيا أحسن من باقي القارات؟ أم هل هو تلميح إلى أن حالة حقوق الإنسان في إفريقيا أسوأ من باقي القارات؟ ثم ما هي المعايير الحقيقية لتقييم حالة حقوق الإنسان في إفريقيا؟ هل هي المعايير الدولية كالإعلان العالمي لحقوق الإنسان، أم هل هي المعايير التي تضعها الدول الغربية أو الدول الكبرى والتي تعتمد سياسة المكيالين والتي تختفي بالنسبة إليها حين يكون الأمن القومي لهذه الدول مهددا وتبقى سيفا على رقاب الدول الإفريقية لتقرر تبعا لذلك الدول العظمى العقوبات التي تراها خدمة لمصالحها وتستعملها للتدخل في الشؤون الداخلية لبلداننا. ألم يحن الوقت سادتي الأعزاء أن نقوم نحن بتقييم حال حقوق الإنسان فيما يسمى بالدول العظمى؟ كلنا يتذكر الأزياء البرتقالية بغوانتنامو، وكلنا يسمع بقوارب الموت وبالاتجار بالبشر، وكلنا يتذكر ما فعلته الدول الاستعمارية ولا زالت بشعوبنا. وما يحدث اليوم في غزة ولبنان وسوريا من قبل كيان مغتصب للأرض والحقوق والأرواح بمباركة ودعم من بعض الدول العظمى وصمت رهيب من الأخرى يجعلنا نفكر جديا في قلب الموازنة والتقييم الحقيقي لحقوق الإنسان لدى هذه الدول التي تريد أن تعطينا دروسا في هذا المجال. في هذا المجال سيد الرئيس أود أن أعلمكم أن مجموعة شمال إفريقيا صادقت بالأمس على مشروع قرار يدين ما يحصل في غزة ولبنان. أود أن يقوم أحد ممثلي مجموعة شمال إفريقيا تلاوته عليكم من أجل تبنيه من طرف البرلمان الإفريقي، وشكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Jennifer Wibabara, Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the presenter on the human rights. I believe the first fundamental human rights, the right to life. And how can that be promoted in Africa? Mine is just a suggestion. I think member states should identify the issues of the people in their countries and then start address using homegrown solutions from their own people, using them as trying to think together, come together and think on how they can solve their own problems. For example, if I give an example of Rwanda, one of the member states of AU, where in 1994 there was genocide against the Tutsi and the country was a failed state. What happened? There was many perpetrators, prisons were full, so there was instituted what we call the charter courts. That means that since genocide was done communally, was done by masses, so who are called Inyangamugayo of integrity were elected, and they came together in villages, and then they started administering justice. And our president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, proudly put it this way, that this is an African solution to African problems. Also, not only that, that was solved 1.2 million cases where judged and the courts were done, and it's in history, and communities were healed. There are many advantages that I will not go in now. Also, there's what we
Thank you, Honorable Salek Abdurrahman Musa.
السلام عليكم سيد الرئيس، شكرا على إعطاء الكلمة. لقد استمعت جيدا إلى التقرير، خاصة التقرير المتعلق بحالة السلم والأمن في إفريقيا. أعيب على هذا التقرير أنه يعني كان عموميا، لم يتطرق بالتفاصيل إلى حالة السلم والأمن في إفريقيا. ماذا صنعت إفريقيا في كل قضايا من قضايا النزاع القائمة والموجودة في إفريقيا والتي ليست بالقليل. وعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، قضية الصحراء الغربية آخر مستعمرة في إفريقيا. ماذا عمل الاتحاد الإفريقي في هذه القضية؟ ماذا عملت مفوضية السلم والأمن في هذه القضية؟ ما هي آخر مستجدات هذه القضية على مستوى الأمم المتحدة وعلى مستوى الترويكا وعلى مستوى غيرها. نوع من التفاصيل التي تجعل البرلمانيين في يعني على بينة من كل قضية. ماذا صنع ما في مالي مثلا وفي الكونغو أو غيرها. إذن هناك عيب أنه تقرير يعني قاس يعني تطرق إلى الكثير من العموميات في الوقت الذي كنا ننتظر فيه التفصيل في كل حالة من حالات النزاع في القارة الإفريقية. وكما أسلفت مثل حالة الصحراء الغربية التي 50 سنة من وهذه القضية والشعب الصحراوي يعاني الاستعمار ويعاني الاحتلال، ولم نسمع لا جديد في هذه القضية ولا في غيرها من قضايا النزاع. وشكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Jolie and Senator Kelly. J'accuse.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Honorable Président, honorable membre du Parlement panafricain, j'interviens sur les deux interventions de ces deux éminents membres des institutions africaines. D'abord, remercier et féliciter le président de la commission, le professeur Rémi Goïdoumou, pour son intervention. Le remercier sur le tableau qu'il a fait hier sur la situation du droit à l'éducation en République démocratique du Congo, où le président de la République a lancé le processus de la gratuité qui a fait transformer l'environnement éducationnel en faisant passer le nombre des enfants scolarisés de moins de 30% à plus de 75%. Et je voudrais donc le féliciter pour avoir souligné cet élément. Mais par contre, j'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'intérêt son rapport. Je crois que, comme l'ont dit nos prédécesseurs, la Commission doit améliorer sa communication pour qu'on puisse comprendre le grand travail qui est abattu sur l'ensemble des droits qu'il a évoqués. Il s'agit notamment du droit à la paix et à la sécurité pour le cas de la République démocratique du Congo. Ce qui m'amène d'ailleurs à faire le point ou le pont avec ce qu'a dit son autre collègue. Nous nous plaignons beaucoup sur la non-pertinence du travail de l'Union africaine et des institutions qui sont connexes. C'est ici le moment de montrer c'est quoi les principes de redevabilité. Sur l'ensemble du continent, il y a des conflits au nord, au centre, à l'est comme à l'ouest.
Thank you. Guys, Honorable Senior Ahmed El Keleni, Mrs.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا كذلك أريد أن أسأل الإخوة المقدمين على جدوائية هذا الأسلوب المتكرر. أنا من أقدم هذا البرلمانيين في البرلمان عموم إفريقيا وفي لجنة حقوق الإنسان، ومنذ ذلك التاريخ لا فرق بين التقرير التقييمي اللي مفروض على أن يجيب حقائق ملموسة وعلاجات ملموسة وبين الوثيقة الأدبية التثقيفية اللي تتكلم عن الاستراتيجية. لا بد من فرق بين الأسلوب التقييمي وتحديد الأشياء بتسمية الأشياء بمسمياتها وتثقيف هذا الجمهور السياسي بالتفاصيل هذه النزاعات وهذه الانتهاكات. منذ ذلك التاريخ لا نعرف الفرق ولا تفاصيل شنو هو الحرب اللي موجودة في الكونغو ولا في الصومال ولا في بوركينا فاسو ولا في الصحراء الغربية. هذا كله النزاعات حرب بؤر توتر، شيء من المجاملات اللي لا يفضي لشيء إلا التكرار وبذر الأموال وإتعاب الناس في الاستماع الغير مجدي. هذا الأسلوب أعتقد على أنه مرفوض وغير مقبول، ويشكل جزء من هدر أموال هذه المؤسسات وعدم فعاليتها. هذه نقطة أخرى، هناك يعني تواطؤ أو مقصود أو لا أعرف الأسباب التجاهل أقدم نزاع في إفريقيا، يعني أقدم نزاع مؤسس على تصفية الاستعمار ببروتوكولات الأمم المتحدة وبروتوكول الاتحاد الإفريقي على أنه تصفية استعمار. هناك شعب يقتل موجود في السجون، هناك مدافعين عن حقوق الإنسان يعني مقهورين، هناك قفل منطقة لا يزورها إلا من يحمل الفلوس لشراء الفوسفات، ممنوع على الصحفيين وممنوع على الحقوقيين وممنوع لأي رأي حر على أنه يدخل الأقاليم الصحراوية المحتلة من طرف المملكة المغربية. هذا المكيال بمكيالين، وهذه المحاباة وهذه عدم الصراحة وعدم الجرأة مفروض على أن تكون يعني متخلص منها الجسم الحقوقي والجسم الذي يناضل من أجل السلام ومن أجل ربط تمتين الروابط الإفريقية وتخليص القارة من هذه النزاعات. مفروض على أن نعود مفترقين في الأساليب. هذه الحكومات، هذه وزارات الخارجية تحابي وتعدل المحاباة، ولكن الجسم الإنسان الحقوقي لازم يعود صريح ويقول من انتهك الحقوق لصالح المغرب الذي انتهك حقوق الصحراويين واحتل أرضهم، والآن على شاشات التلفزيون يعذب الأفارقة ويهينهم ويدوس على رؤوسهم، والأفارقة ساكتين وصامدين ويتحابوا مع المغرب. هذا النوع من الأسلوب الغير مجدي لن يحرر القارة ولن يرفع من مستوى وضع حقوق الإنسان فيه. شكرا.
Honorable Senator, who they misspell your name, so they Coadio. I just said Dr. Bettine. It's much easier. Dr. Bettine, Côte d'Ivoire. But please do not exceed 3 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, nous avons 2 thèmes importants, l'état des droits de l'homme en Afrique et l'état de la gouvernance, de la paix et de la sécurité. Ces deux thèmes ramènent à une réflexion que j'avais menée dans un livre en 2029 où je parlais de démocratie. Parce qu'en Afrique, 80% de ces situations sont dues au problème de la mise en place de la démocratie. Nous sommes dans un système de démocratie sans démocrate. Et donc, les conséquences, c'est ce que nous vivons, l'insécurité, ainsi de suite. Bon, le thème est assez clair, c'est l'État. Je pense qu'il y a l'un des honorables qui en a parlé tout à l'heure. Il s'agit de faire l'état de lieu de la situation actuelle en termes de droits de l'homme, en termes de gouvernance, de sécurité et de paix. Et donc, nous avons travaillé il y a quelques semaines avec le président de la Commission des droits de l'homme. J'avoue que je profite de l'occasion pour dire que nous avons eu du plaisir à travailler avec lui. Et il avait évoqué la possibilité qu'on puisse mettre en place une réunion annuelle de brainstorming entre la Commission et le Parlement panafricain. J'évoque cela ici pour que la réflexion puisse aller au niveau du bureau. Et pour ce qui est de la situation de la sécurité et surtout l'avenir de la jeunesse en Afrique, parce que tous ces conflits détruisent notre jeunesse et empêchent cette jeunesse d'apprendre. Quels sont, après avoir fait l'état des lieux, quelle est l'action concrète que les différentes commissions et les différentes institutions de l'Union africaine font pour mettre la pression sur les présidents pour que des décisions puissent être prises? Que faisons-nous pour le Soudan, pour la Mozambique, pour la République démocratique? Il faut des actions fortes.
Doctor, for finishing within time, Honorable Sakata Tawab Berry, DRC Congo, DR Congo.
Honorable Président, je n'avais pas demandé la parole, ça c'était avant midi. J'avais demandé plutôt avant midi à la parole. C'était une erreur.
Honorable Bideri.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I want to thank the presenter. I want to talk about the issue of migrants. Migrants, as we know, are composed of mainly young people, both male and female. And as we know, this is a very important resource for the continent if they are well nurtured and supported by our governments. And some of the reasons why they look for opportunities elsewhere, particularly in the West, I think we've been told. One of them is lack of opportunities in their own countries, governance challenges in those countries, which also lead to discrimination and access to resources and other services. Recently, climate change has also been an issue that affects almost all the sectors of the economy. My reason for, talking on this issue is that I think although the priorities that have been listed are many, I think that the main challenge or the main solution lies with the leadership and political will in resolving some of these issues that we are talking about. So I think that's where the focus should be, even though we also need to build institutions that deal with those specific issues. But political will and leadership is very important in the continent in resolving some of these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Baja Lamari, Mrs. Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على الكلمة. أولا حزينة جدا بخصوص الإنسانية، حزينة لما يحدث بخصوص جرائم الاعتداء على الإنسانية. طرح حالة الإنسانية طرح حالة الإنسان وحقوقه موضوع مستفز لما تعيشه الإنسانية في عالمنا اليوم. لا نحتاج إلى كلام، لا نحتاج إلى تزكية، ولا نحتاج إلى تكرار، بل نحتاج إلى قرار. أليس الشعب الفلسطيني جزء من الإنسانية؟ أليسوا بشر كي نتفرج على أشلائهم كل ليلة؟ يجب أن نسمع صوت إفريقيا بخصوص ما تعيشه الإنسانية. آن الأوان أن نتدخل قبل أن يأتي دورنا المنتظر يوما ما. إذن بقينا نختبئ وراء الإنسانية. أليست الصحراء الغربية جزء من الإنسانية؟ أليست الصحراء الغربية عضو في الاتحاد الإفريقي؟ ما دوركم بخصوص النزاعات التي تعيشها إفريقيا؟ الشعب الصحراوي يتألم، ثرواته تستنزف وتنهب، يهان، شعبه في السجن يستبد تحت أعين الاتحاد الإفريقي، تحت أعين الإنسانية. إذن ماذا سنفعل أو ماذا ستفعل الإنسانية من أجل الإنسانية؟ عار على إفريقيا بحجمها، والصحراء الغربية آخر مستعمرة في إفريقيا. عار على إفريقيا أن تعيش فيها وتتعشش بؤر التوتر السياسي من أجل استنزاف ثرواتها وفقط. هل هذا تواطؤ لتصفية الإنسانية؟ السؤال سيد الرئيس، من يصنع الانقلابات داخل إفريقيا؟ شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Jean-Marie Nibiratinge.
Merci, Excellence, de m'accorder la parole. Tout droit au but. Je voudrais demander d'abord au président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. J'ai entendu les ONG, la société civile, les INDH s'exprimer aussi dans votre hémicycle. J'ai constaté qu'il y a beaucoup de violations de droits de l'homme. Mais comme je n'ai pas épuisé toutes les déclarations, toutes les communications, je voudrais vous demander quels sont les domaines ou bien les points où les violations sont très flagrantes. ABCD, est-ce que c'est dans les droits à la vie, droit à l'éducation, donc les domaines où les droits sont très bafoués, ABCD. C'est pour savoir là où nous allons mettre beaucoup d'efforts en tant que parlementaires. Concernant le représentant du professeur Bankole, vous avez parlé que des fois vous faites la prévention des conflits. Je voudrais savoir où est-ce que vous avez prévenu les conflits, où est-ce que vous avez réussi à prévenir les conflits. Les pays dans lesquels vous avez réussi à prévenir les conflits. Quels sont les tactes utilisés pour que ça nous aide, nous aussi, pendant la diplomatie parlementaire, à vous emboîter le pas.
Thank you. Honorable Said Ibrahim Said Sahrawi, Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على إتاحة الفرصة ونشكر مقدمي هذه الإحاطات المفيدة والتي كنا ننتظر منها حقيقة كونها تمثل إفريقيا، وهذه التقارير نابعة من عندنا وليست تقارير مستوردة من الخارج. وما دامت هذه التقارير واردة من داخل إفريقيا كان لابد أن تكون كل قضايا إفريقيا مسموعة أو ملموسة في صلب هذه التقارير. وبالتالي نحن لم نسمع أي شيء عن ما يتعلق بمراقبة حقوق الإنسان في الصحراء الغربية، ولم نسمع أي شيء عن فض النزاعات والترويكة التي عملها الاتحاد الإفريقي من أجل فض النزاع، وهي قرار بقى في الأرفف داخل الاتحاد الإفريقي دون أي فعل أو تقدم في العمل. مكتب الاتحاد الإفريقي التابع للأمم المتحدة في الصحراء الغربية مغلق منذ 5 سنوات، ولم يتحدث أي من التقارير الاتحاد الإفريقي عن هذا المكتب المغلق، وهذا مكتب يمثل الأمم المتحدة وتنظيم الاستفتاء في الصحراء الغربية. كنا ننتظر أن نستمع إلى شيء من بعثات تقصي الحقائق حول حقوق الإنسان في إفريقيا. لم نسمع أي شيء عن أي بعثة لحقوق الإنسان تتقصى موضوع حقوق الإنسان في أي بلد من بلدان إفريقيا. كيف يمكننا أن نصنع التقارير دون بعث لجان لتقصي الحقائق في هذه البلدان وتأتينا بهذه التقارير؟ لأن هذه التقارير تهمنا، هذه تقارير إفريقيا، هذه تقاريرنا نحن. إذا كانت لا تتحدث عنا تقاريرنا فمن سيتحدث عنه؟ هل سننتظر الأوروبيين حتى يتحدثون عنا في تقاريرهم، أو ننتظر حقوق الإنسان في جنيف أو المتحدة؟ هذا تقرير إفريقيا يجب أن نسمع فيه صوت إفريقيا الحقيقي. القاصي والداني في إفريقيا يجب أن يكون وارد في تقاريرنا. وشكرا.
تقارير معدة من
Thank you, please. Let's have order. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ismail Samata, Somalia.
I will pass on. Thank you.
Honorable Esther Mutoni Basarish.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute. I want to touch on the Africa Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights. Right now, in all the social media, the Director General of the National Financial Investigation Agency in Equatorial Guinea has been trending, Honorable Baktalsa Angonga. And he's been trending because somebody leaked some videos, apparently 400 videos of him having intimate relationships with various women of various stature. And he comes out and says that all of those were AI generated. And I look at human rights and people's rights, and I feel that with the AI coming in, what is the Commission doing to ensure that they safeguard people's rights? because here a lot of rights are going to be affected if we don't have a way to deal with AI in our legislation. I also want to look at Africa as one voice, one people. We had the Gambia recently come out with a law that was going to make legal female genital mutilation, but then the parliament rejected it. I'm just praying that we do end up having legislative rights as the Pan-African Parliament, and in so doing, we'll be able to come up with more than model laws that can inform Africa on human rights. But I just wondered, what strength do all the protocols that you come up with have, and how can we help to make sure that where they are being breached, we are being told if it's our respective countries, so that we can also bring it out in our parliaments. Because the only way we're going to bring human rights is when we all work together and ensure that no rights are being breached. And we've got a lot of rights that are being breached across the continent, including our own country. And what I want to say is, when it comes to Sahel, we really have to look into it. We know we keep talking about Gaza, the Middle East, and what's going on there, but we also have to look at what's going on in our own continent. I think the issue of Sahel has been brought out so many times, and it's time that we give it attention, because otherwise we're a toothless bulldog. We talk and talk, but we're not doing anything about human rights. Let's start there. Let's ensure that the Africans that are neighboring Morocco are actually able to be having the rights that they deserve. It's been coming up over and over again, and we are doing nothing. So when we start talking about human rights, let's start there. Let's see, what is this commission going to be doing, and what have you done, and what are the penalties that you've put on Morocco, so that the people of Africa can stop being victimized in the manner that they've been, which is very inhumane, degrading, and does not reflect the face of Africa. When we look at the rights of women. Right now, we have a problem with femicide across the continent. We have teenage.
Merci. Merci, honorable. Maintenant, on donne la parole à l'honorable Souaibou, from Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I thank all the presenters, since time is not there. I just want to talk about the youth dying in the Mediterranean. We all know that the reason for that is because of the unemployment and low incomes that our youth are experiencing, and they want progress. Honorable Speaker, we talk about dependence on external donors. I want to suggest that we prioritize our priorities as it is done in this document, in the human rights document. We have priorities, and then we tell the external donors, these are our priorities. And if they are going to intervene, these are the areas that we want them to intervene, so that when they intervene, it becomes a win-win situation. Not that they bring their own priorities to us, and then we'll have to follow those priorities just because of their interest. Honorable President, I want to also say that the issue of building prisons has been mentioned, but I want to say that it is not necessarily the answer to the human rights situations and other crimes that we are facing. That we need to deal with the root causes of issues, so that we don't have to put all these people in jail, and we cannot even feed them. I have seen the issue in DR Congo, and it is appalling that all those people have been dying in those prisons, and they are being malnutrited there, and so on and so forth. So we need to really look at issues. Instead of building bigger prisons and newer prisons, it's better we deal with the root causes. Honorable Speaker, the issue of salary has come since I was a child. It has been an issue, and we need to deal with it as number one priority for this parliament and this continent. On that note, I thank you.
Merci, honorable. Vous n'avez pas le droit, vous savez que le texte ne nous autorise pas de prendre la parole à la place de quelqu'un d'autre. Vous avez pris la parole, je vous ai laissé finir. Mais la prochaine fois, c'est pas la peine que le député répète ça. Que s'il y a un honorable qui est absent, donc on ne doit pas remplacer le nom. Maintenant, je donne la parole à Diogene de Rwanda.
Merci, honorable. Monsieur le vice-président, je vais parler de la Commission nationale
des droits de l'homme, et dont on a mentionné parmi les 10 priorités, je pense qu'avec la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme, qu'on sollicite qu'elle doit avoir un budget et être indépendante. C'est le cas du Rwanda, on a cette commission et que chaque pays doit en avoir. Et je pense qu'on peut résoudre tous les problèmes qu'on a mentionnés par les 10 priorités. Et que si le Parlement de chaque pays vote et accorde un budget annuel suffisant à la Commission, et que chaque année, il reçoit le rapport de la Commission, comme on le fait chez nous au Rwanda, le Parlement peut utiliser ces rapports pour mener une action de contrôle du gouvernement. Alors, je propose que, si possible, le pape peut visiter les commissions nationales des droits de l'homme, pas dans une action de contrôle, mais une visite pour voir si toutes ces conditions pour que la commission nationale puisse travailler avec sans difficulté. Donc, tout ce qu'on nous a donné comme priorité peut être résolu dans 3 points. Fonctionnement et budget et les rapports annuels de la Commission des droits de l'homme, la gouvernance et la volonté politique. Si possible, le pape peut organiser une visite à ces commissions pour voir quelles sont les difficultés qu'elle rencontre. Sinon, on aura tout en bon état. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, honorable, d'avoir respecté le temps. Maintenant, honorable Pélagie. Rwanda toujours.
Honorable vice-président, merci de m'avoir accordé la parole. Je vais directement sur la problématique d'accroissement de la population des femmes et des jeunes dans les instances de prise de décision. Je suis d'accord avec l'honorable Rémi parce que l'accroissement de la participation des femmes et des jeunes dans les instances de prise de décision actuellement, c'est une voie incontournable d'expression de leurs menaces d'abord et de leurs opportunités. En fait d'assurer le succès futur de leurs organisations, je dirais leurs États. Monsieur le vice-président, le choix de la décision détermine notre chemin de vie et peuvent nous conduire vers nos objectifs ou nous en éloignent. Et je voudrais aussi ajouter sur le risque non seulement les femmes et les jeunes, mais aussi les personnes avec handicapés et insister à demander aux États d'écouter leur point de vue lors de la prise de décision. Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président.
À vous, honorable Pélagie. Maintenant, je donne la parole à honorable Abdallah de Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On remercie les présentateurs. Je m'attendais, en tout cas, pour ce qui est de la paix et sécurité, je m'attendais à un rapport sur la situation de paix et sécurité dans les différentes régions du continent. Donc, nous sommes restés, en tout cas, sur notre faim. Pour ce qui est le conflit au Soudan, la situation humanitaire au Soudan est catastrophique à cause de la guerre entre les deux parties. Conséquence, l'insécurité alimentaire s'est installée durablement. Il semble que chacun des deux parties sont soutenus par des acteurs extérieurs. Selon nos informations, les deux parties refusent un cessez-le-feu même pendant le Ramadan passé, qui est un mois sacré. Donc le conflit est sûrement alimenté par un approvisionnement régulier en équipement et matériel de guerre. Apparemment, beaucoup d'initiatives de médiation de l'IGAD, de l'Union africaine, etc., n'ont pas abouti. Alors que cette guerre dure près de 20 mois depuis avril 2023. Si les parties en conflit ne veulent pas s'engager dans un processus de cessez-le-feu, même pour les raisons humanitaires,
un levier pourrait être l'application effective des sanctions, notamment pour contribuer au tarissement de l'accès au matériel et équipements de guerre. Donc, on demande aux représentants du professeur Bankole de nous éclairer en tout cas sur le processus de résolution du conflit au Soudan. Concernant les missions d'observation, on constate en tout cas que les échanges avec le pape sont envoyés vraiment en retard. Un exemple, les missions électorales, les observations de missions électorales en Namibie, île Maurice et Ghana ont été envoyées apparemment selon la correspondance fin octobre. Et nous, on l'a reçu en arrivant ici. Alors que la mission d'observation électorale en île Maurice a déjà commencé le 5. Merci.
Merci, honorable. Maintenant, je donne la parole à Aymen de la Tunisie.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. كل التقدير للورقتين المقدمتين من قبل سعادة السفير بانكولي والسيد ريمي رئيس اللجنة الأفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. نتكلم عن حقوق الإنسان ونحن نشاهد يوميا ما يحدث في غزة وفلسطين ولبنان واليمن وسوريا. هذا كله من منتهك وحيد، هو كيان غاصب، كيان محتل. بالنسبة لقارتنا ما يحدث الآن أردت أن يكون هذا موجودا في الورقتين، لكن للأسف لم يتم التركيز عليه، خاصة الحديث على الهجرة الغير شرعية والاتجار بالبشر. هل هؤلاء لديهم حقوق أو ليس لديهم حقوق؟ هؤلاء الذين يستعملونهم ويلقون بهم في الصحراء ثم يلقون بهم في البحر، هل لديهم حقوق أو لا توجد لديهم حقوق؟ حقوقهم هل أنها موجودة في بلدانهم؟ يعني اليوم يلتجئون للهجرة الغير شرعية ويتجهون لتجار البشر لأنهم يهربون من بلدانهم للأسف، وذلك رغم ما يوجد في هذه البلدان من ثروات، لكن لا يتم استغلالها ولا يتم تمكينهم اقتصاديا للتطور في بلدانهم وتحقيق الازدهار، لذا يلجؤون إلى هذه العصابات. لذا فالتركيز رجاء على هذه العصابات التي تنتهن الاتجار بالبشر وحتى الاتجار بالأعضاء، ويتم استغلال هذه الفئات من شباب، من نساء، من أطفال كذلك. الرجاء التركيز على هذا المحور. مع الشكر.
Merci, honorable Aymen. Maintenant, je donne la parole à l'honorable Mariam, de la Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Monsieur le Vice-président, je voudrais apprécier l'exercice que nous avons eu en écoutant l'état des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Et je voudrais demander que ça devienne un exercice annuel, soit avec la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme, soit avec les différents représentants des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Et je voudrais suggérer que pour les prochaines rencontres, nous ayons un rapport plus détaillé par région, par pays, pour nous permettre, nous, parlementaires, d'en tenir compte non seulement au plan continental, mais aussi dans le cadre de nos plaidoyers au plan national. Et je voudrais suggérer que la Commission élabore un baromètre des droits de l'homme qui soit un résumé de tout cela. Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais demander à la Commission d'être un peu plus brave. Mieux vaut prévenir que guérir et d'aborder les défis brûlants du moment, parce que ces défis mettent en cause la paix sociale. Ce sont des défis comme l'homosexualité, les violences faites aux femmes, l'inclusion des femmes, des jeunes et des personnes handicapées, comme prévu par l'agenda 2063, la politisation de la société civile, l'immigration et les violences aux droits de l'homme dans les pays de transit, etc., etc. Mieux vaut prévenir que guérir. Osons aborder ces problèmes au regard des valeurs africaines. Monsieur le Président, nous avons bien écouté le rapport, mais on se pose la question, what next? Que fait la Commission après avoir fait les constats? S'il y a tant d'insécurité et de violence politique, à mon avis, c'est parce qu'il y a une très grande manipulation du concept de démocratie par les élites politiques. Et ma question, c'est que fait la Commission dans ce domaine pour aider les populations à s'approprier le concept de démocratie et à exercer leurs droits en toute quiétude, en toute transparence? La politisation de la vie civile est une réalité dans nos États et je me pose la question, quelle est la véracité des rapports que reçoit la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme? Il y a un sujet important qui a été abordé et je voudrais juste revenir là-dessus, c'est celui des compagnies de téléphonie. Les taux de transfert en Afrique de l'Ouest sont exorbitants, avec une cécité volontaire de nos États. Et ma question, c'est que fait la Commission pour défendre les droits des plus vulnérables? Parce que les transferts, c'est en général les personnes les plus vulnérables qui l'utilisent. Je vous remercie.
Merci, honorable. Maintenant, je donne la parole à l'honorable Safia Elmi Gibril de Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. Et je voudrais intervenir sur le thème du droit de l'homme. Monsieur le Président, j'ai été interpellée lors de la présentation de l'honorable Rémy par un thème qui touche et qui concerne directement nous les femmes dans le cadre du droit de l'homme. Il s'agit des violences fondées sur le genre et en particulier les pratiques traditionnelles néfastes. En l'occurrence, les mutilations génitales féminines dont vous avez abordé tout à l'heure dans votre rapport. Monsieur l'honorable Rémy, je me sens triste de constater que dans notre continent, cette question reste encore d'actualité. Car beaucoup de pays de l'Afrique n'ont pas encore légiféré sur ces pratiques, qui sont des pratiques dangereuses et qui laissent des séquelles indélébiles et irréversibles chez les petites filles et les jeunes filles l'ayant subi. Il est malheureux de constater que dans certains pays, ces pratiques se font par des tradis praticiens et parfois par du personnel paramédical et médical, sans être inquiétés, ni dans l'impunité totale. Aussi, monsieur l'honorable, je voudrais savoir si au sein de l'Union africaine, cette question interpelle les responsables pour en faire une priorité et obliger les États membres qui n'ont pas encore légiféré sur cette question de les faire pour le bien de l'humanité. Enfin, comme vous le savez, beaucoup de maladies telles que la malnutrition, les sida, les VIH-sida, le paludisme et j'en passe, tuent déjà beaucoup des Africains. Et quand on ne fait rien pour une question que l'on peut éviter ou pour des morts que l'on peut éviter, vraiment je trouve que nos priorités sont loin d'être exécutées.
Merci, honorable. Dernier intervenant, honorable Denis Léon du Bénin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma préoccupation a été prise en compte. Je vous remercie et je préfère qu'on gagne du temps. Merci, Président.
Merci. Maintenant, s'il n'y a pas d'autres intervenants, je pense qu'on va clôturer le débat. J'invite à présent le président de la commission des droits de l'homme et du peuple à répondre. Et j'invite le représentant du commissaire de la CEA à répondre.
Merci beaucoup, honorable vice-président, de l'occasion et de l'opportunité que vous allez me donner de répondre rapidement à toutes ces questions. Suivant le listing que j'ai pu faire, j'ai rempli des carnets et des carnets. j'ai environ 26 questions. En prenant 1 minute par question, il me faudra 26 minutes minimum. Je vous demande 26 minutes minimum et j'aurai terminé ma tâche. Mais je le ferai en moins de 26 minutes parce que nous avons appris la capacité de synthèse de ce genre de choses
Allez-y,
assez
c'est pour le
rapidement.
bien-être de la population. On vous écoute.
Très bien. Je ne dépasserai pas de toutes les manières les 26 minutes ayant moi-même un agenda parce que nous allons terminer la session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples demain. Et on a encore des points sur l'agenda, on doit délibérer et je vais vous quitter bientôt. Je voudrais donc commencer par le premier intervenant, je crois l'honorable Faté. Je note qu'il veut des préoccupations, que le dit ce que nous faisons sur l'affaire palestinienne en cours à Gaza, la situation au Sahara. C'est une question qui revient chez beaucoup de parlementaires, mais je vais répondre de manière très brève. Pour la situation en Palestine, à Gaza, nous sommes l'une des rares institutions au sein de l'Union africaine qui ne craignons rien, qui avons déjà pris position. Pour ceux qui suivent l'évolution des travaux, nous avons déjà sorti 2 communiqués de presse condamnant la situation à Gaza. Et j'ai le bonheur de vous informer qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons même adopté une résolution. Pour les travaux que j'ai conduits ce matin, nous avons adopté une résolution qui condamne toutes les violations du droit international humanitaire et sans mâcher les mots en disant à l'entité étatique qui est en train de mépriser les Palestiniens qu'elle sera tenue pour responsable si ces éléments sont établis. Donc, je peux être fier de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples de devoir intervenir sur cette question-là. En ce qui concerne le Sahara occidental, nous savons tous que c'est un État membre de l'Union africaine et la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples n'a pas laissé le Sahara de côté, contrairement à ce que les gens peuvent dire. Je vais le dire une fois pour toutes pour clarifier les choses. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine à qui le COREP avait demandé de faire un rapport sur la non-mise en œuvre des décisions du COREP au niveau de nos institutions. Eh bien, j'avais fait déjà il y a de cela 2 ans un rapport sur la mise en œuvre de la situation, la non-exécution des décisions du Conseil exécutif, en ce compris cette décision sur le Sahara qui demandait à ce que la Commission aille mener une enquête dans cette entité-là. Nous avons fait déjà un rapport au Conseil exécutif. Je voudrais inviter les honorables députés à se ressourcer dans nos rapports et à prendre connaissance du ruling qui avait été formulé par les États, les représentants des États au niveau du COREP, qui avait été validé par le Conseil exécutif et validé par l'Assemblée des chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Notre part des responsabilités de travail est déjà faite. Maintenant, pour les autres questions qui restent à résoudre, je voudrais que les gens se réfèrent à toutes les décisions de l'Union africaine. J'ai même vu un honorable parler de la Troïka. C'est là où se trouve aujourd'hui le dossier. Donc, moi, je ne peux pas clarifier les choses qui relèvent de nos chefs d'État. En ce qui concerne la Tunisie, qui estime que nous sommes absents dans la situation, la réponse que je viens de donner ci-avant vaut également. Honorable Mohamed de l'Algérie, je viens de le dire, pour la décolonisation de la question sahraoui, pourquoi on semble ignorer cette question? Non, nous n'ignorons pas cette question. Nous avons déjà fait rapport à ceux qui nous ont demandé de faire quelque chose dans le cadre de nos obligations. Eh bien, une décision a déjà été prise et nous nous en tenons à ce niveau-là. Je voudrais répondre à l'honorable, je crois, Saïdani, si les choses sont correctes, si j'ai bien écrit de la même manière. Honorable Dansou du Kenya, vous êtes déçu par le rapport. Je ne sais pas si vous parlez de mon rapport ou d'un autre rapport, mais en tout cas, s'il s'agit du mien, je ne vous ai fait qu'un highlight. Je n'ai fait qu'un highlight, je n'ai pas la prétention de vous dire que les 2 ou 3 pages que je présentais, c'est ça la cartographie générale. Il s'agit en fait d'un résumé que nous vous avons fait qui cadre bien avec l'article 45 de la Charte africaine. Si je n'ai pas parlé des manifestations au Kenya, mais je peux vous dire, si je ne l'ai pas dit maintenant, ce matin, on en a discuté. Nous étions sur le point même d'adopter une résolution à ce sujet, mais nous voulons encore compléter nos informations par rapport à la situation que vit la société civile au Kenya, qui connaît des difficultés dans ce cadre-là. Et nous pensons que dans les jours à venir, une résolution tombera dans ce sens. Je remercie encore l'honorable, je pense, Bawab, si j'ai bien écrit le nom. Je m'excuse si j'ai mal écrit le nom de la Tunisie. Euh, Pourquoi ce titre? State of Human Rights in Africa. Les normes qui sont mises en place, ce sont des normes qui répondent de l'agenda des Occidentaux. Qu'est-ce qui se passe par rapport à nous les Africains? Les sanctions dont vous parlez, qu'est-ce qu'on veut en faire? Tout ce que je peux vous dire par rapport à ce sujet, ce que nous travaillons en ce qui concerne d'abord les sanctions. Nous sommes solidaires avec tous les pays qui sont sanctionnés en Afrique par rapport à cette question. Le Zimbabwe a émis le vœu de voir la Commission réagir à ce sujet par rapport aux sanctions injustes qu'ils subissent. Nous avons réagi au cours de cette session. Nous avons adopté une résolution pour montrer notre solidarité par rapport au peuple zimbabwéen, par rapport au peuple zimbabwéen. Maintenant, les normes dont vous dites mises en place par les Occidentaux, ce n'est pas ça la philosophie à la Commission africaine. Nous travaillons en respectant les valeurs des traditions culturelles africaines. C'est tout ce que nous faisons tous les jours. Et pour cela, nous tenons compte du préambule de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, aussi bien que des articles 17 et 18 que je vais vous inviter à lire. Et chaque fois que nous travaillons ces questions, nous tiendrons compte de cela. Je prends bonne note de ce qu'a dit la commissaire Jennifer sur le Rwanda. C'est un modèle à suivre. Le Gachacha a été un exemple pour l'Afrique. Beaucoup de pays sont en train de passer sous la phase de justice transitionnelle. Gachacha est un modèle. Le business model du Gachacha est le seul que nous avons et je pense que nous gagnerons tous à suivre cette pratique, aussi bien en République démocratique du Congo que dans les autres pays où se trouve le problème des conflits entre les populations. C'est un business model judiciaire qui mérite d'être importé. Merci à l'honorable Moussa qui indique que le rapport comporte des lacunes. Il n'y a pas la situation du Sahara occidental. Je n'ai pas fait état de la situation au Sahara occidental. Je ne dis pas que le Sahara occidental n'est pas en crise. Je le sais, je le connais, je suis le premier à le savoir, mais j'ai déjà indiqué que, et vous le dites d'ailleurs vous-même dans votre intervention, ce dossier se trouve au niveau du Troïka. L'honorable ambassadeur Salah va compléter cette question parce que nous savons tous, vous et nous, que ça se trouve au niveau de la Troïka. Je me suis toujours posé la question. Pourquoi les gens ne vont pas faire le plaidoyer aussi au niveau de la Troïka pour leur demander de bien vouloir nous donner leur lecture par rapport à la situation pour que les organes puissent évoluer. Les plaidoyers que l'on fait au niveau des organes, il est magnifique. Je n'ai pas de problème contre ça. Mais nous tous, nous savons que c'est les chefs d'État qui ont demandé qu'on les laisse, eux, d'abord prendre attitude par rapport à cette question. Ils n'ont pas encore pris attitude. On a un peu les mains et les pieds liés, et pour ainsi dire, on va attendre. Je remercie un de nos grands frères de la faculté de droit, un de nos anciens professeurs, l'honorable Jolie Sengekeli, pour ce que nous avions dit à propos du business model de l'enseignement de la République démocratique du Congo, dont la gratuité a fait grimper le taux de fréquentation de 30 à 75%. Mais cependant, même s'il a été coupé, il pose la question de la redevabilité à la Commission, le droit à la paix, à la sécurité. Apparemment, il a l'impression que nous ne faisons rien. Mais je voudrais quand même rappeler que pour la crise qui concerne la République démocratique du Congo, si c'est de celle-là qu'il s'agit, nous sommes le premier organe à avoir condamné les États agresseurs contre la République démocratique du Congo. Nous avons eu une communication à ce sujet. Et d'ailleurs, je voulais remercier la délégation de la République démocratique du Congo parce que depuis que la charte est en vigueur, il s'agit du premier pays à avoir initié les communications interétatiques. Notre charte parle de paix et développement. Chaque fois que nous analysons des questions de paix, nous les lions au développement. Vous parlez de paix et sécurité. Nous avons également un rôle à jouer dans le domaine de paix et sécurité. Je ne le dis pas, ne fût-ce qu'en termes d'alerte. Parce que quand vous lisez le protocole créant le CPS, nous avons un rôle d'alerter le Conseil de paix et de sécurité si par les informations que nous recevons, nous avons des situations qui peuvent être portées sur la table du Conseil de paix et de sécurité en matière de violation des droits de l'homme. Merci, honorable Simia. Je prends bonne note de ce que vous dites par rapport à la situation sahraoui. Gaspillage des ressources, c'est la crise la plus ancienne en Afrique, chronologiquement parlant. je vous le concède, mais vous dites qu'on est en train de violer le droit des Sahraouis. Je vous le concède également, mais je remets toujours les questions sur l'angle de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples pour lequel je vous ai donné la lecture de notre institution par rapport à cela. Je vous renvoie donc au ruling, donc à la décision que nous avions présentée, au rapport que nous avions présenté il y a 2 ans au Conseil de paix, ou plutôt au COREP, qui a monté au Conseil exécutif validé par les chefs d'État, rapport selon lequel nous devons nous aussi attendre que la Troïka puisse se prononcer à ce sujet. Et c'est à ce sujet, si j'ai un conseil à donner, qu'il faut aller faire, en tout cas, beaucoup plus de plaidoyer. Mais vous pouvez me croire, nous restons très, 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 très solidaires et nous suivons toute la situation de près. La situation Sahara occidentale, il y a plusieurs paramètres qu'il faut mettre en jeu. Pour ce qui concerne les paramètres droits de l'homme, cette institution a déjà fait sa part de responsabilité. Honorable de Kwaku, de Côte d'Ivoire, mes remerciements. Cette réunion annuelle de brainstorming between us and you, c'est quelque chose de bien que nous devons mettre en place pour qu'on ait un cadre d'échange et de dialogue. Et d'ailleurs, je peux informer, pour ceux qui ne le savent pas, entre nous et le Parlement panafricain, nous avons déjà un MOU qui nous pousse à collaborer dans ce domaine. Honorable Sakatagari, il a passé la parole parce qu'il n'avait pas demandé la parole. Honorable, je pense, Biden, la problématique des migrants avec cette volonté politique de nos dirigeants qui manque, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Si nos dirigeants avaient cette volonté politique de devoir résoudre ce problème, ils le feraient facilement. Honorable, je pense, Marie, je n'ai pas bien entendu Algérie, il est de l'Algérie. Je remercie également l'honorable de l'Algérie, Marie, qui a parlé en 15e position, comme je n'ai pas la liste. Crimes contre l'humanité, question palestinienne, nous y avons déjà répondu. La Commission africaine a déjà pris position. À la fin de cette session, vous verrez dans notre communiqué final, on va vous dire qu'on a adopté une résolution. Prenez connaissance de cette résolution, vous allez voir que notre institution travaille et travaille assez bien dans ce domaine-là. Vous êtes également revenu sur la situation Sahara occidentale. Toutes les autres réponses que j'ai communiquées pour les honorables députés qui vous ont précédés, permettez que je puisse les reconvoquer ici pour que vous puissiez, n'est-ce pas, considérer également comme étant des réponses à votre propre question. Honorable Jean-Marie du Burundi, permettez d'abord que je vous remercie d'être venu prendre part à vos travaux, mais vous m'avez posé une question avec des indications bien précises. Quels sont les points où les violations sont flagrantes par ABCD? J'avoue que nous ne faisons pas souvent cet exercice pour dire quantifions les violations, où est-ce qu'il y a les violations les plus nombreuses. Mais maintenant que vous le dites, c'est quelque chose sur lequel je demanderai au secrétariat désormais de devoir y prêter attention. Mais je peux vous dire de manière globale, en matière de violation des droits de l'homme, aucun pays n'est sain. Parmi tous les pays d'Afrique, aucun n'est sain. Et je mets ma main à couper qu'un pays me dise que lui, sur son territoire, il ne viole pas les droits de l'homme. Alors, honorable Saïd Brahim Saïd, je pense, de la RASD, il demande pourquoi ce silence. Non, honorable, il n'y a pas de silence. Hein. Pour l'instant, vous savez, la situation que vit l'Union africaine par rapport à ce dossier, c'est une situation qui, bien évidemment, concerne également les droits de l'homme, mais il y a d'autres aspects. Mais les autres aspects politiques, les aspects sécuritaires, paraissent pour les dirigeants de notre institution avoir plus d'autorité sur le reste. C'est la raison pour laquelle, vous savez, ce dossier a été conduit à la Troïka. Il n'y a qu'un seul député qui essaie un peu de déplorer le fait que cette fameuse Troïka ne se met pas rapidement en marche sur ce dossier. C'est notre vœu à tous. Faisons ensemble la pression pour que la Troïka nous donne des réponses par rapport à ces questions pour lesquelles on n'a pas de réponse. Mais vous savez bien comme moi que ce n'est pas la Commission africaine qui va apporter des réponses sur des questions de politique et de diplomatie. Nous ne travaillons pas pour ça. Cette petite institution n'est composée que des experts techniques qui n'ont pas de compétences en matière politique et en matière diplomatique. Ce qu'elle devait faire, elle, mon institution, ce sont les enquêtes. Elle a essayé de le faire. Elle s'est déjà rendue à Tindouf. C'est lorsqu'elle devait le faire de l'autre côté qu'elle n'a pas pu le faire. Je n'ai pas une armée pour envoyer mes commissaires aller enquêter sur un territoire où on ne sait pas les accueillir. C'est ça la difficulté que nous avons. Et chacun d'entre vous le sait très bien, c'est ça la limite de nos décisions que nous prenons. Je ne peux pas, tout comme aujourd'hui, j'ai la volonté d'envoyer les gens au Soudan, mais tant que le Soudan ne me dit pas, envoie-moi les commissaires, je ne sais rien faire. Je ne sais rien faire. Je n'ai pas une armée. L'Union africaine a une force africaine en attente et qui pourrait nous aider, mais cette force-là n'existe pas encore. Qui va m'aider à amener les enquêteurs sur le terrain pour regarder ces choses-là? Un peu compliqué. Honorable Esther, vous avez bien fait d'élever, c'est dans l'air du temps, la situation de Balthazar. On me dit qu'il y a un certain Balthazar avec des vidéos qui circulent, mais le hasard des calendriers a fait que c'est aujourd'hui même que nous venons d'adopter une résolution sur la protection des données à caractère personnel et il me semble que cette résolution arrive à point nommé pour essayer de voir comment les données qui appartiennent privées, qui appartiennent à un individu, ne peuvent pas comme ça, de manière si simpliste, être mises sur la plage publique. Et je pense que cette résolution que nous avons adoptée, que nous allons publier demain, participe à la réponse que nous devons donner à ce type de problématique. Je voudrais également répondre à l'honorable Chouaïbou de la Gambie sur les migrants en Méditerranée. Je comprends que vous posez cette question. La Gambie, j'y vis, j'y suis maintenant au moment où je vous parle. C'est la côte souriante de l'Afrique qui dit migrants à travers l'océan Pacifique, dit aussi passer dans les eaux territoriales de la Gambie. On doit apporter une réponse à ça. Et la Commission, chaque fois qu'il y a des décès, elle essaye de suivre la situation de près et les soft laws que nous avons participent à cela. Honorable Diogène du Rwanda, l'expérience que vous donnez sur la Commission des droits de l'homme au Rwanda, j'en fais mienne. C'est pas une question, mais la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Rwanda est l'une des rares commissions que nous accueillons à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et qui vient de manière permanente à nos travaux. Vous voulez bien transmettre à la présidente de cette commission nos sincères remerciements pour leur participation assez assidue à nos travaux. Je suis à la 21e question, je vais terminer parce qu'il y en a 26. Honorable Pélagie, la participation des femmes dans les instances de prise de décision, c'est une des, j'en ai pas dire politique, c'est des choses sur lesquelles nous travaillons dans le cadre du protocole de Maputo, mais vous avez raison. Maintenant que le protocole sur les personnes handicapées entre en vigueur, il faudrait qu'on fasse participer également les personnes qui vivent avec handicap et pourquoi pas les jeunes. Et pourquoi pas les jeunes qui sont l'avenir de demain. Honorable Abdallah du Djibouti, pour la situation humanitaire au Soudan et toutes les informations que vous donnez par rapport à l'implication des forces extérieures. Nous suivons de près la situation au Soudan. Ce qui nous manque, c'est des moyens financiers, des moyens politiques, des moyens sécuritaires pour aller sur le terrain. Mais sinon, nous avons déjà organisé les choses pour que nous allions, si nous n'arrivons pas à aller directement au Soudan, regarder dans les pays limitrophes les réfugiés et travailler avec eux. Je pense à l'Égypte, je pense au Tchad, si on peut y aller, je pense à l'Érythrée, je pense à la République centrafricaine et à tout le moins, si cela ne va pas, à l'Ouganda, par exemple, pour aller voir qu'est-ce qui se passe pour la situation humanitaire et essayer de formuler des recommandations pour le Soudan. Mais de manière globale, je peux vous dire, chaque fois que vous voyez un foyer où il y a des tensions en Afrique, et vous avez l'impression que la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples ne fait absolument rien, c'est par manque de moyens. Aussi bien cette crise et les crises précédentes, je ne citerai pas les crises précédentes parce qu'elles n'ont pas été invoquées ici, il y a un manque cruel de soutien politique pour que nous fassions notre travail et un manque cruel de ressources financières pour que nous puissions exécuter celui-ci. Honorable Ayman, si j'ai bien écrit, de la Tunisie, merci beaucoup, honorable, pour votre pertinente question sur la situation à Gaza et en Palestine. J'ai déjà répondu à cette question. Alors, pourquoi cela n'a pas été mentionné dans la présentation des orateurs? J'ai dit que je n'ai pas tout dit. La situation à Gaza fait partie de notre agenda que nous sommes en train d'exécuter, pour lequel je veux prendre congé de vous pour l'instant, mais demain, dans notre communiqué final, vous verrez que ces commissaires qui ont été missionnés par les chefs d'État pour s'occuper des droits de l'homme sur notre continent se sont occupés de cette question-là. Honorable Mariam, 24e question sur 26 et de la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci beaucoup. Mais vous avez besoin de la bravoure de la Commission pour les questions brûlantes dès lors, l'homosexualité, les violences faites aux femmes, l'immigration, en tenant compte des valeurs, des traditions culturelles africaines. Nous faisons preuve de courage tous les jours sur toutes les questions. À la Commission africaine, il n'y a pas de questions taboues. L'une des questions taboues, par exemple, l'homosexualité, je vous ai déjà dit la position de la Commission. Déjà dans mon propre discours d'ouverture, j'ai condamné la Côte d'Ivoire pour la campagne contre les Houbi. Vous savez qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il y a une campagne en cours contre le Houbi. Je l'ai fait. Dans mon franc-parler, je l'ai fait. Et aujourd'hui, je peux vous rassurer que nous fonctionnons, oui, en respectant les valeurs et traditions culturelles africaines conformément à la charte, mais nous demandons aux États aussi de ne pas discriminer ces personnes. Les autres thématiques, violence faite aux femmes, immigration, c'est notre tartine de tous les jours. Nous le faisons assez régulièrement. Honorable Safia du Djibouti, vous dites que beaucoup de pays n'ont pas encore légiféré dans le domaine de VBG, violence basée sur le genre. Vous avez complètement raison. Et ce matin, dans les recommandations que nous faisions dans notre, je pense, dans le rapport des activités que nous allons présenter aux organes délibérants, nous disons aux États de criminaliser les violences qui sont faites dans ce cadre-là et dans ce domaine-là. Parce que beaucoup de gens qui violentent nos femmes dans ce domaine-là se cachent derrière des considérations historiques, culturelles, voire des relents religieux. C'est la raison pour laquelle la Commission africaine, le rapporteur spécial sur le droit des femmes, est en train de lutter pour que ces violences basées sur le genre, ces violences basées sur les femmes, notamment la mutilation faite aux femmes, puissent être criminalisées dans le pays. Et je pense qu'un pays comme la Gambie est un modèle. Vous avez suivi les derniers développements dans ce domaine. La Gambie a encore beaucoup de choses à vendre aux autres États. C'était la 25e question. Et la 26e question, ils nous ont fait grâce. C'est M. Léon du Bénin. Je voudrais le remercier parce qu'il n'a pas posé la question. Sa préoccupation ayant déjà été prise en compte par un autre honorable député. Je voudrais vous dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, chers honorables députés, cet exercice, nous devons le maintenir. Autant nous le faisons au niveau du Conseil de paix et de sécurité, nous faisons un brainstorming annuel où nous leur parlons de la situation des droits de l'homme. Notre institution, dans le cadre du Memorandum of Understanding que nous avons signé avec vous, est tout à fait prête de venir chaque année discuter avec les représentants du peuple de toutes les questions sans tabou pour qu'ensemble, vous comptiez sur nous, sur notre expertise en matière de droits de l'homme et que nous comptions sur vous, parce que c'est vous, les patrons de la diplomatie parlementaire. Mais tiens, je me rappelle que cette diplomatie parlementaire, c'est également une des compétences qui est reconnue à la Commission, pas en tant que diplomatie parlementaire, mais la diplomatie des droits de l'homme, c'est une des compétences qui nous revient également conformément à l'article 45 de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Telle est l'économie générale des réponses que je voulais apporter à leurs honorables parlementaires, que je remercie très sincèrement pour la franchise de leurs questions et surtout la pertinence de celles-ci. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On applaudit très fort, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, heureusement que vous êtes juriste, mais vous employez le verbe comme un parlementaire. Donc, vraiment, je vous félicite. Nous avons eu les réponses. Moi, j'ai gardé quelques questionnaires avec moi pour peut-être vous allez sauter, vous n'allez pas répondre, tel que par exemple la question de Mariam par rapport à la Côte d'Ivoire et tout ça. Et vous avez tout répondu. Merci beaucoup et toutes mes félicitations. Merci. Nous prenons note. On applaudit une fois de plus. Merci, Monsieur le Président. À présent, nous allons écouter, nous invitons le représentant du commissaire de la CEI à répondre.
Thank you very much, Fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, for giving me the floor. I wish to begin, Your Excellency, by making a general comment, so at least we can pave the way for forward. Your Excellency, Fourth Vice President and honorable members, the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department of the African Union Commission is very eager to have a very close working relationship with the Pan-African Parliament. Previously, we used to have a limited relationship with the committees that are in charge of governance and human rights and international relations. But we are quite happy now with this engagement with at the plenary level with all members of the Pan-African Parliament. And we count heavily on this relationship, working relationship, to advance and to deepen the roots of good governance, democracy, and rule of law in Africa. Building the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve is the responsibility of all of us as African people. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament and honorable members, since we are running out of time, allow me to answer some of the questions together. Let me begin by the comment made on the issue of Palestine. Excellencies, honorable members, the African Union position on Palestine is very clear, and it has been clear since the establishment of this continental organization. And the reason for that is Africa itself has been through a number of tragedies and a number of crises, starting from the slavery, through the colonialism, the apartheid, the genocide against the Tutsi, the Red Terror in Ethiopia, and other human rights violations in Africa. Based on that, we stand very strongly with our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and the African Union position on this issue has never changed. Every summit, the Assembly of the African Union issue a declaration in support of the Palestinian cause, calling for the establishment of for promoting the two-state solution. So then the state of Palestine will live in peace with the state of Israel. And we will continue calling on the international community to support the two-state solution so the Palestinian people can have their own state and their own homeland. For the details of the report on peace and security situation, governance, peace and security situation in Africa, we have taken note of the demands for a detailed report on the situation in Africa, and we can still, in fact, respond to this demand before the end of this session. The reason for us to present to you a general overview is to have a conversation and a dialogue, so then we can enrich our approaches to dealing with or to deal with peace and security crisis in Africa. And that is why in my introduction, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I called for a greater coordination and collaboration between PAB and the Peace and Security Council, and between PAB and the PRC Subcommittee on Democracy, Governance and Human Rights. These interventions will enrich the African Union approach and interventions dealing with violations and dealing with crisis and also with violence and conflicts in Africa. We did not really want to speak about one issue because we have a number of issues that are currently on the table that the African Union is dealing with. And singling one country over the others will not do justice to the other countries. But let me assure you that the report that we will be sharing with you before the end of this session will address all the concerns that were raised by the honorable members. We have benefited, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from the experience in Rwanda, the Gashasha courts, after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, that resulted in the development of the African Union Transitional Justice Policy, which is a policy that is currently operationalized after its adoption by the Executive Council. And this policy deals with countries that are still in conflict, but also post-conflict situations, hand in hand with the post-conflict and reconstruction policy and center that is based in Africa, in Cairo, Egypt. The situation of peace and security in Africa is quite tense at the moment, as we all know, with a number of conflicts due to many reasons: internal conflicts, ethnic conflicts, lack of diversity management, climate change, poverty, lack of employment, and the list is very long. And that is why, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thought it could be more beneficial to include all of these issues in the report that will follow shortly, or will follow soon. Africa is facing so many challenges, and that is why PAP, as the center of the legislation process in Africa, has a very big role to play in promoting governance, peace and security in Africa. Concerning the issue of migrants and human trafficking in Africa, these are very challenging situations. And that is because of also reasons that are very well known to many of us, if not to all of us, that the economic situation in Africa, the socioeconomic issues, lack of employment, poverty, encourages our African youth to migrate and to leave this continent in what is known now as irregular migration. And unfortunately, as a result, we lose many African youth every single day, dying in the desert because of thirst, or drowning in the Mediterranean Sea, trying to cross to Europe. That is why, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union is currently promoting two important treaties. And we hope through the honorable members present with us today here, we will be able to reach the necessary ratification for these two important treaties. One of them is a treaty on the African passport, and the other treaty that will complement the free trade treaty, which is the free movement of persons, which allow the African people and the African youth in particular to move around the continent and to start a new life within the continent, instead of losing them to the desert, Sahara, or to the Mediterranean Sea. In terms of the focus on the youth and women in Africa, as we all know, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our African youth count to almost more than 65% of the African population. Africa is a very young continent, and therefore our youth dividends should be utilized as agents for change instead of agents for destruction. That is why we introduced the Youth Charter, followed by the Youth Engagement Strategy, as well as the Women Empowerment Strategy, so we can attract African youth to be part of the electoral cycle at the national level by being candidates, or by selecting candidates, or by voting and encouraging others to vote as well. That way we will ensure the African youth participation in the electoral cycle, and also we will ensure that the African youth are participating in the governance affairs at the national level. This leads me also, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to the need for greater coordination and collaboration, as has been mentioned by a number of the honorable members that intervened, that we need to do better in our election observation missions. We need to enhance our internal coordination as organs of the African Union. We need to also follow the rules to make sure that these elections reflect the desire and the needs of the African people. That way, we will certainly prevent conflicts from happening, but also prevent more coup d'etats from emerging in Africa and in African countries. Last but not least, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude by assuring you once again that we stand ready in the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department to work very closely with the Pan-African Parliament to share information, best practices, but also to involve the Pan-African Parliament in all the affairs and all the activities of the Pan-African, of the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department of the African Union Commission. So then we can ensure that we collectively are promoting and protecting human and people's rights, and we are collectively promoting good governance, democracy, and rule of law in Africa. I submit. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Merci, 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 merci à vous. Nous prenons bonne note de tout ce que vous venez de dire de ce rapport. Maintenant, j'invite la secrétaire générale, le secrétaire général nous donner la suite de notre programme. Merci une fois de plus. Merci. On applaudit encore une fois de plus pour eux. Merci. Vous pouvez vous déconnecter. Merci, honorable. Nous avons commencé avec un retard, mais nous allons quand même continuer comme les présentateurs sont là. À présent, j'invite le secrétaire général à donner lecture du troisième point inscrit à l'ordre du jour.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le troisième point inscrit à l'ordre du jour porte sur la présentation et débat sur la gestion des risques associés aux catastrophes naturelles en Afrique, le rôle, les réalisations et les défis de la mutuelle panafricaine de gestion de risques.
Merci. À présent, j'invite la représentante du directeur général de l'Afrique, African Risk Capacity, à faire sa présentation.
Honorable Vice President, honorable members of Parliament, esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends. My name is Eva Grace Kavuma, and I'm the Acting Group Director General for the African Risk Capacity for the group. And I would like to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank you for inviting us here today to give you an overview of who African Risk Capacity is and how we, as your Africa's response to disaster risk management, work for you. I will go through an overview on disasters in Africa, talk to you about ARC and give you a description of what we do, share ARC's defining principles, mandate, mission, vision, and goal. We will go over our governance, institutional structure, our strategic priorities, strategic pillars, our program life cycle, achievements and challenges, ARC's impact to date, which I think is of real interest, key emerging lessons, and our key ambitions to scale up our service on the African continent. Now, we have all seen the growing incidence of weather-induced and disease threats in Africa. In our own lifetimes, we have seen the frequency and the severity of disasters on the increase, namely droughts, floods, tropical cyclones, locust infestation, disease outbreaks, etc. These disasters drain African economies and erode development gains. Climate disasters in Africa have increased from a low of 40 in 2014 to 55 in 2023. And the cost to African countries is exorbitant. Over $18 billion has been incurred in damages over the last 3 decades, and losses in 2023 alone were at $8 billion. The vulnerable are the most affected, especially women and children. Now, ARC agency was established in 2012 as a specialized agency of the African Union with a mandate to work with African governments to mitigate the effect of weather-induced disasters and disease outbreaks. ARC Limited, the insurance affiliate, was founded in 2014 to provide specifically commercial insurance services. The ARC mandate is to help African member states to plan, prepare for, and respond to the threats caused by climate change. Our services, our key objective is to build resilience, improve food security, and protect lives and livelihoods through the offering of services by ARC, including capacity building, early warning, contingency planning, risk pooling, and risk transfer. As a treaty-based organization, today, ARC boasts 39 member states to date, 14 of which have ratified the ARC Treaty. So I've already mentioned what our mandate is: to help member states plan, prepare, and respond to weather-induced threats and disease outbreaks. Our vision is to be the development partner of choice, leading innovative Pan-African disaster risk management solutions for climate and disease resilience in Africa. And our mission is to promote harmonized resilience solutions for protecting African lives and livelihoods. And our ultimate goal is for ARC member states and their partners to provide timely and targeted responses to protect the lives and livelihoods of the most vulnerable. So now I'm going to give you a view of our structure. The ARC group is a two-level institution with 2 strong pillars to support the ARC mandate. each with distinct functions, bringing together 4 critical elements to form a powerful value proposition. The ARC agency provides contingency planning and early warning, while ARC Limited, the affiliate, provides risk profiling and risk pooling services. As I mentioned, ARC agency is a specialized agency of the African Union and is responsible for the whole gambit of country engagement in our member states, as well as providing capacity building and operational monitoring. Whilst the affiliate ARC Insurance Company is a regulated commercial insurance company, and its main responsibility is to carry out ARC's risk pooling and insurance functions. From a governance structure perspective, ARC is governed by the Conference of the Parties, which is comprised of all ARC member states. The Conference of the Parties is a supreme governing body for the ARC group and has the final say in all key decisions. It is through the Conference of the Parties that it was decided to create ARC Insurance Company. And the Conference of the Parties is also responsible for the selection and the appointment of board members. The governing body, the ARC Group Board, reports into the Conference of the Parties, and it is responsible for the strategic oversight of the whole group. And this governing body is supported by the Secretariat, which reports into the board and provides the secretarial services for the board. We'll touch on the ARC model, which is designed to change response to disasters from crisis management to preparedness. If you recall, the traditional emergency response mechanism responds only after the rains fail, for example, and usually takes over 5 months for the response to be finally implemented. And by then, of course, households would be resorting to coping mechanisms and falling below the poverty line. The alternative is the African Risk Capacity Mechanism, which kicks in before the rains fail and is proactive as the estimated impact of the disaster is calculated and is used to provide protection through insurance. And once triggered, the payout is made within weeks, making response time swifter and more efficient, and ensures that the vulnerable households do not have to resort to negative coping mechanisms to make it through the disaster period. I've already spoken to the powerful ARC proposition, so I won't repeat it here, but important to note that across all the key elements of risk modeling, contingency planning, risk financing, across all of these elements, ARC provides monitoring and evaluation, support and services, and consistently works towards the implementation of gender mainstreaming throughout the disaster risk management life cycle. And to talk about the proof of concept, let us have a look at the payouts that have been made by ARC to date. You can see that since the first payouts in 2014 to the most recent in 2023, there's been quite a leap in the amount of payouts, as well as the number of countries that have benefited from insurance payouts. The El Nino driven drought of 2023-2024 resulted in payouts of over 60 million, just to give you an example. And in summary here, and to date, some of the results that we have seen, ARC has paid over 200 million in claims in response to the disasters. We have trained over 1,200 national experts in 23 member states, and over 4 million beneficiaries have received aid through the ARC mechanism. This diagram talks to how we implement the ARC model. as a group. And I won't go into all the details, but in brief, we start with the country engagement initiation, which is conducted by ARC agency. Capacity building services are provided by ARC agencies through the contingency planning and research and development teams. And then risk transfer parameters are conducted by ARC Limited. The risk pooling is also done by ARC Limited. And finally, our contingency planning team works with the countries to complete or to refine the final implementation plan, while the payout is actually made by our insurance affiliate, ARC Limited. And as I said, we work directly to ensure that M&E support is provided, and evaluation and learnings are gathered and shared through the monitoring and evaluation team. So I've touched on some of the key impacts that we've had to date, but I'll just add to a couple. ARC is an important instrument in achieving the Agenda 2063 goals and Sustainable Development Goals. Over $1.3 billion in risk cover have been provided by ARC, namely for disasters such as drought, tropical cyclones, and outbreaks and epidemics. The countries have benefited from the disaster risk capacity work that we have implemented and have improved within their risk profiling, disaster modeling, and contingency planning skills and capabilities. We have also developed innovative solutions to overcome challenges that we've experienced along the way. One of them is the implementation of the replica program, which was introduced to broaden our client base and increase country level insurance coverage. We also have established premium support facilities where ARC has built partnerships with donor partners to help finance country insurance premiums. And as I said, gender mainstreaming is a key part of all ARC's programs, with a goal to ensure gender equality within the organizations and in the disaster risk management landscape. And ARC lends its voice in continental disaster risk management, as well as advocates for sustainable solutions for Africa on global platforms. We have steadily diversified. I'm just going to look at some key achievements. I think it's good to blow our own horn once in a while. So we have steadily diversified the ARC product offering. We're now offering 5 sovereign products and a non-sovereign offering to meet the diverse needs of the member states. We have grown our membership to 39 members, but we still need to reach 55 member states of the continent. We have led gender mainstreaming in disaster risk management. We have a strong affiliate, which is a leader in the space of development insurers. We have built strong partnerships and managed to position the organization as a strong African organization. There is no institution that has no challenges, so we'll touch on those as well to be open and transparent. One of them being limited financial resources. I think this is a dilemma for many institutions that are similar to ours. The disaster risk management landscape is ever evolving, and therefore our challenge is to ensure that we remain relevant within this space. The financial sustainability of the organization is threatened. We have data challenges, and sometimes these challenge our services. And changes in governments, as well as in change in our technical working groups, do continue to challenge our ability to continue our program effectively. Key lessons learned through the implementation of the ARC mechanism over the last 14 years include the importance of political commitment. It is absolutely essential. So ARC fosters policy dialogues and ownership of response. We have proven that the ARC solution is cost effective. And the ARC solution is but the ARC solution is more effective as part of a more comprehensive financial protection strategy. And through the ARC mechanism, we have also learned that upfront payment of premiums facilitates proactive risk management. So I mentioned at the beginning that even after 14 years of implementation, at ARC, we still have great ambitions. If you see, on the map here, we are currently in 39 country member states. But our ambition is to service all 55 African countries. Our scale-up ambitions are to reach 225 million people over the next 5 years. And we continuously review our product offering to ensure that we remain relevant and we can customize our offering to the country's needs. So finally, I would like to focus on some of the key actions that we would like to call to attention for collaboration. And we humbly request from the Pan-African parliamentarians. The first one, we seek humbly your political commitment to collaborate with ARC to strengthen political support for ARC's initiative and to encourage your members to formally express political support for collaboration with ARC, affirming your commitment to advance disaster risk management on the continent. Today, we also ask that the Pan-African Parliament advocates for the adoption of ARC by African member states as an African solution to African problems by promoting ARC as a pillar of African-led climate resilience solutions. We implore the Pan-African Parliament to join us in strongly urging African governments to sign and to ratify the ARC Treaty for those who have not yet done so, by encouraging treaty endorsement among member states. And we implore you to advocate for African governments to allocate resources in their budgets to contribute to ARC's work, as well as the payments for premiums to participate in ARC risk pools by supporting budgetary allocations for ARC initiatives. And finally, and importantly, we ask that together we build a strong partnership through regular briefings by establishing ongoing collaborative platforms. I thank you very much for your kind attention. And I am here with a few of my colleagues, and we're willing to take your questions. But before we go into the questions, I would like to re-announce that ARC, in partnership with the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament, invites you to a dinner this evening. It will be a networking dinner, be quite informal, but we'll have an opportunity to have a smaller but deeper dive into what we do as ARC. But really, it's for networking purposes, so we can start to build that relationship that we so covet with you parliamentarians. So thank you very much.
Merci, madame. Merci pour ces riches rapports qui nécessitent un débat approfondi tout à l'heure avec les honorables parlementaires. Et on vous remercie. On applaudit une fois pour madame. Merci. Je propose à l'Auguste Assemblée le 4e point avant de commencer le débat parce qu'on a un 4e point, un 4e rapport. Et donc, si vous me permettez, je inviterai directement le secrétaire général à nous lire le 4e point inscrit à l'ordre du jour. Et c'est le dernier. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le 4e point inscrit à l'ordre du jour porte sur la présentation sur l'état de l'industrialisation en Afrique et les perspectives de croissance économique et de développement durable.
Merci. J'invite à présent le représentant de la DG de l'UDOA NEPAD à faire sa présentation.
Good afternoon and good evening to the Vice President, President in absentia, and to all members of the Parliament. I stand here on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, Madam Nados Bekele-Thomas, who was invited to present to the Parliament on the theme of industrialization and its prospects from a continental perspective. She sends her apologies. Unfortunately, she could not personally be here with you today, but she has requested myself, Chief of Staff, and my colleague, Dr. Mustafa, who is Head of Trade and Trade Facilitation, working at Outer NEPAD, to be with you and to present the perspectives of the continent in relation to the work that we are doing on industrialization. We are cognizant of the time and the challenges of time, and I suspect that we don't have much for us to do the presentation, so we will work to try and deliver it relatively quickly. From a contextual setting perspective, we wanted to address 7 distinct issues which will culminate into very concrete proposals to members of Parliament in terms of the work that we think should really define your engagements around the theme of industrialization, and it would be informed by the elements of the presentation that we are going to make. Those 7 elements, one, is really a conceptual discussion around why we prioritize industrialization as an engine of growth for the African continent. 2, we are cognizant of the changing structural formation of African economies and the global economy at that, where there is a predominance of the services sector, and a question mark really being raised on whether or not we should continue focusing on manufacturing or redirect or reorientate our efforts towards the services sector. We will speak briefly in relation to that. The third issue is strategic priorities that we think are critical for the national industrial development agenda and what countries ought to be focusing on. 4 is key discussion points for setting national policy for industrial development. 5 is what are the key indicators that are going to tell us whether or not we are making progress in relation to the subject of industrial development within the African continent. And I think critical for us from an institutional perspective is to share with members of parliament and parliament at large in terms of what it is that we are doing as Auda NEPAD to support the continental efforts in terms of supporting industrialization from an African perspective. And the seventh issue is, of course, as I said, would be what member states and in particular national parliaments should be prioritizing as they try to navigate this very complex and difficult challenge of industrializing the African continent and changing its industrial structure. So firstly, as I said, our first priority is really to position why is it that we focus on industrialization. And one listens to almost every single discussion and debate, both continentally and globally. And the emphasis is for Africa to industrialize. And if Africa is really going to address the fundamental challenges of development, it would do so at the back of a radical industrial development strategy. But this is not just premised on rhetoric or premised on outside of a lack of body of evidence. And we wanted to use the opportunity to share with you at a conceptual level why it is that industrialization is absolutely vital for the continent. Number one, there is a direct relationship between the levels of industrializations and the levels of income in developing countries. And over the past 50 years, developing countries that have invested and grown their manufacturing sectors have been able to reap the benefits through increased manufacturing sector employment. Two, the shift from agriculture, which is happening in the African continent and unfortunately has not fully transitioned over the past 40 to 50 years. So the shift from agriculture to manufacturing also increases the levels of productivity in countries because the productivity levels in manufacturing are far higher than in the agricultural sector. So as the manufacturing sector grows, there's an aggregate shift in the resources that are invested from agriculture to manufacturing, which results in what we commonly refer to as a structural change bonus for economies. And that is effectively what we are trying to pursue. Three is many developing countries have been able to exploit the opportunities for capital accumulation that is offered by the manufacturing sector because of its spatial concentration and economies of scales relative to the agricultural sector. Number four is technological development and innovation are embedded within the manufacturing sector, and they are not limited to the sector, but diffused to other sectors, thus driving the technological progress across the entire economy. And manufacturing is therefore critical for the development of national innovation ecosystems, which will further propel the development and the productivity of economies. Five is that manufacturing creates opportunities for backwards and forward linkages in other sectors and subsectors of the economy, which are an important ingredient for national economic development. And those 6 points, I think, are the anchoring and foundational arguments that we make in relation to why it is that industrialization and industrial development is critical for moving forward the continental economy. There is a study that has been conducted across 89 countries that has demonstrated quite clearly that there is a strong correlation between GDP growth and manufacturing growth. And that is what one of the things that we are trying to advance by the work that we are doing in relation to manufacturing sector growth. And equally important is not just the focus on GDP growth, but also the manufacturing growth enables economies to engage further in export growth that is anchored on manufactured products. So from a conceptual perspective, those are the main arguments that we have in terms of the work that we are proposing and what Africa is engaged in through its IDA strategy, Africa Industrialization Development Strategy, which is a continental framework for the work that we are doing on this area. The second point that we said we wanted to focus on is really a discussion between whether or not we should be focusing our attention on the services sector rather than manufacturing. And this is something that is often posed And we'd want to rebut the proposition or the positioning of that argument, because our view is that critically what we want to do is to develop the services sector, which is organically developing within the continent, and we're moving towards a knowledge-based economy. But it has to be grounded on a firm footing around the manufacturing sector or the industrial sectors of the economy. Because the argument that we make is that services that is not rooted in a productive economy remains vulnerable to shocks in the main. And we wanted to make one or two examples in relation to that. For example, in the retail sector, the dynamism of industry is what really drives the consumption that happens at the level of retail and the rest of the services sector. So if you don't have a strong industrial sector that is able to absorb labor and be able to generate employment, you have a lack of dynamic growth at the level of the productive sectors of the economy that is going to fuel the expenditure in the retail sectors of the economy. Therefore, there's a direct correlation between a strong productive sector or industrial sector and what happens in the economy in terms of the services sector, in terms of longer term sustainability. The second point that we wanted to make to demonstrate that there is a strong collaboration that needs to happen between services and industry is, for example, in the tourism sector, because the data shows us that the contribution of the tourism sector to GDP is far less if tourists are consuming imported products in a particular economy. So the stronger the industrial base and the productive base of the economy and that goods are produced in that economy, tourism has a double effect in terms of the economy. It's the effect of the income coming into the tourists, but also secondly, it would be the consumption of locally produced goods, which would further fuel some of these key elements and indicators in terms of the industrial structure of the economy. Therefore, our argument is that we have to prioritize both because both of these are complementary to one another. So it's not a choice of one of countries having to choose one over the other. Then what in the work that we have done in the industrialization or industrial development space, there is a preset of issues that have really emerged as the basis around which countries need to look at the strategic priorities of national industrial development. And we wanted to present these as a framework in terms of thinking through what are some of the critical interventions or the intervention areas that countries need to prioritize as they think through their national industrial development plans and their strategies. And one is really to have a very dedicated approach in terms of developing sector strategies. Because if you speak at a macro level in terms of industrial development and you don't have dedicated sector plans, master plans and strategies that are very clear in terms of medium to long-term opportunities for growth and to some element the investments that need to happen in relation to that, the plans of industrial policy, they remain relatively vague, and it's that level of detail that sits in the master plans that becomes critical for us in terms of the work we do on national industrial development strategies. Two is, I think, is a key issue, which is making available industrial financing for new industrial projects. And this is something that we'll probably talk about a little bit later in the presentation, particularly when we think about the adoption of the special economic zones in the continent, and how do we finance these becomes a central theme in terms of industrial, in national industrial development and policy making. Therefore, the issue of industrial financing and using national instruments for financing, such as the development banks and all of these, both from a national but also from a regional context, becomes absolutely vital in terms of driving the industrialization agenda. Three is really developing an appropriate trade policy to promote industrialization. And it's critical for us to look at, and this is a point again that we'll touch on a little bit later, that when we talk about industrial policy and industrialization within a country context, that we look at it from a holistic perspective in terms of the policy instruments that are available from a national perspective to enable the implementation of those industrial policies. For example, you can't think about industrial policy, but you don't have an enabling fiscal policy that is going to support it. You don't have an enabling trade policy that's going to support that, an enabling monetary policy that's going to support that. And one of the challenges that we've really picked up in the work that we are doing is that, to a large extent, we talk about industrial policy, but we forget about the supporting instruments that are going to drive the industrial development of our economies. And that is a critical point. And I think from a national parliamentary discussion, I think is something that we'd want to convey to members of parliament, that this is a critical element that they would need to look into in terms of really interrogating the progress of national policies in relation to industrial development, that they don't simply look at the industrial policies, but really consider the broader perspective of supporting instruments. So that is point number 3. 4, which I will rush through much quicker, is really the issues around promotion of skills development and education for industrialization. And this also speaks to questions of vocational training and how do we build a skills base that is going to be able to support industrialization efforts, working with through the investment agenda that is set between both the public and the private sectors. Leveraging of the public expenditure in infrastructure development to promote industrialization and industrial upgrading, and increasing the investment in innovation and technology. Supporting small enterprise development. And within the context of the discussion of supporting small enterprise development, I think is the issue of building a very clear localization strategy. Because what we've observed over time is that, and there are many country examples that we can pick. One can choose, for example, the issue of Rwanda now, where they've established their first auto assembly plant. So the cars are now being manufactured in Rwanda. And from that perspective, it's an international or global investment that is happening in the country. But over time, what we want to do is to transform the dynamic between the international and local capital and make sure that the investments that happen at an international level through the channel of international capital are actually building local capacity for local companies to start playing a much more meaningful role in terms of the percentage of value that is added into the products that are produced in that particular country. So the question of a localization strategy and assisting countries to build the technical, financial, management skills and capacities to transition from predominantly assembly plants, but to actual production centers from a global perspective becomes absolutely vital from that perspective. Then three more issues is focusing really on questions of coordination for industrial policy and how national institutions work together in harmony and seamlessly to advance and drive the industrialization agenda, which is linked to this whole concept around using different policy instruments to advance our industrialization agenda. Then how the country can leverage of the regional and African industrial and trade frameworks. And I think that's the discussion now that has become embedded within the conversation of industrial development in the continent. And it's been anchored around the work that we've all been doing in terms of unlocking the African continental free trade area. And that, how do we then move that conversation forward and really look at how, because the free trade area on its own is nothing without manufactured products. So it gives us access to a much wider market from a continental perspective. And how do we engage with that market? And I think the question is, how do national governments, national parliaments work to try and ensure that the national policy landscape or setup is one that really contributes and unlocks the potential from a national perspective, regional perspective, to participate in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And the last issue is, I think we've touched on, is a question of coordination of the different policy instruments to drive implementation of industrial policies. There are three core elements which we think are fundamental that our member states should be considering in terms of setting national policy for industrial development. The first is, I've already touched on it, really relates to monetary policy alignment with industrial policy objectives. I'm not going to get into that, but it's an issue of complementarity between monetary policy and other policy instruments to industrial policy. And that is something that we're finding is not happening in national conversations in relation to that. The second is trade policy, which I've touched on, and the third is the issue of localization, which I'm not going to spend too much time on. So having considered all of that, the critical question is then, how do we sense when we are moving forward in the industrialization agenda? What are some of the matrices that parliamentarians ought to be looking at as they engage with their national actors and in particular authorities in terms of the industrialization agenda? What are these key matrices that are going to tell us we are making progress? And there are three that we think are critical that member states, and in particular in the context of this conversation, parliamentarians should be focusing on. One is manufacturing output, which is the share of manufacturing to GDP from a country perspective. Two is the share of employment that is attributed to manufacturing. And the third is the share of exports that are attributed to manufacturing. So those are the three anchoring matrices that would really tell us whether or not as a continent we are moving forward in relation to the industrialization agenda. And we will use those three matrices later on in the presentation to give you an indication of where the African continent is in relation to the topic that we are touching on today. But before we do that, we wanted to indicate that despite some of the many challenges that we have, of which we will touch on later in the presentation, there are also very positive developments that are happening in terms of our industrialization agenda in the continent. And you see these across many countries where I think there are very good industrial capacities that are being established that stand ready to propel the continental economy towards the next level in terms of its dynamism and its complexity in terms of the manufacturing products that it delivers to the rest of the world. And we wanted to maybe pick out a couple which are not, of course, exhaustive of all of these, but because of time is limiting it to maybe 4 or 5 examples. One is, I've already indicated to this, is the work that is already happening in Rwanda, particularly through the development of its auto sector, and seeing that there's a domestically built car that is rolled out of the lines of Volkswagen in Kigali in 2024. The work that is happening, for example, in Nigeria as it relates to boosting oil refinery capacity, which is critical in terms of actually looking at expanding our value addition in one of the core minerals that we have in the continent. There's an established manufacturing base that has really been anchored around the auto sector in South Africa, and that is beginning to diffuse technological innovation into the rest of the economy. Mauritius has developed a robust textile and garment industry, becoming a vital exporter to global markets, and countries such as Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire which are the world's largest cocoa producers, have really increased investments in processing plants to ensure that there is greater and greater value addition to primary products from a continental point of view. And there are many other success stories that we can point out in various sectors, such as pharmaceuticals, metals, food production, and others. Notwithstanding those positive developments, I think in the whole, the data tells us quite clearly that the industrial structure of the continent remains relatively underdeveloped. There are three core features of our industrial structure. So while the industrialization journey is advancing, the continent's structural transformation remains with three elements. It is slow in terms of structural transformation. Africa contributes less than 2% of global manufacturing, positioning us as the global value chains at the global value chain's lower end. Two, it's uneven. Many countries remain in the early stages of industrialization, with nearly 25 classified as structurally underdeveloped. And then three, our industrial economy and broadly our economy is characterized by a widening productivity gap across sectors. For example, in the agricultural sector, which employs 42% of the workforce, it is 60% less productive than the rest of the economy, whereas sectors like utilities and financial services, which employ only 3%, are over 10 times more productive than the average. So you've got these disparities in terms of productivity within countries, across sectors, but also across different economies and regions within the context. And I think it then lands at a point which we will say in our concluding remarks that we have to concentrate and invest in productivity strategies across the continent in terms of how do we boost economy-wide and sector-wide productivity that is going to reposition the African economy and industrial economy. So where is Africa today? So we presented to you a little bit earlier on three matrices that we said are absolutely crucial in terms of measuring our advance in terms of the manufacturing sector or the industrial sector. And we're using those now to tell you where are we from a continental perspective. And we are looking at it from three dimensions. One, where is Africa? Two, where is Asia? And three, where is the global economy in relation to it? So on the first issue of manufacturing share of GDP, all of us are very aware of the advances that Asia has made over the past 30 to 40 years in relation to building its industrial structure, and that industrial structure feeding into concrete measures that relate to employability of people, but also the absorption of the national economies and subsequently dealing with deep problems of poverty. And it's interesting that Asia is sitting at about 23.5% in terms of manufacturing share to GDP. Within Asia, East Asia is sitting at 28%, South Asia is sitting at about 20%, whilst Africa is sitting at about 10% of manufacturing share to GDP, which demonstrates the lower base in terms of our productive structure. In terms of manufacturing employment as a percentage of total employment, Africa is sitting at 6.4%. Asia is sitting at 22%. In terms of the number of people that are employed through the manufacturing or industrial sector. Within Asia, East Asia is sitting at 26%, whilst South Asia is sitting at about 20%, with the world average in terms of manufacturing employment sitting at roughly between 14 and 15%, which also demonstrates where Africa is with that 6.4% in terms of contribution of employment. Exports of manufactured goods. In absolute terms, Africa is sitting with total export of manufacturing goods at about 146 billion, with Asia sitting at 4.3 trillion. East Asia sitting at 2.5 trillion, South Asia sitting at about 500 billion. And the world, in terms of absolute figures, in terms of exports of manufactured goods, sitting at about 12.2 trillion. Again, another indication of where the continent is sitting relative to the rest of the world on exports of manufactured goods. Then passing that is really a conversation looking at mining as a basis for industrialization across the continent. And this really goes back to the possession, the fact that Africa possesses 30% of global mineral reserves and the world's fastest growing population. And those elements should be the basis of us thinking about our industrialization strategy going forward. However, within that context, our concern is that some of the developments that are happening, for example, in terms of what is termed the green minerals or minerals of the future that define energy security from a global perspective, is that the manner in which Africa is being reinserted into that conversation is reinforcing how Africa has always interacted, or how the rest of the world has interacted with Africa in terms of its mineral wealth, which is really moving from digging in the soil and exporting to the rest of the world. And there are many of these minerals that we can point to. And the conversation that Africa needs to have within itself is, how do we shift the investments in infrastructure from simple transport corridors that move our minerals from the mines into the ports and outside, and shift the conversation around corridors to what we can term as growth and development corridors that are going to facilitate investments in processing of these minerals and value addition from a continental perspective. And from that perspective, it's important to understand that it's not going to happen it's not going to be a national conversation, but rather it is going to be regional conversations that are going to be orientated towards driving regional value chains linked to this. I've been given 5 minutes, and I wanted to maybe in that 5 minutes to do two things: outline to you some of the work that we are doing and our perspective at AUDA NEPAD in terms of supporting industrialization efforts in the continent. And those are really anchored around our programming, because our sense is that the industrialization discussion and discourse is not limited to industrialization, because there are enabling elements to that. And from that perspective, there are 5 core areas that we are investing in terms of supporting the industrialization efforts of the continent. One is agriculture, food systems, and rural transformation, because we are saying we need to reimagine the conversation around rural transformation and rural development, that it can't just be limited to agriculture alone. The rural economy is far wider, and there are manufacturing activities linked to agriculture that need to be established within the value chain of agro-processing, which would further build the capacity within the agricultural sector of the work that is done on industrialization. 2 is human capital development. And within the context of human capital development, we're looking at health and education as core areas that support Africa have the workforce and the skills that are going to be able to drive our efforts over the next 50 years in terms of industrialization. 3 is infrastructure, digitalization, and energy. 4 is industrialization and special economic zones. I don't have much time to expand particularly around the work we're doing on special economic zones, but there are a number of special economic zones that have been identified at a continent-wide level. But we understand those SEZs require investments in terms of setup. So what we are doing is really looking at creating a special mechanism that is going to support countries unlock pre-feasibility and feasibility studies that will allow the projects to advance towards a financing stage in terms of the SEZs. Of course, the last bit, which speaks to the productivity agenda, is science, technology, and innovation. I will skip the rest of those slides that go into detail in relation to those elements and leave you with 7 thoughts that we are saying you should take into consideration as you discuss the matter of industrialization, both from a member state perspective, but also as national parliaments. All of these are reinforcing some of the core messages that have come through in the presentation. 1 is that we have to take a systemic policy framework approach to support industrial policy that includes fiscal, monetary, financing policies. 2, we have to think about how do we better finance industrial activities within a country context? Because most of the time, the industrialization agenda is left behind, and we are financing our social sectors like education and health, but it's the industrial development of industrial capabilities that is going to drive greater inclusion in the economy. 3 is regional cooperation for greater development of regional value chains. 4 is prioritizing measures to boost economy-wide productivity using STI capability as a channel. 5 is prioritizing implementation of PIDA, which will unlock infrastructure in water, ICT, road, rail, etc. 6 is work that we have to prioritize in terms of trade facilitation between countries to ensure ease of movement of people and goods between countries, and the discussion around one-stop border posts becomes a crucial one, which requires collaboration between countries. 7 is understanding that manufacturing is the base of AfCFTA's success. Without us producing our own goods in the continent, we will not be able to trade under the AfCFTA, because the primary emphasis of the AfCFTA is that we must trade what we have produced. We are not going to import from China and trade imported products amongst ourselves. So it serves, so manufacturing is the real base and the anchor of AfCFTA success. Number 8, we must move beyond transport corridors that reinforce old Africa's place in global value chains and move towards growth and development corridors. The last, which is number 9, is that Africa's industrialization has to address 2 dynamic priorities, and sometimes can be seen as conflicting. The first is productivity and using technological adaptation and adoption to drive productivity, but yet at the same time, making sure that our industrial strategy remains labor intensive and is able to absorb the large skills base that sits outside of our economies and that is not productively used. So those 9 elements we think are at the core of the discussions that members of parliament should have in relation to the work around industrialization on the continent. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. J'ai devant moi une liste d'interventions à présent ouverte sur les 2 rapports. J'invite Monsieur le Président à regagner le perchoir. Merci. Yes.
Merci beaucoup, Deputy President, Honorable Jida. Now for debate. The first to take the floor, Honorable Chami Fagnon.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, c'est Fagnon Kochami Nikez. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Monsieur le Président, j'ai juste 2 préoccupations pour la question de gestion des risques. La première préoccupation, c'est, tout en saluant la pertinence de cette agence de gestion des risques de catastrophe, c'est de demander à l'agence et puis surtout au pape de mettre en place un groupe de travail qui va nous permettre de réfléchir sur les stratégies et puis élaborer un partenariat formel de coopération assorti d'un budget. Ensuite, c'est de demander à ce qu'ils nous communiquent sur la liste des 39 pays, 14 qui ont ratifié, quels sont ces pays, quels sont ceux qui n'ont pas signé, et puis ceux qui n'ont pas ratifié. Et ma dernière préoccupation sur ça, c'est la question d'assurance. Comment est-ce qu'ils arrivent à couvrir ces risques alors que l'assurance est commerciale, alors que lorsqu'il y a catastrophe, ce sont les paisibles populations. Ça touche souvent les agriculteurs dont les champs sont importés. Le cas récemment du Tchad, du Niger, du Bénin, du Burundi et j'en passe, sont là. Comment est-ce qu'ils arrivent à le faire? Monsieur le Président, comme elle a dit qu'on aura du temps pour discuter, je voudrais me permettre d'aborder la deuxième communication et faire ressortir, demander au NEPAD, tout ce qui est mis là, j'ai aperçu ça comme étant une conception. Quand est-ce que finalement NEPAD va accompagner nos pays dans le processus du financement de leur développement à travers les différents secteurs annoncés? Monsieur le Président, je voudrais partager avec l'auguste Parlement l'expérience du Bénin. Le Bénin est avancé. Le Bénin a rompu avec la question de désarticulation entre le secteur primaire et le secteur secondaire. Le Bénin, sous l'impulsion du président Patrice Talon, est rentré dans un programme hardi volontaire d'industrialisation qui est soutenu par les infrastructures de routes modernes, la disponibilité de gaz et d'énergie, le foncier sur un espace de 1400 hectares et dont 400 hectares sont actuellement en cours de mise en œuvre. L'installation de 36 entreprises est soutenue dans le cadre de partenariats public-privé et accompagnée par la Caisse de dépôt et de consignation et les banques de développement et les banques locales. Monsieur le Président, le rôle des parlementaires que nous sommes a été de voter plusieurs lois. Une loi sur le code des investissements pour pouvoir marquer l'attractivité des investisseurs et les investissements directs étrangers. 2, le vote de loi qui a fixé le régime des zones économiques spéciales. C'est comme ça, la zone économique spéciale de Gros-Dibé, à 45 km de Cotonou, a été implantée. Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui, nous transformons le coton et un pool d'industries textiles sont mis en place et notre ambition, c'est de fournir les maillots à la prochaine Coupe du Monde de la FIFA. Nous avons commencé par exporter des marchandises, disons ces vêtements aux États-Unis. 2, ça concerne aussi le cajou et le soja. Et nous avons commencé par exporter aussi le soja à Dubaï, etc. Et notre préoccupation aussi, nous avons voté une loi cadre sur l'enseignement technique et professionnel. Et il y a un réarmement des écoles de formation en matière d'agriculture. 3 et 4 plutôt. Il y a aussi une politique hardie de mise à disponibilité de l'eau et de recrutement. Monsieur le Président, 3 ans de mise en expérience. D'ici la fin de l'année, on aura recruté 20 000 jeunes et nous ambitionnons d'ici 2030 300 000 emplois. Par rapport à cette situation, des agences ont été créées, agences de développement. Ensuite, nous avons voté de loi cadre sur l'orientation agricole, la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle et tout ce qui favorise la transformation. Je risque d'être trop long, mais c'est pour dire que le NEPAD est sur la bonne voie. Mais ce qu'ils font là, on va tourner en rond, on n'aura rien. Il faut qu'ils rentrent dans la capacitation, dans la capacité à mobiliser les ressources financières pour toute l'Afrique. Parce qu'en fait, ce sont les ressources financières qui manquent. Et aujourd'hui, la préoccupation de tous les pays, ils ont un bon projet, mais je n'ai pas vu adosser la stratégie de financement. Peut-être qu'ils voudront bien organiser à notre intention un autre atelier qui nous permettra bien entendu de rentrer dans le fond et dans la problématique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honorable Chenit Aotif, Mrs. Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. تحية قلبية من تونس الخضراء إلى عموم إفريقيا. سيد الرئيس، القارة الإفريقية تعاني من العديد من المخاطر كالتجارة بالبشر، المخدرات، مشكل الهجرة الغير شرعية، الفقر والمجاعة. سأركز اليوم مداخلتي في التغيرات المناخية. مشكل التغيرات المناخية سيد الرئيس، عندنا الجفاف، عندنا الفيضانات، وعندنا كذلك المجاعة. ومن هنا سيد الرئيس التغيرات المناخية سأركز على المشاكل والتي تصيب المحاصيل الزراعية، التي تصيب الثروة الحيوانية، وللتخفيف من هذه التغيرات المناخية ذكرت السيدة ليزلي أنه يجب القيام بالتأمين. سيدة ليزلي لا يستطيع الزارع البسيط وإلا الفلاح البسيط والفقير أن يؤمن على محصوله وأن يؤمن حيواناته. ومن هنا أريد أن أسأل، هل استطاع الاتحاد الإفريقي تحميل المسؤولية للبلدان الغربية المصنعة الكبيرة وهي السبب في كل هذه التغيرات المناخية؟ هم من تسببوا في المجاعة والفقر لإفريقيا والعطش والفيضانات. لماذا سيد الرئيس أسأل كل النواب الأفارقة هنا، لماذا تكون دائما إفريقيا المفعول بها وليس الفاعل؟ هل إفريقيا مثلا السبب في ثقب الأوزون؟ لا بالطبيعة. أريد أن أسأل من هنا منظمة الأرك، هل رتبتم الدول الإفريقية الأكثر تضررا من التغيرات المناخية حتى يتسنى لنا كنواب وحكومات معرفة هذا الترتيب؟ وأطلب من هنا من السادة النواب إحداث.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Senator Danson Mgatana.
Asante sana Rais kwa kunipatia nafasi ya kuuliza swali. Mimi ningependa kumuuliza mama yule alipatia mazungumzo kuhusu African Risk Capacity. Swali langu ni kwamba mimi ni kati ya wale seneta 47 kule Kenya ambao tumechaguliwa na tunawakilisha majimbo. Jimbo langu liko katika kizungu anaita floodplain, mahali ambapo pako chini. Juzi tulipata shida kubwa sana na tukapata gharika, watu wetu wakaumia, mifugo ikapotea, mashamba yakapotea. Tulisikia watu wa Red Cross, tulisikia watu wa World Food Program, tulisikia rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya William Ruto na national government, tulisikia county government na mashirika mengine yakaja kutusaidia. Leo ndio mara ya kwanza Bwana Rais nasikia hii kitu inaitwa ARC, Agency for African Risk Capacity. Mlikuwa mko wapi? Na si mimi peke yangu, nchi nyingi sana hapa tumepata shida. Mlikuwa mko wapi? Na leo unasimama hapa unaniambia nikirudi Kenya Nairobi na huko kwetu tuwaambie watu wa Tana River, watu wa Nairobi, watu wa Kenya watoe pesa kuwasaidia nyinyi. Mlikuwa wapi? So mimi nataka kujua haswa kazi yenu kutusaidia ni nini? Kwa nini msionekane wakati kuna shida? Tunashukuru Dina, lakini mngeleta msaada zaidi ndio tungefurahi zaidi. Asante sana Bwana Rais.
Thank you very much, Honorable Saidani Ahmed, Tunisia. Honorable Yusuf Mohammed Al-Fakri, Libya. Honorable Esther Tony Basalis.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute. I think it's a very novel idea, and it was very progressive for the African Union to think about risk mitigation and to come up with an organization that could actually mitigate when it comes to risk. I went online to have a look at what programs you have, and I think your incorporation looks like your first video on social media was in 2021. It's a very good idea. The question is, what is the expected premium? And because it's going to be like an insurance policy for the African countries to contribute, and then you come in and you help. I wanted to know whether you have an office in Kenya or where, because I only saw the Johannesburg office. And as my colleague here, Senator Danson Mgatana asked, where were you when we had the floods recently? Which African country have you actually mitigated on that is a member? Is it, who are the underwriters? Because you obviously need to have big underwriters to be able to provide this service. It's a good initiative, and I'm glad that you're also going into pandemics, because we're preparing for the next big pandemic. I also wanted to to contribute to, it was the one on NEPAD. NEPAD, we've heard about NEPAD. It's been around for so long. Every African country seems to be moving ahead on its own. I just want to know, how do you integrate? Are we having clustering of countries so that we don't all overproduce the same item? And are we hoping to sell within Africa as well? Because we've got a billion people. Or are we just looking always to sell abroad? Because I feel that we have to penetrate the African market as well. NEPAD used to have desks in every ministry, but that stopped. So I just feel like NEPAD is this body that is grinding to a halt.
Thank you, Honorable Tafanana Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on the debate. Mr. President, my questions are directed to the presenter from the ARC. ARC is a child of African Union, which is around 54 countries. Only around 36 are members and only 14 ratified the ARC Treaty. What could be the causing other countries to stay away, given that climate change and droughts have high chances of recurring? My second question, Mr. President, your insurance is maximum cap for about 30 million. What happened if a country contributed and have a drought in 3 or 4 consecutive years? Which will the country get payouts? Because seems you have a tendency of saying, we have given you this year, next year, you are not entitled to get the funds. My other question, my country, Zimbabwe, was supposed to receive about 32 million and 16 million was supposed to be given to the government of Zimbabwe and the remainder to the other partners like FAO and the World Food Programme. How do you measure significance and impact of such a payout considering issues like population size and intensity of drought? My other question, are there any chances that you can pay premium and you will not receive payment because of the risk view committee feels the drought is not severe upon their own judgment, when actually the country feels that there is need for payout? You said you have.
Thank you. We are not adding seconds this time. Honorable Jonathan Daka, Zambia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Jennifer Wibabara, Rwanda. Not in the chamber.
We can move on, Mr. President.
Sorry?
Let's move ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ismail Samata. Not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Anita Ndaize, Burundi.
Merci de m'avoir accordé la parole, Monsieur le Président. Plusieurs pays sont victimes de catastrophes naturelles, sécheresses, innovations, ainsi que des maladies animales transfrontières, des crises économiques, de conflits civils, des événements qui entraînent de pertes de vie et la destruction ou l'affaiblissement des moyens. Ces crises nécessitent une approche holistique qui intègre des actions visant à renforcer la préparation de crise, la prévention et l'atténuation de crises par des réponses efficaces et rapides. Il faut élaborer des programmes des activités de gestion et réduction de risques de catastrophes et le plan d'action au niveau national et renforcer la résilience des communautés et de réduire les vulnérables aux différents chocs pour assurer la sécurité alimentaire. Et ces événements météorologiques extrêmes, fragissant les menaces vulnérables affectées, en détruisant les moyens d'existence, en réduisant le pouvoir d'action et en affaiblissant leur capacité de résilience déjà réduite par des facteurs structurels comme la pauvreté, ça constitue des menaces directes et la sécurité alimentaire. Il faut qu'il y ait des programmes d'action nationaux d'adaptation au changement, fournir un moyen aux pays les moins avancés pour identifier les activités prioritaires de nature à répondre à leurs besoins urgents et immédiats d'adaptation au changement climatique. Et ma question est la suivante. Et vous avez parlé de modèle ARC qui a comme objectif de l'agenda 2060.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Jean-Marie Nibiratinje.
Merci, Excellence, de m'accorder cette opportunité. Juste une petite question d'éclaircissement. Je voudrais demander à Art si vous attendez les catastrophes naturelles ou bien si vous avez un système pour prévenir, donc système d'alerte précoce. Pour les autres, notre conférencier, monsieur le NEPAD, je voudrais demander au NEPAD si ils encouragent le partenariat public-privé dans le secteur de la transformation. Est-ce que vous assistez techniquement les industriels pour qu'ils améliorent leurs pratiques manufacturières? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Honorable Bawa Yosri, Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، شكرا لكل المحاضرين. سيد الرئيس، سوف أحاول أن لا أطيل، سأكون موجز. لا شك أن الرهان الذي تواجهه دولنا في هذه الحقبة هو تحقيق التنمية المستدامة، وهو يتمثل في إيجاد التوازن بين التنمية الاقتصادية والتنمية الاجتماعية والمحافظة على سلامة البيئة. فنحن لم نرث هذه الأرض من أجدادنا، بل نحن نستعيرها من أبنائنا. نحن اليوم نعتبر من الدول الأكثر هشاشة والأكثر عرضة لتداعيات هذه الآفة العالمية التي هي الانحباس الحراري والتلوث. ومن جهة أخرى تمثل الدول المتقدمة السبب الرئيسي للتغيير المناخي والانحباس الحراري بسبب أنشطتها التي لم تراعي البعد البيئي، وحيث أن صناعاتنا تجد نفسها محاصرة بما يسمى بالاقتصاد الأزرق والأخضر والدائري، وتجد دولنا نفسها مهددة بالعقوبات المستوجبة على الصناعات التي تنبعث منها الغازات الدافئة، وهي عقوبات لا يمكن أن تتحملها دولنا نظرا لضعف إمكانياتنا. فما هو حسب رأيكم الحل لإيجاد التوازن بين تطوير الصناعات في بلادنا وتقليص المساهمة في ظاهرة الانحباس الحراري؟ وهل ترون أن توجه دولنا وخاصة التي ليست لها ثروات طبيعية إلى الصناعات الخفيفة والتخصص فيها مثل صناعة شرائح الهواتف أو مكونات الحواسيب والأجهزة الإلكترونية والصناعات الصيدلية والزراعية بعد استرجاع جيناتنا الزراعية، وهي صناعات مطلوبة جدا؟ مع الشكر سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Honorable Epimo Chitsiwa. Not in the chamber. Honorable Amina Ali Idris.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity. My thanks to Her Excellency Moussa Faki, African Union Chairperson, for encouraging a message that is full of hope. My thanks also go to all experts for today, for their very interesting presentation. Dear colleague, good afternoon. Honorable President, I would like to speak about industrialization in Africa and the prospect of economic growth and sustainable development. I remind the plenary that promoting sustainable development is economic, social, and cultural level, as well as the integration of African economies, is one of the objectives of African Union. African leaders, we had a good speech, but the concrete actions are far from the reality. It is the time to act in order to impact our continent, Africa, with durable results. And as a representative of people of Africa and laws makers, why do we not come up with the common law forbidding the exportation of all raw materials from Africa? Dear all, it is normal that Africa continue to export its raw materials and import final product come from other continents, which are very expensive. By transforming our raw materials, I think we can accelerate industrialization in Africa and by working together as one Africa and one voice. I know that the level of industrialization for each country is different from us.
Honorable Cheniti, our TIF, Tunisia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Felix Pose Rinika, Burundi.
Merci, Excellence, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. Mon intervention est en rapport avec l'industrialisation, on ne peut pas parler d'industrialisation sans faire allusion au système éducatif, particulièrement la formation professionnelle et la recherche. L'industrialisation est impossible sans main-d'œuvre qualifiée et compétente. Donc ici, j'aimerais qu'on clarifie l'intervention des industries et des entreprises dans la définition des curricula pour avoir une formation en adéquation avec les besoins du marché de l'emploi, mais également l'aspect financement de cette formation parce que on ne peut pas parler d'industrialisation sans qu'il y ait cet aspect de main-d'œuvre qualifiée. Et je vous remercie.
Honorable Safia Eomi Jibril.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. Et dans un premier temps, je voudrais féliciter les deux intervenants qui se sont précédés pour leur intervention riche et édifiante. Permettez-moi de m'adresser à l'intervenant concernant l'industrialisation. Je voudrais dans un premier temps rappeler un peu ici qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, nous regorgeons des richesses inestimables et que cette manne profite des autres continents, sauf celle qu'on a besoin le plus, à savoir l'Afrique. Comme vous le savez, notre jeunesse, en raison du chômage, risque leur vie en allant migrer, croyant qu'ils vont rencontrer l'Eldorado et meurent dans les océans tous les jours par milliers. Et c'est dommage. Alors ma question est, d'après vous, quels sont les obstacles et les freins qui handicapent notre continent pour développer des industries avec les matières premières que nous disposons? Et comment encourager les États à développer des industries pour pouvoir répondre aux besoins criants de demande d'emploi pour nos jeunes et aussi lutter contre ces moratoires que représente la migration de jeunes? Merci.
Thank you. Honorable Zain El Abidin Ahmed El Hadi, Mauritania.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. ربما أبدأ من حيث توقفت النائب الموقر صفية، لأقول أن لأكون متفائلا أولا، وأقول أن إفريقيا تزخر ب أشياء مهمة جدا ومقدرات هائلة. أولا إفريقيا 1.5 مليار نسمة، وهي أكثر من الصين وأكثر من الهند، فهذا أكيد أنه شيء مهم ومقدرات مهمة، مقدرات بشرية مهمة. ثانيا إفريقيا تتمتع بنسبة نمو، ثاني نسبة نمو في العالم بعد آسيا. ثالثا إفريقيا تزخر بمواد أولية هائلة. ما أريد أن أقول هو أن هذه المواد الأولية لو حولت، وهذا هو بيت القصيد، لو حولت لساهمت أكثر في نمو القارة الإفريقية. وسأتحدث في هذا المجال عن بلدي موريتانيا. موريتانيا عندها أكبر مخزون من السمك. موريتانيا من أكبر منتجين اللحوم الحمراء. هذه المواد لو حولت سدت من الفجوة الغذائية في إفريقيا ومكنت من زيادة نسبة النمو. موريتانيا من البلدان من المهيئة لإنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر، ليعتبر طاقة بديلة زرقاء مهمة في العالم، وربما يساهم في التحول الطاقوي في إفريقيا. كل هذه الأشياء تحتاج تمويل، وطبعا هذا هو كما يقولون بالفرنسية لنا يرد العقار. ما لم يقله المقدم هو أن الاندماج الإفريقي ما يسمى بالانتغراسيون أفريكان أنه كلفته 402 مليار دولار.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jolie Nsengekali Jokis.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'espère que je n'aurai pas le privilège d'être interrompu. Honorable Président, mon intervention est dirigée vers le présentateur sur l'industrialisation de l'Afrique. Je voudrais lui dire que son exposé était très intéressant. Mais étant du NEPAD, le NEPAD est en Afrique depuis l'année 2000. En 2011 ou 2012, ils ont changé de nom, donc en 2021, pour devenir l'agence de l'Union chargée de développement. Donc, les discours que nous attendons ici est très intéressant, mais l'objectif, c'est l'industrialisation. Or, les instruments que l'Union africaine a mis en place, je parle de la Banque centrale des États de l'Afrique, de la Banque africaine d'investissement, du Fonds monétaire africain, tous ces instruments-là ne sont pas mis en place. Alors, il se rend compte lui-même que sur le plan de la présence africaine en matière d'industrialisation ou de manufacture, nous nous contentons d'être des corridors d'évacuation. Et que, alors qu'ailleurs on parle de milliards, des trillions comme il dit, nous avoisinons à peine le 143 millions de l'ensemble du commerce international. Nos chiffres tournent autour de 4%, 6%. Alors, Honorable Président, nous en tant que membres du Parlement, qu'est-ce que nous faisons du NEPAD? Parce que c'est le NEPAD qui est l'instrument d'industrialisation. Nous avons, nous, comme mission, non pas de faire des plaidoyers comme dans un centre de recherche, mais d'aller voir pourquoi on n'y arrive pas. La politique industrielle africaine, pourquoi ça ne marche pas? Parce que le NEPAD a été mis en place pour cela. Et aujourd'hui, on se rend compte que c'est un ensemble.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Professor Randa Mohammed Ahmed Mustafa.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس على إعطاء الكلمة. الحقيقة استمتعت جدا بمحاضرة حالة التصنيع في إفريقيا. الحقيقة أنها حالة التصنيع في أفريقيا وآفاق النمو الاقتصادي المستدام والتنمية هي مواضيع حيوية جدا لتمكين القارة من تحقيق استقلال اقتصادي والحد من الفقر. نحن حاليا في
Excuse me. Yes. Wait for the interpreters to get organized. Interpreters. They seem to have a problem.
Interpreters, yes.
interpreting equipment has a problem. Of course, they've worked long hours. So now it is the equipment which is complaining of long hours.
English. So, no Arabic?
No. Interpreters, I think in the next 15 minutes, we should be closing. So be patient. Tell the
I
equipment.
can translate it in English. I can speak in English.
No, I think, yeah. What if she speaks in English, interpreters, is it okay?
French.
French or English is okay?
French is...
It's only Arabic booth which is not linking up with other booths. Is it okay? So switch to French.
Mr. President, this is an objection for the Arabic translation should be respected. This is one of the most important language in the pub. So for the industrialization, actually, we can see that our people, most of the African people, sell the We can see in Africa they sell the crude industry, crude objectives like oil, like wheat, like everything, crude, cotton, crude. Why we don't push for manufacturing all our products in Cairo, in Africa, so we increase the valuability. Also, the technical education. I think this is very important now to focus on technical education. I mean, the technological universities, the technological schools to help and to produce good people that can train others. And I think Egypt is focusing on that now. And now we are trying to even export our trainee to all Africa to help Africa. Also, the roads, also all the infrastructures is very important for Africa to facilitate the transportation of goods. And I think Egypt also has a good experience in that, because since 10 years back, we are focusing on establishing a good network of roads. So I hope next time when we will talk about Africa as one voice. We will talk about industrialization in Africa. We will talk about free trade between all African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Professor Margaret Kama.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the two presenters. I would like to focus on the NEPAD presentation, and specifically on the areas of current focus, as they called it, agriculture and rural economy. And I keep asking myself, what are the challenges in agriculture? Why are we not able sometimes to feed ourselves? And the main cause to me is the high cost of production. How can they turn around the cost of production? I didn't hear him talk about areas of industrialization aligned to production of fertilizers. Because if we can get fertilizer, it will reduce a lot of our cost of production. The other one on human capital development, which is the area of focus, how do we standardize the technical training in Africa? What are they doing now to spread the news of standardizing, so that we know that a technician from one country can move to another country, and that will still allow us free movement of persons and free movement of goods, and we can increase the contribution of our industrialization towards employment. As they have said, it is extremely low. The other one is science and technology. Of course, that is one of the key factors that will determine how we industrialize. But I was also wondering why they did not mention about mining. I think he mentioned a little bit about minerals, but he did not They have not added minerals, mining and minerals in the current areas of focus. And I would like to know why it is not there, because when we talk of agriculture, all of us are producing the same food. So it's only if we reduce the cost of production that will not be flooded by.
Thank you, Professor Honorable Dr. Bettini. After Dr. Bettini, we go to the last one. Then,
Merci beaucoup, excellent Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, normalement, après l'intervention de l'honorable Félix et de ma voisine professeure, je ne devais plus intervenir. Mais je voulais qu'on revienne un peu sur la définition de l'industrialisation. À tous les forums où nous sommes retrouvés, je me suis toujours posé la question, quand on parle de l'industrialisation de l'Afrique, pour moi, il faut parler d'abord de l'éducation, la formation technique et l'enseignement professionnel. Parce que la qualité de la main-d'œuvre relève d'une formation qui est technique. Et aujourd'hui, l'Afrique veut prendre les choses en amont. Quand une industrie pharmaceutique, Bayer ou Clan Bicham vient s'installer en Côte d'Ivoire ou au Gabon, mais c'est pas une industrie gabonaise ou ivoirienne, c'est une industrie étrangère. Quand un Hyundai vient s'installer au Cameroun, ben, c'est vrai, le montage se fait en Côte d'Ivoire au monde des bateaux, au monde des minibus, au monde des bus, mais ce ne sont pas des entreprises ivoiriennes, ce sont des entreprises étrangères qui viennent s'installer. Alors, si cela, si c'est la définition que le NEPAD et les Africains donnent de l'industrialisation, alors on se trompe. On ne pourra être industrialisé que lorsque nous allons prendre les choses à la base, c'est-à-dire former la jeunesse au plan technique, les envoyer dans des écoles techniques, les former, équiper nos établissements professionnels pour que les enfants puissent apprendre et développer pour qu'on puisse avoir des industries africaines, mais pas des industries importées, délocalisées chez nous pour naturellement minimiser les coûts. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Il faut mettre cette question de la formation au centre des intérêts de l'industrialisation de notre continent. Merci.
Thank you, merci beaucoup. Honorable John Bones Bidari.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to thank the presenters that I'm going to talk about, the industrialization team from NEPAD, for a good presentation. I hope we shall be able to get your presentation because time was too short. My intervention is based on the fact that Africa is very diverse. We have countries that are landlocked and we have those that are the coast or coastal countries. We even have countries that have advanced, far advanced in terms of industrialization, while the others are on the way to industrialization. So I was trying to find out from you if you have different models for industrialization so that countries can be able to make a selection or choose what model is suitable for each of the countries based on their level of industrialization. Number two, the SMEs, which are mainly driven by youth and women, seem to have taken advantage of the guided trade initiative under the AFCFTA. Why wouldn't you also focus on that rather than on the large industrial conglomerates? Because I think that's where the future for Africa lies. The last one is about the centralization and decentralization of economic zones. They tend to be established where there are infrastructure. And therefore, most of the industries tend to be located in the capital cities, denying opportunities in the rural areas. Wouldn't it be prudent for you to perhaps provide some guidance on what could be done so that all the countries can be developed equally? I mean, all parts of the countries can be developed equally. Thank you. That's my contribution, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable So Moussa Mauritanie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, moi, mon intervention s'adresse à la première conférence, l'Agence pour les catastrophes. Comme a dit le Kenya, j'étais un peu surpris. C'est la première fois que j'entends parler de cette agence. alors qu'on a parlé que c'est une agence qui existe depuis 2014 et que le premier décaissement a été fait en 2014 et que le deuxième décaissement a été fait 10 ans après en 2023. Vraiment, je me demande si pendant cette période, il n'y a pas eu de catastrophe ou qu'est-ce qui explique cette différence. Deuxièmement, je voudrais savoir comment on saisit, quel est le mode de saisine de cette agence, parce que, vous savez, il y a à peine 2 mois, tout le monde a entendu les inondations en Afrique de l'Ouest, en Guinée, au Mali, au Sénégal, Niger, la Mauritanie, partout, les champs qui ont été emportés, et on voudrait savoir quelle est la mode de saisine, ou est-ce qu'il y a un observatoire de la saisine, est-ce qu'on se base sur les informations météorologiques internationales ou les autres pays. Deuxièmement, il a parlé d'assurance agricole, je ne répète pas quelqu'un qui a parlé. Est-ce qu'au sein de l'agence même, il existe une assurance agricole en cas d'inondation? Et qui peut saisir l'agence? Où est son siège? Et est-ce qu'il y a un observatoire? Deuxièmement, c'est en ce qui concerne les ressources humaines. Est-ce que l'ARC dispose ou d'un niveau de secours? Parce que maintenant, quand on NEPAD, le NEPAD, je crois, c'était le fruit du président Abdoulaye Wade. Et jusqu'à présent, en tout cas, on est toujours dans des discours. On voulait voir quelque chose, un peu de pratique pour le NEPAD. Je vous remercie.
We now give opportunity to presenters, but because of time, we have gone beyond 7 p.m. Presenters up to 3 minutes maximum, we respond. And then after NEPAD. NEPAD, ARC is not yet prepared. NEPAD, proceed.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Your Honorable President, we are actually ready. We're just trying to succinct our response in 2 minutes. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions. Luckily, we have prepared 2 additional presentations this afternoon. So questions on the number of members and those who have ratified the treaty and the challenges that we have faced will be presented to you this evening by our head of legal over dinner. And further questions on the ARC mechanisms, our tools, early warning tools, contingency planning, etc., will be talked about in a presentation also this afternoon. For more country-specific questions, such as Kenya and Zimbabwe, we do have our head of country government services here for East and Southern Africa. He can talk to all of the questions, but on the question from Mauritania quickly, I did present the payouts to date, first being out in 2014 and the most recent in 2023. But between there were several payments. And for Mauritania specifically, has had 2 payouts in 2019 as well as in 2021. So they are very active members in the ARC program, but we can also discuss that over dinner. Yes, so we will be available. And as to where we are here today. We have our cards, we have a website, and we're very available to continue these engagements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. NEPAD.
Thank you very much, President. I've just counted, we have 22 questions. I don't think we'll be able to fit them in 120 seconds.
Sorry? You know the problem, most of them are repetitions. There may be 22, in essence, there are 3.
Yeah. Thanks, President. That's what we've tried to do, to maybe cluster them. maybe first comment is perhaps from our side as AUDA NEPAD. I think we need to strengthen our communications within the continent, because this morning I was sitting in an STC for science, technology, and innovation. There's a lot of work that we are doing on STI. Our member states don't know that work. Today, I'm sitting here in the evening and equally on industrialization and the broader context of the work that we are doing. Our member states don't know. So maybe that we must take the responsibility for strengthening our own communications to member states. The first action that I think we can do from that perspective is looking at the members of the parliament who are here, is maybe to work with your team to make sure at least the annual report of AUDA NEPAD, of 2023, outlining the specific activities that have been delivered by the agency on behalf of the union, is delivered to you so that you see it. But we find a mechanism going forward, 2024 and beyond, to make sure that that annual report lands with you so that members of parliament are aware of what is happening in relation to that. So that's point number one. And I think that point is really it responds to the many questions about what the agency is doing on all of these areas, whether it's on agriculture and rural economy and the value chain, education, etc. So there's a lot of detail that is sitting there. That was also in the presentation. Unfortunately, we could not cover that. That's point one. Point number two, I think I would like to respond specifically to the issue of the pharmaceutical sector and say that I think it's one of because of COVID, we realized the position as a continent that we found ourselves in terms of access to some basic drugs and vaccines, and also some of these supplementary instruments that are used as part of the medical process, like sanitizers, etc. And out of that, Africa took a resolution that it's going to develop its own pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity. And out of that process was born the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa, which targets about 20 medicines that in the next 10 years must be produced in the African continent. And there's work that is underway, particularly from that point of view in terms of unlocking that. That's on the pharmaceutical sector. Then the last issue is there is an overarching question around why is Africa not industrializing, despite all of the efforts that we are making? I think there are two answers to that. The first is a political question. It relates to the insertion of Africa into the global value chains and how the rest of the world engages with Africa in terms of the assets that it holds. So that has got how Africa engages itself with the rest of the world, but how the world engages. I think we need to defy that. We need to defy the old logic of how Africa is inserted into the international political economy. And that can only be done through the voice, for example, of platforms such as the parliament, but also national parliaments, but also working with our government. That's at a political level. Then I think in the presentation that we did touch on a number of technical issues that do require our attention. So we look at it from two perspectives. One is political issues. Second is technical issues of financing, of alignment of policies, etc., etc. But all of those things are anchored in the presentation. Thank you, President.
We know what we did in this chamber is to avoid going backwards like we used to do in this chamber, where we are proceeding very well. Then we have this point of orders, which more like, but I want to understand, if it's a point of order, that would help us proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think my questions were not answered here, all of them. Like number two, I raised a question about the maximum cap for about 30 million. So I want to understand, Mr. President, that what happened if a country contributes. I think they've got my question. They need to answer that question, Mr. President. Thank you.
It's easier if you just put it across. Yes, faster. Do you understand the question? The cap of 30 million?
They do. The guys from ARC.
Oh, this side?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President. So for these questions, yes, the cap is 30 million. But again, what we also encourage that insurance is not a standalone product. As we engage, we also encourage member states to have other instruments available to complement insurance. Meaning that as ARC insurance, sovereign insurance could be one instrument to respond to disaster risk financing, then country also need to think of their national budget or contingency funds so that all together can complement to respond to the disaster efficiently in case, for instance, disaster occur and is beyond that's 30 million. That's what I can say for the sake of time. But during the dinner, I can engage the colleagues with more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does that satisfy you, Honorable Joe?
Mr. President, I'm concerned, Mr. President, about, remember, you'll be like paying.
Let's do this. They've promised that the dinner is also meant to provide more information. So I think between now and dinner, they may research. My own last one myself, Auda Nepad, you are in agriculture, you are in health, you are in everything. How do you differ with the commissions in Addis? Commission on Agriculture, Commissioner Agriculture, Auda Nepad is also doing agriculture. What are the boundaries like?
Thank you very much, President, for that question. It talks to also the work that is happening under the reform exercise that is being led at the level of the AUC, where there are very specific mandates that have been defined for the AU system. One, policy development, policy monitoring, resource mobilization, coordination, implementation, etc. Now, in the context of those capabilities or those areas, the definitive area that the AUC is identified as being responsible for is policy development. And therefore, all of the other elements within that value chain that talk to implementation, resource mobilization, coordination is what is the mandate of Auda Nepad, and it is ingrained in its statutes in terms of what we do. Yes, I do acknowledge that in certain instances you may have, from an implementation point of view, an overlap, but those are some of the processes that the process that is led by the Office of the DG is trying to clean up in terms of who does what, and also influencing the nature in which the budgeting process is done, so that there's no duplication of funds of member states that are allocated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have very good diplomatic skills in the way you have answered the question. But the truth is that Auda Nepad and the commissioners are doing the same thing. And the streamlining is very, very important. And we're witnessing some meetings where Auda Nepad says, this is our area. Who is responsible for the G20 agenda, for example, for Africa? Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of this sitting for today. May I request Mr. Gali to make any statement if there are any announcements.
Merci, Excellence. J'ai 3 annonces. La première, c'est le dîner. Donc, immédiatement après ces assises, les parlementaires, les invités, sont invités au dîner à la gare. Je rappelle aussi que l'unité en charge d'établissement des transports est encore là, des passeports plutôt. Donc, ceux ou celles des parlementaires qui n'auront pas encore fait diligence pour leur passeport peuvent le faire demain. Et puis, pour le dîner, le transport, le protocole, le service de transport, le service de protocole sont à la disposition des participants pour se rendre à Galaga aussi. Et demain, nous avons les réunions de commission suivant le calendrier, suivant la planification qui est contenue dans le programme qui vous a été distribué. Nous prions tous les parlementaires de se reporter au programme et de venir conformément à cette planification pour les réunions de leurs commissions respectives. Je vous remercie, M. le Président.
So from here, we transport outside to Galaga for dinner. And then this house stands adjourned until Thursday, 7 November 2024, at 9 a.m. on Thursday. We meet back in the chamber. Thank